Hey everybody, this is Kyle. Just Kyle. This is just Kyle, aka Vulcan Wolverine, aka Vulcan Wolverine 2. It's about 5 o'clock a.m. on Sunday morning on Easter. So happy Easter, everybody! Celebrating the rebirth of our Savior Jesus Christ. I hope everybody's doing okay. I'm pretty torn up from my targeting. The center of my body feels like it's been squeezed. I have some awful headaches and just my energy levels not too great. Hey Sheila. Sheila says good morning. Let me turn off my sound on this. So so I woke up like 2 hours ago and I thought, we just hang out. Hey Cheryl. Cheryl says, hi Kyle. You're still up? I guess everybody has sleep deprivation. Yeah, Cheryl says I'm feeling crappy also. Yeah, I feel really bad. Like just my head, just inside my head, and then it feels like my nerves are just ripped up over here. But my defenses work pretty well. I put up a new what's it called? What's it called? Playlist. Put up a playlist for defenses, and I'm going to be making some new videos on defenses that really help me. These noise canceling hearing aids, and I forget Britsco, the gray ones. They're gray. They fit over the ears. Britsco. I forget the number, but when I put those in, the high pitched ring sound and also the nervous system pain goes down. There's a lot of other stuff that works pretty good. A certain percentage, right? And then the rest we just try and get through with willpower and our faith, and prayer. Okay, Cheryl says Wayne and I are texting. Yeah. Okay. Hey, before I start, because we'll hang out. I wanted to show some things, kind of speculation, and show some of Mini Fish's channel. But before we start, I do want to share something. I wasn't able to make it tonight, but the Badger Report had an awesome panel. So I want to pull that up on the screen before we get started. Okay, here we go. Hopefully my Zoom will work this morning. Oh, and then the window disappears. Ah, there it is. Okay, cool. See what this window right here, my attackers are like hacking into my Zoom and they make that disappear so I can't see it. I can't see where I'm looking. It just bugs me. It's just one of those things that bugs me. Let's wait for this to come up real quick. So Badger, Jeff, and Wayne, and I've watched like half of it. I'm gonna go back and watch the rest of it after I do this live stream. They had a great panel and a great conversation about targeting. Great conversation about what's going on with the pandemic that's going on. Let's see if it'll come up on the screen. Okay, here it is, guys. So go to the Badger Report. Definitely subscribe. It was a great live stream. Saturday targeted individual hangout, and it was on. So I guess they ended it on April 12th, 2020. But they have a great conversation. I've gotten through like maybe an hour and a half of it, but I'm going to go back and watch the rest of it. So I'm just going to leave that up on the screen for a second. Saturday targeted individual hangout. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Good conversation. I know everybody's having a rough time, but hopefully this Easter we can just celebrate the greatest Jedi, our Savior Jesus Christ, defeating death, defeating sin, defeating fear, and all those things. And before I get started on some videos that I want to show, because I've seen some connections, and then this guy Mini Fish, who I really recommend, and I'll talk about it a little bit more. He's into gematria. He talks about all the geopolitical stuff and kind of sacrifice that the our would-be rulers do. And at first watching his channel, I was like, oh, gematria. I don't know if I believe in that. He's talking about Kansas and stuff. I don't know where he's coming from, but he's calling the economic reset before the coronavirus even got to America. He said it's coming here and they're going to use it for all these things. So he's called all these different things. He really does see things before they're happening because, like Richie from Boston, and he says, and a lot of other people say, you can kind of tell, you can tell what's coming up in the future because it's a plan. You know, these rituals and these things that our would-be masters do, they're pretty predictable because they're all kind of, it's planned out. You know, it's planned out their control, instilling fear in the masses, screwing up the economy, this lockdown, this forced lockdown, and all those other things. You know, you don't really have to be able to read the future because it's a plan that they've done over and over again, and they just keep on magnifying it, right? Sheila says, same here. They woke me up with my head hurting and an uneasy feeling. Yeah, I've got a little bit of the high pitch ringing in my ears, and then I have the V2K that's coming from this way, and they're giving me like this queasy feeling and a feeling like my nervous system is just really wobbly. And then like they'll amp things up a little bit, and I'll get like a vertigo. I'll get a vertigo feeling. And anybody who's not a targeted individual and is maybe coming to this channel, I do want to just say at the beginning, so this channel and non-target individuals can definitely come and check out my information, but I just want to preface it by saying targeted individuals are a group of people, which is now more and more because more and more people are being affected with 5G and frequency-based weapons. And it's on a level of integrated directed energy weapon systems and neuro weapons that can actually read and write to the brain with scalar waves, with photonic energy, with EMF energy, and target individuals have been tortured, raped, their minds raped, their bodies raped, cooked, burned, their nervous systems hurt, in their homes, wherever they go. Like say I go to England, I live in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I go to England, I'm still going to get hit because it's a global infrastructure with satellites, radar, drones, phased array antennas, many other things to hit us. Now 5G is being locked down. The 5G infrastructure is being built. This will be used for consumer-based stuff, but they're also going to use it. They're going to put this into the frequency-based weapons grid too, to mind control people, to do trauma-based behavioral control, neuro weapons attacks, basically reading and writing from to the brain, the visual cortex, the language center. So that's what my channel is about. I'm talking about, lately I've been talking about things to do with the pandemic because it's so on the nose. It's so on the nose with what we're going through. Putting up more 5G infrastructure are some of these things that are happening, right? The chaos that's being induced, the fear being instilled, 5G and the frequency weapons grid, releasing exosomes from people's bodies. Is all this chaos an angle of it, right? Because there's so many angles, is an angle of it to get more people onto the grid, to actually tap in to more people's brains and nervous systems with these bidirectional streams of energy. Huge topic. It's a huge topic. It affects like all target individuals and then other people who don't even know they're being targeted. So it's super important. And that's kind of what this channel, the priority of this channel is. And dealing with that with concrete defenses, our faith, knowing what the enemy is going to do, knowing about these technologies and what they're about to roll out, and activism, protests, just basically, getting together in our groups. Like, and I think that panel on the Badger Report is just so great. It's so great. It's another place for, and he's been doing a lot of videos for a long time, but he's really getting with it, doing more live streams. Wayne is doing a bunch of videos, Wayne Morris and Jeff O. It made me feel so good. I was just like, oh God, yeah. So many people are doing so much awesome stuff. And probably all you guys that are in my chat right now, targeted individuals and non-targeted individuals, you probably all have really good channels where you're putting out information. So I mean, it's even though the world seems to be coming to a darker place, right? The new world order being cemented in, these things that I and you target individuals out there have been fighting to protest against and get people to know about. It's like we have a chance for people to start learning about this. Is it too late? Is it too late in this material world to really turn things around? I mean, are they going to get what they want? Are the would-be masters going to get what they want? Control, pushing people down, basically cataloging people's thoughts, having surveillance on every human being in the world, and then even cataloging their thoughts and being able to say, well, that person's having rebellious thoughts. Let's take them out of their homes and put them somewhere. I don't know, but I know that we can have victory by being good people, by following the tenets of Jesus Christ, by praying to God, having faith, using defenses, and we don't know where God's going to take it, right? That's the main thing. It's like we're human beings that are seeing this darkness fall in our world, but we don't know. If we stay in faith, we have no fear. We look at what's coming, right? Because they've done some things so many times over and over again. And I notice this in my targeting, when I know something's coming, right? My attackers are putting visuals in my head, and I say that's from them. They say, oh, he knows. And then they kind of back off of that because they know it's not as effective. It's not as effective when I'm conscious of what they're doing. So can we do that on a bigger scale with some of these things happening in our society? And I think yes, we can maybe back off some of the bigger, darker plans. Let me read Alan's comment. Alan Stordle says, greetings, my body clock is about 10 hours off. Feels sort of electrified somehow. Yeah, my body just feels that fibromyalgia, like burnt feeling, like my nervous system is just tired out. But I'm trying to get pumped up with my adrenaline, with my faith in God. It is Easter, so we have a lot to celebrate. Life, faith, Jesus dying on the cross for our sin, like clearing the board in a good way, right? Now these evil people want to kind of clear the board in a bad way, but God can do magnificent things with our faithful actions, Rev 311 My Crown says, how y'all doing, TI family? What's up, Kyle? I was just up, I woke up at like I think 2:30 or 3, and I missed Badger Report's panel. So I was like, I really want to show this stuff about the two ships, the Mercy and the Comfort. And I saw some of Mini Fish's videos a while back, and he kept talking about Kansas. He's like, something big's going to happen in Kansas. And then I was looking into, that guy with the train. But we'll go over some of this stuff. And I want to just add in some things that I saw Mini Fish talking about, and add in some signs that I'm seeing. Now, hopefully nothing bad's going to happen today, because today is the big day of Passover, right? This is symbolically the time where the Jewish people painted the blood of the lamb on their doors, and then the specter of death passed over them. So it's a big symbolic time for the would-be masters, right? Hopefully nothing bad's going to happen today. And then when, and I know that bad things are happening on a certain scale, right, with the pandemic, but I'm talking about like a new 9/11 or a new Pearl Harbor. When we get past the end of Passover, I'll kind of be a lot more, I'll be a little bit more at ease, but I still think that we've got a danger of those ships being used in a ritual, like a 9/11 ritual or a Pearl Harbor ritual, to create fear, to create more fear, to try and get more control. So I want to show some things it's not like I know something's definitely coming today or by the end of the Passover or after. I don't know the future, but it's something that I want to show you guys, because I'm like, oh, I gotta put this information. I gotta show the connections that I see, so that anybody out there who's maybe seen other connections can be like, yeah, oh, I didn't think about that. And then they can put in what they see with it too. And I feel like we're more safeguarded when we're predicting, when we are predicting what the evil ones are going to do, when the evil ones would be our would-be leaders, you know. So none of this stuff, I'm not saying like something awful is going to happen today, but I do just want to show what I see, right? And then we're going to well, and we'll do some other, we'll hang out for a while. Alan says, hi Kyle, howdy my favorite TI family. Hey Alan, hope you guys are doing well. There's a lot of defenses that can soothe this, can defend from it. Remember the less EMF, this headgear, I have 5 balaclavas, 5 brain coats. And a really important thing that I found is covering, it's hard to cover the face because you have to see, you have to breathe. Now with these masks, you might want to get an EMF mask for the pandemic. But I feel like when you cover the neck, the back of the neck, the head, all around like that, then you do block some of these electromagnetic fields and electromagnetic pulses to the vestibular system, which is a big way, the vestibular system pathway to the brain, right? To our visual cortex, our language center. And I know they have other things that can go straight through, but if you're protecting from some of these layers, right, it'll be way less intense. You'll find some comfort, I promise. Cheryl Lou says Marfugel is saying Target, Walmart, Costco are not going to sell clothes anymore because they're considered non-essential. So they're shutting down clothes shopping. I wonder if they're gonna let it. See, I'm like thinking they're gonna keep it going past April 30th, and it's gonna get worse and worse. But I also have it in my head that maybe maybe they'll let everything go back to a kind of a new normal, kind of like a pump fake, like, oh, we did this lockdown, and then we're going to let everybody go back to work, but keep social distancing. People can't do mass gatherings, and then it's going to be waves of the C virus. So like when everybody goes back, then they've practiced, right, and then they have a bigger C virus or maybe even something else to cause more damage, right? I was thinking that this was a little bit of a pump fake, maybe. I don't know. I kind of agree with Richie. Richie says they're not going to waste something like this. They're not going to waste having everybody locked up, right? They're not going to waste having everybody on lockdown and having all these stupid rules set in place about social distancing, no mass gatherings, the economic stuff, breaking down middle class businesses. They're not going to be like, okay, everybody go back to normal. But I was thinking maybe it was a pump fake so that people looking for the truth would be crying out that the sky is falling, because the sky is falling. I mean, this is like the New World Order coming in a big way. The frog in boiling water before it, and now the frog's skin is boiling off. And then like say, oh no, everything's going back to everything was all right, and then come in a little bit later to where people are like, oh well, it's going to be okay. It was okay last time, but that's the big fake, right? I don't think so. I think they're going to keep this going, and I think it's going to get worse. I think it's going to on this world get worse. Some things we may be able to go back to, but everything has changed. I'm just right now I'm focused on like a hope Passover goes by without any kind of new 9/11 or new Pearl Harbor, because there are lots of deaths. There are lots of normal deaths, which they're regarding as C virus deaths, which is just complete lies, and we all know about that. But then I do think people are being affected by the 5G grid and the frequency weapons grid, right? And well, let's get into some stuff. Let's go through some interesting things that I found, and I just kind of got to get it out. I just kind of want to show you guys what I found, and then hopefully it's they're not going to use those 2 ships in a new 9/11 or new Pearl Harbor. Alan says Big Brother's web of control spans worldwide. Get 007, Dr. Catherine, Dr. What's her last name? You said Dr. Catherine Horn or Dr. Catherine Horton. Dr. Catherine Horton, TI'd European style AI realities. And I will be doing some later videos on 6G, guys, because 6G and 7G are already ready, and targeted individuals are already being experimented on and tortured and have been for a long time on 6G and 7G technologies. Now, 6G is like kind of scalar energy in some gigahertz frequencies, but mixed with AI. So 6G is already ready to roll out. 7G is photonic energy, and it can actually connect with our DNA using Morgellons type nanotechnology. So these things are already prepared. 5G, the infrastructure is being built, but they're going to put out 6G and 7G. Now, 5G, 6G, 7G, targeted individuals have been tortured by and experimented on for many, many years, many years, probably like 2 decades. They've been testing out photonic energy that affects our DNA on some targeted individuals, on a large percentage, and then definitely they've been experimenting with AI in that stream of energy, which would be 6G. And I think they can even use, AI with the 5G technology. But you think about it, like right now, I have V2K that's Chatterbox, and it's AI driven, like AI driven to be like, it's going do 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 do. The woman right now is going, he's right, and then the guy's like, we're gonna put him in the grave, like right after that. I don't really want to go through what they're saying right now, but maybe later. Wait, what's up, Sheila? Oh yeah, the pain of it. I'm telling you guys, the the layering up of defenses, and I'm going to put more stuff in that. My defense playlist is called what is it called? Defense. It's like defense and something. I'll show it. I'll show it on another video. But there's some ideas in there, and then these things are working very well. I have it in my front pocket. These things that Stacy found, Schumann resonators. It's like $35. These actually are producing a field around the body, and it's healthy frequencies, and it tones it down, right? So you add that, then you add some passive shielding, then the noise canceling hearing aids, guys. I really, that's I would say mandatory. If I could make y'all get those, but I know money's a problem, right? I know money is a huge problem, but those noise canceling hearing aids, the Britsco gray ones that go over the ear, you get those if you have remote neural manipulation, like the nervous system pain, because the noise canceling hearing aids are putting in this frequency to the inner ear, and a lot of this electromagnetic pulses to the inner ear. That's the main vestibular system, like entrance to the brain. Now they also do like electromagnetic transcranial stimulation, and they also do straight to the certain areas of the brain, I think with scalar energy and photonic energy, right? But if you can get some of those layers that we can deal with, your targeting is going to be a lot less. It's just proven. My attackers, like, they do kind of pump fake psyop me sometimes, but over long periods of time, you can see which defenses work and which ones don't. Dave CD, every night that I go to sleep, I use it. If I don't use it for like 2 days, my body pain is a lot more. My external hits are a lot more if I don't use Dave Case CD, because I've been targeted for so long that they have recorded those external hits. And sometimes I am just externally hit by a real external stream of energy. But mine's been going on so long that they've recorded those external hits for the remote neural manipulation, right? So if I get the remote neural manipulation down, they've tried to automate some external hits so that I feel like it's an external hit, right? And this is completely true. There's real external hits, and then they put some into EEG. They loaded in EEGs for the remote neural manipulation. So Dave Case CD, I would say that's the #1 defense, and then some passive shielding, and then the noise canceling hearing aids, Schumann resonators. I'm gonna do some videos just specifically about defense where we just hang out. I did one a while back. Hey, what's up, Wayne? That was an awesome panel, man. I've watched like half of it. You guys are great. You and Jeff and Badge are talking some really good information. Hey, Biggie. Rev 311 Micron said they are trying to scare you, Kyle. Cowards attempting to strike fear into the soldiers of Christ. No fear, guys. So let's start it out with this. started out with this, and then I'm just going to go through some information. It's kind of speculation, but it's things that I see, and I really just got to get it out there. It's that I wish I could I wish I could figure out a better example of how to say it, but it's like when you have to use the bathroom and you finally go to use the bathroom. Some of this information that I come across that I want to put out, it's like until I put it out, I don't feel spiritually well. I feel like I need to be doing that, right? I'm going to be doing that. I feel a lot like that. We're going to be going through a lot of 5G technologies, 6G technologies, and 7G technologies in the very near future. And I'm just going to have all the information that I found. You can go on Google and you can look up 6G technologies, and there's a lot of information. And then also the 5G takedown in Britain. They're leading the charge, right? And I'm not going to say anything more than that. But England is leading the charge on fighting 5G. They're giving us a symbol. They're giving us a symbol, and I'm not promoting anything dangerous or deadly or anything like that. But we need the towers to come down. Like we need to fight this stuff. We need symbols of fighting it so that people see how dangerous it is. So this is from Desiring God, desiringgod.org. Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will hold you up with my victorious right hand. That's Isaiah 41:10. God is calling all of you not to be afraid. Fear not, because God is with you. Fear not, because God is your God. Fear not, because God will strengthen you. Fear not, because God will help you. Fear not, because God will support you and hold you up by his victorious right hand. I am your God. That is, I am above you. I am over you with my mighty hand. Over you, I am with you, beside you. I will help you from whatever angle the enemy may come, or the attack or the threat. I am all around you as your help. I will strengthen you from inside out. I will be your strength, and I will uphold you from underneath you. Do not be afraid. And God's got angels looking over us and connecting with us. He's all around us, inside of us, like the force, and he's above all. We have got a savior. We have got a leader in God. We have got someone who can help us. And it takes the form sometimes of, physical defenses and knowing what's to come. It takes those forms. But I like the force metaphor, all around us, above us. I think that, I won't go into my philosophy of spirituality right now, but he is all around us, inside of us, giving us strength. Really tap into that. And his agents, his angels, will help you and guide you and give you comfort and peace. And especially in these times, we should not fear. We should do our best. And we know that there's more after this. So we should not fear death. Death is just a beginning. It's just a beginning for God. There are things about us, our soul, that will never die. They will go on forever and ever. So the biggest thing, because I've heard David Icke say it, and I've heard a lot of other people say it, a big thing in these huge FFs, right? These huge, the pandemic, ritualistic events like 9/11, Pearl Harbor. It's to induce fear, right? Because when people are very afraid, they're easier to control. But it's also this type of energy, this type of energy that they like to use for their rituals. The evil Satanists in this world, and you know about some of the satanic sacrifices where they torture, children, and then they get that energy. Oh, hold on 1 second, guys. I'm gonna finish reading this real quick. So, and there is one great ground for fearlessness, God. You have God who is infinitely more powerful, infinitely more intelligent, infinitely more sophisticated than any of these algorithms from the top, any of these, these concrete conspiracies against the public, all this asymmetrical warfare. My attackers, like, they won't admit it, but there's been some things in my targeting that have happened that have turned what they're trying to make bad for me into this good thing where I grow stronger, right? So if we are in faith, we use our willpower, we use our strength, we use all of our resourcefulness. Some of the stuff that came upon us for evil to destroy us can make us the strongest person you have ever been, and you'll keep getting stronger. You got to have that kind of mindset, because I know how bad, trust me, I know how bad some of this stuff is, where it's just like, I can't even think, I can't use my brain. How am I going to beat something when it's destroying what I need to use to think with, right? But that's when you're being fed, your brain, your mental capacity, your physical capacity is being fed from something else that's way past frequency and energy. There's a science to it. You have to think that way. You have to think, I'm going to get stronger from this. Nerd time. You remember in X-Men Origins Wolverine, where the guy, I forgot his name right now, Stryker was telling Wolverine, he's like, this is going to be the most painful thing you've ever experienced, but it's going to make you indestructible. I saw that like at the beginning of my target. It may have been before the targeting, but that's always in my mind, in my heart. And God always puts it there. He brings it to the forefront, not my attackers, that this is going to be painful, but you're going to become indestructible. God may be working out other things besides our mental capacity in our body. He may be working us out for something that's coming after this life, in the lives that we live after this, or in the next phase, right? Could be something we don't understand, and that's why we're going through this. We've got to keep that kind of mentality. We don't know everything, but God has mercy and God has love for us, all around us, inside of us, in each other, the way we act towards each other, the way we help each other. It is so powerful, the most powerful defense. Wow, there's 32 people in chat. I didn't know so many people would be up. I really need to suspect that, because I know that targeted individuals can't sleep. I've been going through it so long, and I just take like a 0.5 milligram of lorazepam. I put Dave Case's CD on, my less EMF headgear, and my lead cap, and then I just start doing my mantra. I do 2 mantras at the same time in my inner voice. Say, Jesus Christ is my savior, and the power of Christ compels you, which is it's a jab at my attackers, right? Power of Christ compels you, because they're demons. And I do those 2 things at the same time. First, I couldn't do both of them, but with discipline and practice, I do those 2 mantras in my head, and I'll usually go to sleep in about 30 minutes. Sometimes it's impossible to get to sleep, but I've got my little tradition when I do need to go to sleep. And most of the time I'm so exhausted, right? The lorazepam really helps. And I'm not a doctor, not telling y'all to go out and take it. What's up, John? John T.I. says, Mark Anthony. I don't know what y'all are talking about. Drunken Ninja says, I can't use my brain because I'm dumber. We don't need our brain, Drunken Ninja. We don't need it. That's what I've been telling my attackers from the beginning. I don't need my brain, man. I'm fed from something that is stronger, And I feel like I have a hard time, like, because I've been targeted for so long, maybe even when I was a kid. So my memory is very bad. It's hard for me to come up with like dates and remember what I've read, like the details of it. But God has given me, an instinctual cleverness. And I think that he gives all targeted individuals those gifts that, even if our bodies and our minds are racked with pain and kind of degraded, those gifts stay. We have to protect those too with physical defenses. But it's like, you'll find that God has given you these talents and these weapons that no matter what happens, you're going to have those talents and weapons to help others and to protect yourself, Alan Storiel says, God did bring you here. Family time. Yeah. Hey, Tanya. Tanya says, Rev, hi. I love you, Aussies.
Love you, Aussie. Y'all are so strong, such a hardy people. You never give up. You really speak out. Like even when it's hard, you know, it's not even a question for y'all. And just so many great gifts from Australians. Cool, Wayne. Wayne says, "Hey y'all, listening, but busy at the moment." Yeah, man, just listen. I'm just gonna go through some information, so I'm not gonna do like a panel or anything. I really didn't think a lot of people would be showing up this early. Rev 311 Micron says the real TIs and not the bots are some of the realest and strongest people I've talked to. To hear you guys' life stories and know what's happened to me is inspiring. Yeah, it's so inspiring. And if you think about it, you know, when I get down because like I see all these people in society who are so dumb and, you know, they just go along with whatever evil thing that's going to destroy us. And then even in the targeted individual community, there are some people who are maybe COINTELPRO or surveillance role players, informants turned agent provocateurs. But when you're doing anything, you're working on getting information out, working on surviving, working on helping other people. Keep those strong individuals that you've met, those really, really morally upright, targeted individuals, intelligent, sophisticated, really want to help, but keep those people in mind, right? So that you don't say, oh man, this is all, I just want to give up because all this is corrupt and it's too confusing. And it seems like it's like, man, you know, these systems at the top of the pyramid already have 6G and 7G, and people are just figuring out that 5G is dangerous. We're never going to beat this, right? Keep all those people that you've ever met that are just upright and smart and want to help people and fight for them, you know, fight for them. Because it gets hard sometimes. It's like everything's so corrupt. We're so far behind. People wouldn't listen to us when we told them about our targeting, you know, but there are people that have been working the entire time to get the truth out. There's people who are not targeted who are working to get the truth out. We got to keep those people in mind, you know, to give us that spiritual strength, right? That hope. Hope is so important. Alan says, very, very happy to see you, Kyle, and others. It's 3:30 a.m., so pleasant surprise. Yeah, so what time? It's like 5:44 where I am. Must have started at like 5:30. Sheila Maynard says, yes, so many horrible things are happening. It's making me stronger, but it's so heartbreaking. Yeah, it really is. It's so heartbreaking. I don't know what to do with it sometimes. You know, I don't know what to do sometimes because everything is so big and so bad. Everybody's getting so cynical. I mean, like, you know, people are so traumatized in society that it's making people not want to be nice. Being good and moral and trying to help people and do the right thing and tell the truth is punished in our society. You're a jerk if you do that, and you're punished, and you're put on a list, or you're targeted. And if you fight for evil, like you're you know, a gang stalker, a perpetrator, an informant, these people microwaving me and you guys with remote neural manipulation, external hits and such, they're rewarded for being bad. So what's that going to do in society? To that middle group percentage that's just going to go whichever way society's going, they're going to be like, well, I'm going to be rewarded for being cynical. I'm going to be rewarded for hurting others, you know? So I see that, and it's just so overwhelming and heartbreaking the way our society is going. But, you know, I think this is the whole bottom line. What choice do we have? We're good people. We can't choose evil. I can't just say, oh, well, I'll just go along with this program, or maybe I'll try and be an agent provocateur. I don't have the ability to do that. It's not how God made me. So you got to keep in mind, God made you a certain way, and He is the ruler of all. These other people, they're trying to play God. You got to remember, He has a plan, and He made you a certain way. So you just do those things, and you trust in God to create miracles. And I don't know, I could die in 2 weeks. We could all die. I could get hit by a bus, or I don't think I'll die of I don't think I'll die of the C virus or anything like that. But you know, I could get cancer, but I don't know his entire plans. We got to take those heartbreaks and make our heart stronger. Remember all the good people. Remember all the people that died from targeting. Like two of them, Linda, you know, Linda Costanza and Melinda Fee. They were just very strong people who always want to do it right, what's right. If you remember people who are hurting or we've lost,
and you say, well, this is all so heartbreaking. I don't know what to do. What would they want me to do? What would my grandpa want me to do? What does my dad want me to do? You know, and then just do that and do the best you can. You're one human being. With God, you're an army. And with God, we're all just an infinite army. Um, but this free will, that the evil has chosen to use free will in a bad way, and it causes imbalance and tragedy, and it's going to break our hearts. You know, it's going to break our hearts. But just pray during those times. Say, what can I do? Focus on some joyous things, right? You know, focus on some joyous things. These bad things are happening. You know, these bad things are happening. We've got to reach out for joy, for good, for the true light, for the true, not Illuminati light, but the true light of truth, of justice, of love. Jesus' greatest commandment: love one another, forgive one another. So we're going to be reading some things about what Jesus would want us to do, because I actually said that. I was like, everything's so heartbreaking. You know, I think this is game over for the material world. And I said, well, what would Jesus do in this time? And I saw somebody in the comments of the Badger Report, their panel, and he was saying, or she was saying, you know, Jesus would have been flipping over some tables, right? So Jesus had anger too. Jesus had anger about evil. So we need to have that righteous anger and righteously assert ourselves over evil and not give in. But also we need to have a peaceful spirit too. We need to do both of those things in balance. You know, so we're going to be reading some stuff about what does Jesus tell us? What are the most important things? Cheryl says, Lisa, I love it when you catch those stupid perps. I can't believe people are still gang stalking. I can't believe people are still doing this stuff. They see what it's led to. They see how much suffering, a lockdown, destruction of businesses, people dying, people being hurt from, you know, what I think is, you know, 5G and frequency weapons grid frequencies, releasing exosomes, killing some older people and some people with underlying conditions. I can't believe my attackers, like the woman's like, he was right. Like all this stuff led to really bad stuff. And the guy's like, it doesn't matter. So I don't know if they really knew what was coming. I doubt it. They're just cogs, right? They're just cogs in the system doing this stuff. I forgot my point about that. Completely forgot my point about that. I just don't see how they're still doing this. I guess a lot of the gang stalkers are just clueless, and they may even think like in the future, right? Because they've been gang stalking targeted individuals, and now there's the C virus scare. So now people are ratting out their neighbors. They're making more gang stalkers, right? And the gang stalkers that were already doing this, now they're like, oh, I see why gang stalkers are around. It's to protect people from the C virus. So some of these people are just going to keep deluding themselves and keep doing evil, thinking like, oh, they were preparing for like the C virus and stuff. Their idiocy knows no bounds, right? And we just let those people go. Rev 311 Micron says, yeah, even though they've never approached me, if I had a chance to be an agent provocateur, I deny it up and down now that I'm wide awake. All the power in this world isn't worth the consequences. Yeah, it's destroying the world. It's destroying humanity. Like if you truly know where this evil is leading to, and we see it in a big way now because of this pandemic, you can never, ever participate in this system. Not participate in the system to, I want to make money from a job and put out the truth, use YouTube, use the system to do good. But there's a certain point where it's like, if I have to do something bad, forget the system. I'll work outside of it. So as targeted individuals, we have to work inside and outside of the system, which is a lot of civil rights causes had to do. Had to use the system because YouTube is completely owned by Google. I still use it to get the truth out. But if YouTube says you can't talk about targeted individuals anymore, we're going to take down your channel. Bye-bye YouTube. I'll go use something else, right? So we use the system to a certain extent of doing good, but then when it won't let us be good, then we have to work outside of the system. We all need money. We all need food. We all need a roof over our heads and stuff like that. So to a certain extent, we have to utilize the system. I wouldn't say be a part of the system. We're not part of the system, but utilize it to get those basic needs and then try and change it as much as we can, which at this point, it seems very impossible. It seems like the New World Order just kind of controls everything. Thank you, Paul. Paul Abernathy says, I pray for all targeted individuals all over the world in the name of Jesus Christ, Paul. What's that, Alan? WWGPD? GC Durnan says, never did a live chat because I didn't know how it worked. My communications are all bogarted or rewritten, but I guess it can't be done this way. Bless you all for doing this. Yeah, you just got to figure out things. I know StreamYard's really good. StreamYard's good. Zoom is good. Zoom's what I use. And then to have other people on, you have to pay like $10 a month or something like that. But oh, no, wait. To live stream on YouTube with Zoom, it's a fee every month. I'm not sure. I know I have to pay a fee every month to be able to live stream on YouTube. Yeah, that's what it is. So yeah, so StreamYard, I see a lot of people using StreamYard. I think StreamYard is free to live stream on YouTube. So I'd do that one. So you don't have to have the monthly fee, but I already had this when I saw that everybody was using StreamYard. Yeah, Rev311 Micron says people seem to be under complete control. They're scared. They won't go out of their houses because they, think that they might give somebody the CV virus, or somebody might give them the CV virus. And the thing is, it's like if you do say, well, no, you know what, guys, I live in Baton Rouge, and I went out to get some electronic cigarettes yesterday and some water and stuff like that. And everybody was still driving around. It was Saturday traffic, and it was maybe 50%, it was maybe 25% less congested than a regular Saturday. So people in my city are going out, but I think there are certain cities and certain states where you get fined, right? You go out and you could get $1,000 fine, or you can get a $5,000 fine, or a year in prison. And that's what makes people go along with these unconstitutional things. Like a lot of people say, well, paying taxes isn't constitutional. I don't have to do it. But people do it because they might get a fine or get put in jail. So it's that fear of consequences, right? I think if there were no consequences to not obeying the self-quarantine rule, I think in Baton Rouge, there are really no consequences. They probably just tell you to go home. I don't think people are getting ticketed, so people aren't following along with it. But if Baton Rouge ever is one of those cities where they're like, if you go out, you could get a $5,000 fine, you can go to jail, then I'm going to see the streets empty, right? So it's those consequences. So it's hard to blame people for following the rules. It's hard to say, well, you're just laying down and letting them have it, right? It's hard for me to say that because of what they set up. It's a catch-22. If you disobey, you get these horrible consequences. I think everybody who can civilly disobey and not have consequences, and at a certain point, we're going to have to civilly disobey even with the consequences. It's what people in the civil rights movement did and everything like that. But I think at this point, people who are not going to get those consequences need to civilly disobey and go against this. Because I agree with Bill Cooper, enough people say no, and it makes a difference. It makes the controllers at the top say, too many people are disobeying, too many people are pushing against us, and it's not working. We'll have to try it again later, right? So we got to constantly push back, no matter how impossible or big it looks. Yeah, Tanya says, yes, Kyle, they will never stop torture until my last breath. You got to stop it though, Tanya. You got to stop it as much as you can, because I had that thought many years ago. My attackers would sometimes turn things down a bit, but I said in my head, I cannot rely on them for mercy. They're going to keep torturing me. I have to take it into my own hands, and I have to use defenses and then protest, do activism, get information out. So the only real way that you're going to get relief is by using some good defenses, the noise canceling hearing aids, the less EMF headgear, less EMF hat, Schumann resonator, Dave Case's CD, start there, then boron, cleansing baths, and things like that. It's the only way that I've been able to get relief, and even then it's only a certain percentage. The remote neural manipulation is still pretty potent. Like, I feel like it's pretty much changed me into, it just changed the way that I feel about things and think about things. And it's been a real struggle to keep the thoughts and the things I want, because they've always got my brain running and I'm always stressed out, and it's hard to do take the actions and say the things that you want to say when you're completely stressed out and you're thinking about stuff that you would have never thought about before. You would have been in the zone, in your place, in your focus to do certain things. Now I push through, right? That's the way that we discipline ourselves and build up, right? We build up so that we can break some of these holds on us. We do that in the name of Jesus Christ with the power of our God. Jedi. We are Jedi, and the obstacle determines the path. We've got our obstacles, so now we need to determine our path by what kind of obstacles we have. The obstacle determines the path. I love that saying. Okay, so Alan has a good way that you guys could maybe go to sleep. I'm gonna try this too. I wonder if I can do it with Dave Case's CD. Alan Stordahl says, want to go to sleep quickly? Listen to audio Bible in bed. Psalms, wisdom as we sleep. Yeah, Psalms. Audio. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna do Dave Case's CD, and then on my computer, I'm gonna pull up Psalms audio Bible, and then play them together. Yeah, that's the way I do things. I play Dave Case CD, then I'll play music with it, or play like a book on tape or something like that, and it really helps because it gets your focus off the V2K, off of the pain, off of the high pitched squealing sound in the ears, in the inner ear. Rev 311 Micron says, even though we suffer, it's exciting to be part of this 0.001% of people who are awake, because we are fulfilling major prophecy just by being here at this very moment. We've got to see it like that in a certain way, guys. And I know to some people, they would be like, man, you should, this is really bad and we should mourn, but we have to see it in a way of like, we got to fight the good fight. See it as, we see it as like, we'll do everything in our good power to fight against evil, and try and make it that way in your mind. So it's not just like, well, evil's coming down and life is going to be bad. We've got to turn our good, positive thoughts into actions, and then somehow we'll have a positivity out of that we are fighting, that we are helping people, right? And that's like on a microcosmic scale. As a targeted individual, if I didn't make videos or did that conference call thing, I was a moderator for a conference call for a while. If I wouldn't have done any of those things and I was just dealing with my own targeting, I'd be so much more depressed. It would be so much more vicious in my mind. So we've got to do those things that turn it into, I can't think of a good word, but an adventure and a fight. We got to turn this into a real fight with all the positive energy that we have. And there is one great ground for fearlessness. God. You have God who is infinitely more powerful. He is God. He is God. Do you believe him? Do not be afraid. Jesus said, let not your hearts be troubled. Believe in God. So let's read that again. Jesus said, let not your hearts be troubled. Believe in God. And I think that's a really potent to me, because sometimes our heads have fear, right? Sometimes it's just impossible not to have stress. It's impossible, especially with remote neural manipulation, not to feel a mental fear. Let not your hearts be troubled. Believe in God. Our hearts in a deeper beyond frequency and energy, of course, getting our resonances up, right? But beyond our mind, there is a great power for the peace that surpasses all understanding. The Bible is truly magnificent, is truly of God, is truly his word to help us in dealing with things that are, way past the Bible's time, right? This technology, but the message stays true. The message is even beyond science, because some of these things, let not your hearts be troubled. What's past the mind, what's past frequency and energy,
what's part of our heart and our soul. He's talking about things that are beyond science that we know now. What else can we say? Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will hold you up with my victorious right hand. So I want to read that before we get into some information. And then I got so many windows pulled up here. Let's see if I can find this stuff. What do I want to show you guys first? So let's read this real quick. I'm sure you guys heard about this news story. Now, this is what I'm about to go through and information that I'm going to show. It's what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? I'm having trouble with words. It's not like a fact that I know what's going to happen, but I just want to show you some things that I've seen. So it's speculative, but some of the people that I'm showing their information, they were not speculating with gematria. They were not speculating with what God had let their eyes see. So that's kind of what I'm going into. Some of those things where we're trying to see what might happen in the future, but not fearing, just knowing. And we're going to read some verses about knowing, not fearing, like knowing what may be to come, knowing some of the plans and rituals of the masters that would be, but not fearing them, just knowledge, just faith in God, you know. Wayne Moore says, epic comeback 10. What game are you playing, Wayne? I'm still playing Red Dead Redemption. Wayne Moore says, Lisa is a perp hunter. Yeah, that's Lisa Marie Tattersall says, Rev 311, I was telling one perp about me being followed and told him how I'm covered in the blood and his face turned beet red. They don't like knowing that we're good people. So if you can like, you know, have a conversation with a gang stalker and you're a good person, they think that they've been told lies that you're like I don't want to say the P word, but they think that you're a drug addict or mentally ill or you're going to do something dangerous. And then the P word, you know, I think a lot of people around my condo, but if you have a conversation with them, people can feel your energy and feel who you are. And that sometimes can disarm them right away because they're like, what am I doing? I don't know anything about this person. Of course, there are other tactics that are a little bit more assertive. You know, you guys know your situation with the gang stalkers. You know what's going to back them off. I'd say doing anything too mean though, like doing anything really aggressive, it's going to give them more of a justification. They're going to be like, yeah, I knew that person. That's why they're targeted, because they're mean and they're rude and all that stuff. And then they're probably going to gang stalk you more. It's kind of a counterintuitive battle with gang stalking. So this is from NPR. Train engineer says he crashed in an attempt to attack Navy hospital ship in LA from April 2nd, 2020. A train engineer told the police in Los Angeles that he intentionally crashed his locomotive at high speed near the USNS Mercy hospital ship in what seems to be a bizarre attempt to expose a perceived conspiracy. Eduardo Moreno said he doesn't believe the ship is what they say it's for, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office in Los Angeles. The freight locomotive was traveling at a very high speed when it crashed through barriers, plowed under a highway overpass, and skidded to a stop more than 250 yards from the Mercy. The ship was not harmed during the attempted attack, and no injuries were reported. The Mercy is stationed in the port of Los Angeles to help cope with coronavirus crisis. But Moreno, 44, told law enforcement officers after the incident Tuesday afternoon that he is suspicious of the U.S. military vessel. You only get this chance once. The whole world is watching. I had to. People don't know what's going on here. Now they will. Moreno allegedly told a California Highway Patrol officer who apprehended him immediately after the incident. So what else did he say? Okay, so basically I just wanted to show you all that. And now I want to show you something else. which I found from the Richie from Boston and James True interview. James True has a really good YouTube channel, guys. If you want to go check him out and check out his body of work, I'm pretty sure he's targeted. He talks about 5G and alchemy. I'm very, very sure that I can't say for positive. I need to watch more of his videos, but I'm pretty sure that he is targeted. So we're going to go to James True's page, and y'all remember that. Please watch that interview and don't fear. And like I said, at the end of Passover, so I think Thursday, I'll breathe a sigh of relief, but that doesn't mean that these two ships, the Mercy and the Comfort, are not going to be used in some kind of new 9/11 or Pearl Harbor. Now, does that mean that somebody will attack the ships, the ships will be destroyed, and that will be used? Or, and we're going to get to that. We're going to get to the or, because it's something that I saw that Manyfish has been talking about for a while, and I put together some things that he was saying with something that I saw that is so bizarre, and it could be a portent to it could tell the kind of what the plan could be for a new 9/11. It's really conjecture. I don't know. I just want to show these things that I've seen, and then maybe you guys can just see what y'all see. So number 11, this is from the 19th Passover. The two towers of the ritual are the two ships on each coast. We are now between the USNS Mercy and the USNS Comfort, right? The USNS Mercy, I think, is the one. The Mercy is in Los Angeles, and so the Mercy is in Los Angeles, and then the USNS Comfort, New York, right here. What do you have in between them? America. You have America in between them. Keep that in mind. These are the Masonic pillars of Boaz and Jachin. I don't know how to say that word. These are the Masonic pillars of Boaz and Jachin. The USNS Mercy is in Los Angeles. The USNS Comfort is in New York City. Both are aligned as Masonic towers. The man who tried to crash the train car into the USNS Mercy on April 2nd was trying to end the Masonic ritual. So you heard what the guy said. These ships, it's not here for what people think they're here for. People are going to know now, right? And he was trying to actually crash into the ship. So let's go to this real quick. So what's in between? What is the heart of America? What is the heart of America? You guys put it in chat if you know the place that I'm thinking that's in the heart of America. Hey, nobody. Nobody said sorry, didn't mean question mark. Yeah, I'll always do that, nobody. Yeah, that's why I chose Warlock. I always do that. Like I'll be texting somebody and I'll be like, it'll be a statement and I'll accidentally put a question mark in for some reason. And then I have to put after that, like no question mark. Didn't mean to do that. So let's look at this. What's a good one? Just any of these, I guess. Oh, I gotta use the bathroom. So, okay, it's kind of a good point to use the bathroom. Let's see. Let's just go to a simple map, because this is just a simple point that I'm making here. My computer's like frozen. Alan Stordahl says the way they mess with my brain is by murdering my body. The 33% steal and destroy the game. Yep. Steal, kill, and destroy. What does Satan do? Kill, steal, kills, and destroys. Is that a game, nobody? Glimmering Insignia? I'm going to have something new to play after Red Dead Redemption 2. I think I'm going to play the Fallen Order again. This isn't a great map right here, but let's see. Let's go back. My attackers are giving me that pushing out my bladder. remote neural manipulation to the autonomic nervous system and trying to make me have to flush out my bladder right now. So let's look here. Well, I'll just tell you guys. We'll look at this one. You have the Comfort, I forget which one, Mercy and Comfort, New York, and LA. And then in the middle of the United States of America, the heart of America is Kansas. The middle of the United States of America is Kansas. Now, I thought that, and then I said, let's see if I can find maybe a better map. I wish I could get it bigger, but you know, New York, Los Angeles, Kansas is the heart of America. And I thought about that, and I said, I was watching some of Mini Fish's videos, and and I remember him talking a lot about Kansas. Now at the time, you know, it was the first Corey, the Needs of the Few. He has the YouTube channel, The Needs of the Many Outweigh the Needs of the Few. He sent me a video by Mini Fish. So I was just introduced to him. He's had all these videos about Kansas, and I kind of blew it off, right? I was like, man, that's just, you know, that's just, I said, that's crazy talk in my head. But Mini Fish has been right about so many things. Using gematria, he's right about the reset of the economy. And I'm gonna have to use the bathroom, guys, but I want to play this video. I want to play this video for you guys about, well, by Mini Fish, where he talks about Kansas. And he thinks that Kansas is a very, very important point in something that may be coming. So let's play this. So this video, and please subscribe and like Mini Fish's videos. You're not in Kansas, point of no return. Jericho, Miami, destruction, separation, spiritual war. So let's play this while I go use the bathroom. I should have turned my computer off and turned it back on before I did this live stream. Okay, you guys check this out.
Hey, Fish, 30th of January, 2020. There's a couple of real quick things I just want to throw at you here concerning Kansas, Jericho, meaning Israel and a fictional town in Kansas, and the Miami Super Bowl, perhaps. Very strange things. We had all the Kansas lawmakers a couple weeks ago were bussed to Forbes Field for an unusual briefing from the DHS. I will link all these articles for you guys, so just, you know, look in there for further details. But this did happen in Kansas, and only in Kansas apparently. And at the same time, the state treasurer of Kansas apparently was in Israel, either at that same time or shortly thereafter. And he happened to meet with IDF intelligence, and they discussed security challenges. Ironically, he'll be running for Congress as well at some point in the future, Jake LaTurner. He just happened to be in Israel at the same time, you know what I'm saying? And he heard from an IDF intelligence officer. Yeah. And he's running for Congress. And then we had a mayor of a pretty sizable town in Kansas, Lawrence, Kansas, had bricks thrown through the windows of her house, okay? And I put Jericho here because in the fictional television series Jericho, there were 23 cities targeted for nuclear terrorism, you could say. And Lawrence, Kansas just happened to be one of them.
So you see this show Jericho, and in Jericho, I guess the beginning of the apocalypse in Jericho, a nuclear attack on all these cities in Kansas. I don't know if you got to the part yet Let's keep playing it. But we all know about predictive programming, right? Jericho, I think, came out in the middle of the 2000s. Maybe it came out like 2006 or something like that. We know that the predictive programming happens way in advance of when the actual event happens.
Same state that the fictional town Jericho was located in. Okay, then we had the peace plan announcement, and Trump actually asked Pompeo a very odd question. I found it very peculiar.
And of course, our great Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo. That's impressive. That was very impressive. Thank you, Mike. Great. Very. Are you running for Senate? I guess the answer is no after that. They all want him to. Kansas, great state. They want him to, but you're doing a great job. Don't move.
I just found that very bizarre that Kansas would pop up in his announcement about the peace plan.
Kansas, great state. They want him to, but you're doing a great job. Don't move.
And in that peace plan, it includes the annexation of Jordan Valley, which includes the city of Jericho. If you look at the image of how that annexation will take place, you'll see that Jericho is completely surrounded by blue, by Israel. But Jericho itself apparently is left to the Palestinians. However, they are completely surrounded, just like Joshua 6, with the 7 priests, the 7 trumpets. They circled the city 7 times, so on and so forth, and the walls of Jericho fell. And it happens to be the name of the same fictional city in Kansas, where 23 United States cities are targeted for nuclear attack. The very same time that Trump was making this announcement, a 7.7 earthquake occurred, I believe in the very same time zone down around Cuba and Jamaica, and it actually caused people to evacuate buildings in Miami, which is a long ways away, but it did actually happen. And oddly enough, when they vacated these buildings in Miami, the 7.7 earthquake was 7.6 miles northwest of Lucia, Jamaica, interestingly enough, 6 miles beneath the surface of the water. The first person they interviewed, Manny Garcia, happened to be on the 23rd floor of this building at 2:30 p.m. The numbers are just screaming at me all over the place, you guys. The 23 cities.
Now, I'll tell you what, guys, even if in numbers are very important, and Nikola Tesla, did many experiments and a lot of research on, numbers being the very fabric of the material world, and maybe even kind of a portal into the spiritual world. But we know that the would-be masters use numerology in everything that they do. Even when in 19 is a huge number with COVID-19, 23 is a big number. So it's showing that it's like 7.7 earthquake. These numerical signposts along the way to concrete incidents in our real world, in America, in other countries.
In Jericho that were nuclear attacked. You see where I'm going? There was also a basketball game that emptied the benches in a brawl.
Check this out.
And the game was between Kansas and Kansas. I mean, you can't really make this stuff up, you guys. Seriously. Kansas and Kansas.
This is really bizarre.
Bench clearing brawl. And look at the image here.
See, 33,
22 about to pummel someone with a chair, right? And number 33 just happens to be the guy next to him. And we see this prominent 3, 2, 2, as well as all the numerology that just is steeped in that one image. And it's Kansas fighting Kansas.
Yeah, that's not good. This is bad.
Go figure. Kansas City is in the Super Bowl. Ironically, for the first time since 1969. And it's in Miami, where they had to vacate the 23rd floor at 2:30.
33rd day of the year, 333rd to end of the year. 33rd day of the year.
Miami happens to be one of the 23 cities that's attacked in the fictional TV series Jericho, okay, which is in Kansas, the heart of America.
The heart of America.
They create a new allied
And I just
states
want to
of
reiterate, if you've got the two towers, the Mercy and the Comfort, New York and California, the very heart of America is Kansas. And he talks about some other very, very striking evidence of DHS having this meeting with all the local leaders, the mayor, the governor of Kansas, a while back, I think a couple of months ago. So, and this is speculation. Not saying something's definitely going to happen, but I do just want to show you guys these things.
The flag has stars on it. Very interesting. But they maintain the 13 stripes because it's still the same rebellion. And that show hit the airwaves on the 20th of September 2006. And if we do go forward to the Super Bowl, it's 13 years, 4 months and 14 days. But this is where it gets real interesting. In the Hebrew Concordance, the 4884, the mirror, is a 12 and a 12, incidentally, is to divide. Okay, and that's exactly what happens in this Jericho.
Rev 311 Micron says, yeah, I don't know if it's just part of my targeting to freak me out, but just about all of my perps have masks on, some even looking like gang members. Yeah, and it's a more dehumanization of the population, right? People all wearing masks where you can't see their face, dehumanizing us much more than we were already dehumanized. D's Nut says, yeah, happy Easter to stay safe and perp in the face. Wayne Moore says, anyone sick from eating chocolate? Yeah, I don't have any chocolate. I didn't get any chocolate eggs or anything this year. I've been eating ramen noodles, broccoli and cheese soup, and egg rolls a lot. Rev 311 Micron says, Kyle, I've been watching Minifish for some time, and he's spot on with a lot of his observations and decodes. Sheds a ton of light on the occult. Yeah. And at first, when I just watched one of his videos, and I'll show you all the video where he's talking about 6G and 7G, which was factual, and he shows evidence of that. But all of his other stuff, I was like, and I know he won't mind because now I see that he's spot on about things. He sees things that are coming. I said, this guy's crazy. He's just using gematria. None of this means anything, but he's been right on. When the C virus was in China, he said, make no doubt, it's going to come here and they're going to use it to like lock people down and mess with the economy. He called it. And he also called the reset of the economy. I mean, he's called all these things. So it's put him in a new light in my mind. And so when I saw Mercy and Comfort as the two pillars, I heard what James True was saying, and then I looked at him talking about Kansas. He's obsessed with Kansas. He really thinks that Kansas will be part of some kind of destruction, some ritual like a new 9/11, something. And then I'm seeing that Kansas is in the heart of America, and then you got the two pillars. So now I'm questioning my mind. I really hope nothing happens at Passover, but still we have to think it's setting it up. Those two ships are setting it up where either something's going to happen to the ships or something's going to happen in the heart of America. And what that would be, I don't know. Would it have to do with 5G, with frequency weapons grids? I don't know. But we'll see some more evidence because you see these leaders in Kansas all getting together and having a huge secret meeting with DHS a couple of months ago.
Television series. The country is nuked, it's divided, and now they have the allied states of America. America is divided, essentially destroyed.
Rev 311 says Kansas is also in the Wizard of Oz, right? Yep. We're not in Kansas anymore. And Carla says, not I, Kansas for sure. Easter Bunny needs directions to Kyle's. Yeah, the Easter Bunny really needs, the Easter Bunny comes to my door. He ain't getting out of here. I'm gonna be having rabbit stew. You know what I'm saying, guys? I remember those Cadbury eggs. They're so good. Hopefully they'll get to this part soon. It just, when I saw this, it sparked something. And I was like, something concrete could be going on.
Just like they're dividing the land of Israel and annexing all the territory around Jericho, right? Get a load of this. In the Greek concordance, the word for 4884 is sun arpazo, or to snatch together, seize, catch, and it's from the Greek word 726, harpazo. This is the separation, the division, the wheat, the tares, the goats.
23.
You notice how they're just talking about all the goats. Kobe was a goat. LeBron's a goat, right?
So you're saying 23 symbolizes the separation of the wheat and the tares.
Brady, yep, he's a goat. You notice how they're just throwing that out so willy-nilly these days? Well, that's what we're dealing with, quite literally, except these are Nephilim. These are powers and principalities that only the blood of Christ Jesus and the Spirit of the living God
Oh, that's
carry
interesting.
through. Now, this is interesting.
That's very interesting. Rev 311 Micron says, nobody says rabbit stew, LOL. Rev 311 Micron says, in The Wizard of Oz, they are going to the Emerald City, which is what Seattle is known as. Isn't that where a COVID-19 case led to the pandemic declaration? That's really, really interesting. I didn't think about that. Alan Stordahl says one of the games they play is to see if they can get you to react violently to the harassment, so then they can toss you into jail or prison. Yeah, it's all about getting us to react, you know, out of sorts, you know, too aggressively, violent, rude, you know, so that people have more justification, right? And it's like you see all these people. I'll show another video. They need to get into a war with Iran. How are they going to do this? Well, they got to blame Iran for something so they can get into a war with them. So you see, and we all see as targeted individuals, our separate targeting is like this microcosm for these bigger things that they're doing. These targeting on a world scale, right? They want to attack Iran and then have Iran act aggressively back. So then they can go, oh, you were aggressive. You know, you shot down one of our drones. Oh, you killed some of our soldiers that were invading you. Now we have a justification. And that's exactly what they do to targeted individuals. They attack, 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 attack. And we just have to react negatively one time. And our negative reaction is the only thing that's going to be taken into account, not the years and the decades of microwave torture, mind control, people gang stalking us and vehicular harassing us. None of that exists, because that's part of the plan, right? It's part of the plan to get us to react negatively, and then they've got their excuse to bring us into another level of it. And what my attackers say all the time while they're murdering me, while they're torturing me, doing remote neural manipulations, we've got to get it. We've got to put them away. We got to get them out of there. We got to put them away. While they're attacking me for no reason, you know, raping my thoughts, raping my mind, raping my body, saying we got to get him out of there. So it's on a global scale, there is a false, an FF culture, right? If somebody's not doing anything, but hey, you can attack them and make them look like they're doing something, and then you can take it to the next level. And that is a culture, a global culture that keeps being put into place and keeps moving further and further along. I recognize this. You see all those YouTube channels about narcissists, right? Many more people are dating and having narcissists in their lives. It seems like there's more and more narcissists. The trauma creates these narcissists that will, you know, attack you and gaslight you and do all this stuff, kind of like a gang stalker, and then blame you for your reaction. They want you to blow up. They want you to get to this point where you do something that's like you mean or whatever. And we're seeing so many more of them because of the way that this world is being conditioned. I always say a terraforming for psychopaths. Like the world is being terraformed, and that terraforming is not a good word because that means like terraforming the land, but it's being conditioned and built like the human race. They're trying to condition it as a place where psychopaths, narcissists, sociopaths can have an easy time. And what does that mean for empaths? What does that mean for the compassionate? What does that mean for the normal human being that just wants to do good? It makes it impossible for us to be comfortable. And we can get through it, we can survive and stuff like that. But it is a terrible world for an empath. You feel all these deaths and all these people in pain and suffering and scared. And it is a terrain that is hard to survive in. You know, when the world before, empaths could do good, and but that's why we have to, like, I mean, that's why as empaths, compassionate people, normal people, we have to spread our ripples, right? We got to spread our ripples and try and gain back some ground, right? So much ground has been taken. When it's coming from a top down, though, it gets to be a point of like, well, God's going to have to do something with this, whatever God's will, because, you know, we've got the principalities up there, the top of the pyramid, who are controlling everyone through money, through peer pressure, through conditioning and everything like that. And it's like, what can one empath or even a group of empaths, like we're getting information out and grouping up, what can we do against such a beast, the beast, right? And that's where we have to rely in the name of Jesus Christ on God's miracles. And maybe he doesn't, you know, I don't know. I question it. Maybe he doesn't want humanity to be saved. Maybe this is kind of the end of humanity as it was. And that's kind of God's judgment. And then the people who have clean souls and did what's right, we go to the next level. We go off of earth, higher up, you know, higher up into heaven, the next place, maybe beyond this universe, and then we do God's will there. You know, but this may be, I guess I don't want to say that. You know, we can always say things, and whatever God's will, right? That's the key. The key is we fight, we try and save people, we try and save our society, we do as much as we can, even in the impossible, and then whatever God's will, we respect that. We respect that. We worship God, even though He slay us. We will trust in Him.
A lot of you may be too young to remember this or just never listened to this kind of music, but there was a band. In fact, there still is a band called Kansas, and they just happen to still be on tour.
This is a very weird connection. This band Kansas. Let me read Nobody's comment first. Hey, Tansy. Nobody says, Kyle, their program is to make sure that empath loses out while narcissists win out. Yeah. The teachings of Jesus can counter the evil cultural influence and establish positive influence, right? Sending our ripples out. Because what else? What else is there? I'm not going to become a narcissist. I can't become a bad person. I can't give in to an evil system that murders children, rapes families, experiments on people's minds. So I have no choice, and you guys have no choice but to be good, to be empathetic to people. So we do our best. So we just do our best, and then we trust in God's will. Our balance may be found in the, what just happened there? I didn't even touch anything. All right, give me 1 second, guys.
Enjoy 90 days free. Download and watch. Quick bites.
And obviously, it's an ad that I can't skip. There's going to be another one too, probably. Oh, fitting, the Truman Show.
Marlon. You really think this is gonna fall off there later? Oh yeah, sure. Talented. Too bad didn't hit you. Could have sued.
I go back. Can I even use my cursor? Okay, my attackers have frozen up my computer.
See you tomorrow.
I got to stop I get really frustrated when that happens, and I'm like, oh, just get off of my computer. But I just need to chill out and get back to the information as soon as I can, because it's probably going to happen a lot. Yeah, and Carlisle says,
before
so
the
right,
Super Bowl
Kyle. All we
in
can do.
Jacksonville, Florida. I mean, seriously.
C485
And the
Moon says,
venue,
definitely
look
not
at
the
the
time to be
symbolism in this.
fearful.
I mean, we
Definitely
could
not
spend
the
time
time.
here. February 1st. Look at this. The Point of No Return Tour, Kansas, Jacksonville, Florida. Look at the zip code, 32202.
Point of no return.
Crazy. And they got this little compass over here with the ship going over the edge. The point of no return. Another mockery with the black sun back there. Just amazing. So Florida, Miami, you know, that's really prevalent here. The division, it's just a matter of time, folks. You don't know Jesus, you've got to get to it.
Amen.
Oh, one more thing. I kind of akin this Jericho, a fictional television series where 23 United States cities are targeted in nukes, okay, to the London Telegraph comic strip, you might say, Operation Blackjack, where Blackjack is 21, which is 777. And we just had this event 201 about the contagion, the coronavirus. 21. Boeing is having to lay off 2,800 employees in Wichita, Kansas, because that's where their contractor, Spirit Aerosystems, is located. Spirit in Wichita, Kansas.
I really like that, what you said there, Rev 311 Micron. If you're being targeted, it's because you've always been targeted since birth, but it's so overt nowadays because you're at your fullest potential. We all are. I think it's a time of great awakening. Yeah, Tansy says, Richie from Boston has me freaking out for you Americans. Yeah, me too, Tansy. I'm trying to keep it level, you know, and he's just trying to warn people of what he sees. It's just like me doing this video where I'm seeing some symbolism in the Mercy and the Comfort, those two ships, and I'm seeing some symbolism. You have Kansas in the heart. Is there gonna be a new 9/11, a new Pearl Harbor, because they've been saying it? You know, if we get past Passover, it's cool, and we need to not fear. But it's freaking me out too. It's freaking me out. I sense. And this could be the targeting. This could be the targeting, and it could be all the stuff that's just going on, the lockdown. You know, people suffering, people, you know, people dying from other things, and then you know these deaths are being funneled into. They had the CV virus. You know, people being hurt by 5G frequencies and the frequency weapons grid. It could just be those things, and it's making me feel this way. But I feel this sense of like there's something coming up, right? Something coming up. If we get through Passover without a new 9/11, I'll breathe a sigh of relief. But that doesn't mean if those two ships stay there, like if they're permanent structures there, then we've got to say, are they leaving them there to either destroy them, and then that will be a terrorist attack, because they're talking about the drug cartels, obviously still Muslim terrorists. There's all these enemies along with the CV virus. Are they going to try and do a two for, well, they're doing a lot of different angles, but like we have this invisible enemy, the CV virus. Oh, and then that left it open for some Iranian terrorists to do something to us. So now while we have this CV virus thing, they use it to go to war with like Iran, right? Something like that. Or they say it's like drug cartels from South America. Well, now we've got to go to war with South America or Mexico. We got to put troops in Mexico and maybe try and take over that. You see what I'm saying? To use it for another thing, to use all this, because I find that, or we've seen in the past, that when one emergency or event happens, they use it to do all these different things. And that's what they're doing. That's what they're going to do with the CV virus pandemic, you know, because they want to, by 2021, they want to have a lot of stuff set in place for moving it along. And then they want to have certain stuff set in place by 2030. Maybe millions and millions of people are not going to die up to 2021. And this is like a dry run where, you know, they're making people sick with the frequency weapons grid and the 5G grid, getting a lot of death. But then from 2021 to 2030, that's when they start really taking out millions of people. I hope not, I hope not. And we just got to deal with whatever comes. But I'm just seeing these signposts, right? Seeing these signposts. And there's the Wizard of Oz.
No, I know we're not in Kansas.
Where they're laying off 2,800 people. It's just insane. Everything that's coming together with this whole scenario here is really bizarre. But, there it is. Kansas. Anak, the sons of Anak. That's the spirit that's always behind this stuff. Let me just try and sum this up. I mean, there is something absolutely going on here between Kansas.
Yeah, Tansy said it. Tansy says, I'm worried if you guys don't cause chaos, they may start it and blame some random people for it. Yeah. So it's like if they don't get enough chaos out of the public and we actually outsmart them and we're pretty sophisticated and we just do things in a peaceful way and go back to our lives and stuff like that, they may say, okay, well, the public's not acting how we want them to. We're just going to go ahead and cause an event and then take what we want out of that event. Yeah. Mm-hmm. America is, from what I've seen from James True, they're putting up America as the sacrificial lamb. I'm seeing that. When is it? During Passover? We're like halfway through Passover, so I'm like, okay, if we just get through today, and I'm trying not to freak out about it, but that doesn't mean that sometime in the future something couldn't happen. Rev 311 Micron says, Kyle, they've been telling us right before big false flags happen years in advance in the media. It's a very taboo topic because a lot of people don't seem to understand the implications. 9/11 is a key example. That's what I'm saying. They've done it before, and we see some signs that it will be done again. Wayne Moore says they have come too far to let off the gas now, in my opinion. That's what I think, Wayne. And that's what Richie from Boston says. They're not just going to let everything go back to normal because this is with that guy, the guy who was on the Obama, he was in the Obama cabinet. I can't remember it. He said, never let a good crisis go to waste. Rahm Emanuel said, never let a good crisis go to waste. Tansy says, I don't even trust the towers were burnt down by regular people. I think it was them to get more people to turn away from learning the truth and more online censorship. Yeah. The 9/11 was done for so many different reasons, bringing in, the Patriot Act, targeting more people, right? So we're targeted by frequency-based weapons and neuro weapons. We've got all these DHS fusion centers. That was all caused. The big catalyst was 9/11. And then they had all these DHS fusion centers being built, fusion with local law enforcement, local government, and everything like that. And then they can say, well, we think this person's dangerous, so we need to go ahead and target them, remote neural manipulate them, remote neural monitor them, attack them with weapons, and gang stalk them in their communities. So that's why I'm so concerned about a new 9/11, because we've just seen the massive evil things that have come out of 9/11. So with this, it's like there's a CV virus, right? Is what they're saying for the pandemic, but it's not a real reason. They're using it as a reason to lock down, to change the way that we gather as people, to change a lot of things in the economy. But it seems like they always want that big scare. We need to blame. I feel like they're at the point where it's like, okay, there's this invisible enemy, the CV virus, but we need the boogeyman to come out now. We need the boogeyman to come out and do some events so that we've got the CV virus to be scared of. Can't run that way. CV virus is there. You can't run this way because you got the boogeyman. Now, who would that be? Would it be maybe cartels? Would it be Iranian terrorists? Are they going to come up with some new, like some terrorist event happens in America, maybe in Kansas, or maybe the ships are destroyed or something like that, and they say Iran has created this new, it's not like ISIS or anything like that, but it's a new terrorist organization. Because think about it, right? That, all these countries in the global government, they do things, and they do things, and Hollywood does things where in a movie you can't have the first movie you have the villain, right? Well, the second movie you can't just have the same villain. It gets old. People aren't as scared of that anymore. They're used to it. So I see that like the global structures in the top of the pyramid, they want to jazz things up, a new fear, right? So I'm kind of seeing that probably something will happen, and maybe not during Passover, but then it'll be like, oh, Iran has this new terrorist cult, and they're the new enemies, and we've got to worry about CV-19. It's speculation. This is total speculation. I hope that things are just as bad as they have been right now. Y'all know what I mean. I mean, I hope that it stays at this kind of level, and we take it back, go back to work, and this kind of goes away. Then we're still dealing with vaccines, right? We're still dealing with a lot of stuff, but I hope there isn't a big other push within the push, a push within the push, you know, because the whole pandemic is a huge push to cement in the new world order. And just hope there's nothing that's like, oh, we got this now, so you can't go this way and you can't go that way because we got the two boogeymen that you're in between.
Jericho, Israel, of course. The Super Bowl, Kansas City, all these various things, these lawmakers being briefed in private by the DHS, the treasurer meeting with the IDF, the politician getting bricks thrown through her house, the peace plan, him.
Ann says, Kyle, where does Jane live? The leaning signs video. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Ann. Jane. I don't know. Maybe send me an email. The leaning signs video. Can you put a link to it? Or was it a video I did? Hey, Therese. Hey, James. How you doing, man? Rev31 on Micron says it's so easy to get labeled as a domestic terrorist nowadays just for disagreeing with people and pointing out crimes against humanity. LOL. Yeah, for being a good human being. For being a good human being. And you know why that is, right? Because a lot of these people in the death cult, these agencies, they believe in the tenets of Aleister Crowley. What did Aleister Crowley do? Aleister Crowley sacrificed 100, maybe 150 young, innocent boys. The more innocent, the better. So think about these FFs, and especially our targeting, it's good people. It's good people who are innocent people who do good. They get a lot of energy out of that. So our targeting is definitely ritualistic, guys. No doubt. Like even my attackers may not understand the ritualistic nature of it. They may think, oh, well, it's it's experimentation. It's learning about the mind. It's, we have to take care of this guy because he could do something bad if who knows what they think. They obviously know I'm a good guy, but on a mass scale, all the people being targeted, and now more people are going to be roped in because the 5G infrastructure being built. Then you got 6G, 7G coming after that. They're going to use the confusion to just to tie more people's brains to these bidirectional streams of energy during this pandemic and all the chaos of it. And they're going to pick innocent people who are good because it helps their ritual, helps their global ritual. So I mean, we are being ritually, ritually tortured, ritually raped, and then some targeted individuals have lost, a lot of targeted individuals have lost their life. It was inversion, complete inversion is what we're seeing in our world. And inversion is of Satan.
Mentioning Pompeo in Kansas? That's just bizarre. The Jericho annexation, the peace plans at the same time as a 7/7 quake, this crazy fight with these basketball teams, a Super Bowl celebration party in Kansas City where 2 people were killed at the Nines Ultra Lounge. It was just a very strange scenario there. I mean, really.
Okay, I'll check it out.
The 69, Kansas City in the Super Bowl, the 23 cities, only 21 are successful attacks. And then I mean, it just goes on and on. Oh yeah, and on the same day that Trump releases the peace plan, a 6-foot boa constrictor snake. I'm not kidding you. I mean, seriously, the very same day that Trump's making the speech, right? A 6-foot boa constrictor is found in someone's couch.
You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in
Rose Hill, Kansas.
Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain.
You just can't get around this stuff, you guys. The separation, that is the big one, though, because that's what's upon us. It is a literal.
Okay, guys, let me show you this one real quick. Separation of the wheat and tare symbolized by 23. And in that show, Jericho had so much 23 symbolism in it. Show you this one. Okay, this is the one that Corey sent me. My introduction to Minifish, where he talks about 6G and 7G. So we'll watch it all the way through. It's pretty long, but we'll hang out. We'll hang out and watch it. And I think that he shows. Did he show all the people meeting in the last one when I was using the bathroom? Did I miss that where the governor was shot at in her home and everything like that? That's a huge sign. If DHS is meeting and FEMA is meeting with all the leaders at like this time before even the CV virus came here, that is some evidence that they're planning something for that area, you know, some sort of event. And this is like from PNAC to now it's way worse with all these other agencies. You know, John F. Kennedy did not get what he wanted. Operation Northwoods, he would not sign anything about it. He thought it was the stupidest idea. But now it's just our culture to murder the citizens of a nation, to go to war, to have excuses to take away their freedoms. It's just what these agencies do now. And we can see that as targeted individuals being brutally experimented on, our families being torn apart, gang stalked 24 hours a day, noise campaigns, brutal remote neural manipulation, you know, all to try and get us to do something so then we can be put away and our lives can be even worse, all the way to, you know, what they would want is our deaths. It's all a, well, we need to kill everybody to save them. This inversion, this delusion, this lie that we need to I don't want to say certain words. I think the K word and the M word, but we need to put everybody under the ground in a certain country to save them, to keep them safe. It's gone from Operation Northwoods to PNAC to the stuff that happened in 9/11 to now we need to destroy and put everybody under the ground to keep them safe. This inversion, this lie, and it's not keeping anybody safe. It's not making the world safer. It's just giving people that want to destroy everybody. It's giving them more control over us in our minds, our bodies, but never our spirit, because their science has not gotten there yet. But it's just ridiculous. It's like, I mean, my attackers would be like, hey, well, we're going to target and experiment on this good family to save America. Yeah. And they've even had to twist it in their minds because they see how much damage they're doing to saying, oh, well, it's really saving the world. Now it's not, we're not doing these things to help the population or to save the population. We're really, we're going to put everybody under the ground, Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, so that we can save the world, so that we can make sure that the earth is safe from all of our pollution, right? It's just a delusion, a lie, straight from Satan. So let's watch it. Maybe it's in this one. We're going to watch the whole thing on this one. It's so important. And I'm going to be, hello, it's Minifish. Hey guys, Minifish. I need to come up with something when I start my videos. It's cool.
Of February 2020. Pray you're all well. There's a plethora of things that I want to share with you here. One thing I want to just get out of the way is the undeniable connection to all this spiritual warfare to Kansas. I mean, it's just undeniable. Did you know the Spanish flu from back in 1918 was actually originated in Kansas through the U.S. Army, and then they exported it to Europe and the world, right? Unknowingly, sure, they knew full well it was going on. And it ended up killing anywhere from 50 to 100 million people around the world. And oddly enough, it seemed to only affect 20 to 40-year-olds, primarily men. Go figure that out. That's called a bioweapon. And yes, they've had this technology.
Hey, Tansy, that's a great question. Tansy says, does anyone think they will covertly trial the vaccinations on TIs? And I say they already have, because I was talking to Dr. Hoffer, James G. Adorno talks about this, where there's certain, and I can't remember, my attackers will not let me remember the name of there's certain chemicals. It's not nanotechnology. It's not the smart dust. It's not the biofilm, but there's certain toxins that work extremely, it can make the directed energy weapons and the remote neural manipulation work very differently person to person. And I think they put this stuff in our environments. You know, I think they put it in chemtrails in certain areas. So some of this stuff that's going to be directly injected with vaccines, it has been experimented on targeted individuals first. Excuse me, guys. And Carlos says, just like the wizard, not so scary now, is he? Just like Satan, a big fake, big smoke and mirrors, prince of the air. But God has the true power in the name of Jesus Christ. He is way above any of these algorithms. It is an illusion. Their power is an illusion. Look at it. Look how many people around the world are good and moral and could just say, no, this is a lie. And no, we're not gonna stop our business. If everybody did it together, right? If everybody did it together, there'd be no chance of it succeeding. But because you have in this society where most people are going to follow the rules and they're worried about getting the fines and everything like that, or they're scared of the C virus, maybe a couple of people will run up, right? A couple of people will run up, but then those people can be dealt with by the evil system. So it's all about all of us coming up all at once, you know, and that's tough to do. But that is like the real moral population of the world has all the power, and especially if we get with God and do it. But it takes all of us at once doing it, and that's the tough thing. That's the hard thing, even with the targeting, the target individual problem, the targeting, the mind control and things like that. If all targeted individuals, we all did videos every day, we all went to the rallies, we all did that, it'd be done, right? Every one of us has said that, but it's not how things work. People, you know, one person will do what they're going to do in their activism in their videos at this time, this other person will do it this time, and we can't get in conjunction. We can't get into a true unified state of action and civil disobedience and saying no. But if we did that, boom, be over. You know, to understand that is the first step, and then actually being able to do it.
Technology for that long. It was never fully reported in the U.S., although they knew it. So there goes your theory about the fourth estate being anything more than a mouthpiece for the Luciferian elite, because that's all they are. It was only first reported in Spain, and hence they dubbed it.
Hey, nobody asked, Kyle, what did Dr. Hoffer say? I have some videos on it, and I tried to go through everything that he talked about. So maybe I'll do a playlist on that. I did a playlist on defenses, guys. So check my playlist. There's one for, what did I call it? It's defensive solutions, defenses and something else. But one thing that was very interesting that I found super interesting, and I kind of blew it off. When I went to see Dr. Hoffer, he checked my ears, right? They have that little microscope thing with the light on it to check your ears. He did that the quickest I have ever seen any doctor do anything. He went boop, boop. He didn't even look in my ears. And now kind of suspecting that I do have some kind of implant on this side, I'm like, did he just not want to see it? Did he just not want to be responsible for seeing an implant near my tympanic membrane and then having to be like, well, I have a moral responsibility to kind of take this out or something like that. So weird. I mean, he went boom, boom, like barely looked inside of my ears, almost like he knew, like he pretty much suspected that there would be some kind of implant in my ears and he didn't want to see it, you know. But he said a lot of things, Nobody. I did some videos about it. Maybe I'll revisit that sometime soon.
The Spanish flu. And some of the gematria related to this is really telling. Kansas in the Jewish 232 is an exact match to Satan. An exact match.
Look at these connections.
Change, which is the
for
mechanism
Kansas.
by which they are
232
using
equals
to control the masses. This is what's going on. The chemtrails change the climate because that's your climate change. What do you think is going to happen when you dump trip?
Equals Satan. It's Kansas in Judaism, 232. And then you've got mercy and comfort on each end of America, and you've got Kansas as the heart of America. So I'm like adding these things up, seeing these links, and I'm like, you know, and then the local government, the governor, the mayor, I think the mayor of the capital of Kansas, they all got together with them before even this started. I think it was back in 2019. Was like getting them prepared for maybe something that was going to happen in Kansas. So hoping nothing. I'm hoping it's just conjecture. I hope it's just conjecture.
Of nanoparticulates into the atmosphere. You're gonna change the climate.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah, and I want to clarify on that too, because Ann says, Kyle, I don't think it needs to be an implant, not for me at least. Yeah, definitely. They can do this. Your brain has a bioresonance. Your brain has a fingerprint, and also your brain has something natural called magnetite in it, which interacts with electromagnetic frequencies. So even without nanotechnology, no implants or anything like that, your biofield and your brain's unique fingerprint can be used to target you. Now, but remember, I talk about redundant systems. So you've got this nanotechnology biofilm, and then some targeted individuals at an early age, and they still do this, guys. They still do have the rice-size implants that are transceivers because it's a redundant system and it intensifies the targeting. But Ann is completely correct, and I need to clarify that when I talk about my implant, that they can target somebody without nanotechnology, without biofilm, without smart dust, without implants, just by the electromagnetic properties of your brain. And your brain has a natural substance called magnetite in it that responds to electromagnetic frequencies. So yes, Ann is right. I just think that's something in my targeting which intensifies it. Before my targeting became overt, high-pitched ring in the ears, V2K, gang stalking, where I noticed it, I was remote neural manipulated and had vagus nerve stimulation before any of that. So it makes me suspicious that I do have an implant in my sinus or my tympanic membrane or the second to last tooth that was being used 10 years before my targeting went overt. And then they started using these external means, right? So for that like 10-year period of time, it was all signals to this transceiver, which pulsed electromagnetic signals to the nervous system in my vestibular system before they started actually with the external beams and external electromagnetic fields. But yeah, you're totally right. They don't need any of it. They don't need any nanotechnology or any implants to target a human being and to target the brain, to target the nervous system, even to do external hits. Yeah.
And they're distributing nanotech through the chemtrails.
It's airborne. It's not a single fiber here and there. It is glowing under UV light. So if you take a UV lamp at night, you can see those fibers airborne. And there are billions of them. And these fibers is infecting the human body.
I want to read these two things.
95%.
Rev 311 Micron says, "Hey Kyle, check this out. The official name for chemtrails are called stratospheric aerosol injections, or SAIs. S-AI, artificial intelligence. their cover story is that they aren't doing it yet, right? And 6G is going to be gigahertz frequency scalar waves intertwined with AI, which they're already doing to targeted individuals, right? I think they're going to do that with 5G too, but the AI is going to be more significant in 6G. And 7G is going to be photonic energy that actually interacts with our DNA. So light energy is an electromagnetic spectrum, light, interacting with the DNA. He talks about it on here. Yeah, they have all these little acronyms and everything that are these little tricks and signs of what they're doing. Tansy says, my son had an x-ray on his hand and there was a round thing between his thumb and pointer on the top of his hand and it was round. Yeah, I think they're still doing pretty big sized implants, and there's a lot of them that look very different. And I went to an ear, eye, nose, and throat doctor when I didn't really know what was going on. I had the high pitched sound. I had V2K, but I didn't know it was V2K yet. I thought my neighbor was just attacking me with stuff. And they took an x-ray of my sinus, and the doctor was like, well, there's some kind of occlusion there. It was like a little blurry spot in my sinus. But, you know, I blew it off. I said, well, oh, it could just be an imperfection or something like that. And he was like, we don't really know what it is. And I wasn't even thinking about implantation. I didn't know what was going on. I thought I was being hit with just ground weapons from my neighbor, you know, so I wasn't even thinking about how far this goes, how remote it is, the infrastructure, and then catalysts like you know, and some of them are right size, some of them are more round. There's many different shapes to these, and like I said, guys, even though they can do it without it, the military industrial complex, and then the people at the Capstone running doll, redundant systems. If this doesn't get you, this will get you. If you fix this, then we still have this backup of this implant, right? So when I'm doing really good with cleansing baths, really doing good with blocking anything external, really doing good with Dave Case's CD, which is calming down the vestibular electromagnetic pulses, transcranial stimulation, then they can just use that implant, right? Because I can block some things. It may block a little bit of the signal coming in, but really it's like it can get that signal very easily and pulse from the inside. So they use that redundant system. With me, it's been very important to them, I think. And this is like, I need to check it out. I need to get more concrete data. I'm not even saying 100%. I definitely have an implant on the left side. I have a very grave suspicion, and it's almost 100% suspicion, but I need to get it checked out, right? And doctors are so scared. What if I go to a doctor, they do see that there's some kind of implant, but they lie to me and say, no, everything's fine, because it's a you know, an agency, a governmental agency that's doing this, and so they can't talk about it. And I just get lied to. I'm like, okay, well, they said I don't have an implant, and then I do still have an implant. So it's a horrifying situation for targeted individuals. You know, you guys know this is hard, and we need that to change. And like I say most of the time, I do understand what's happening in the world, and it's very bad, super bad globally. But you know, some percentage of me is like, this is my mission as a targeted individual, to get people to know about this and to get us help. And I'm going to keep doing that. I'll do other stuff, and we'll talk about the dangers of the satanic globalist system coming in place and fight that. This is a key here that a lot of people who are not targeted individuals, and even some targeted individuals, don't understand how this really plays into what's happening in the world right now. And that's a reason we've been censored for so long, and people call us mentally ill and stuff like that, because they had planned on using the frequency weapons grid and 5G to do a lot of these, exosomes being released and people getting sick, and giving people symptoms and everything like that. It's very, very much more complicated in that simple way I just said it. But they planned to use it in the future, and they couldn't let the world know about it, because then when this happened, people would be asking more questions than they're already asking, right? And people are asking a lot of questions. So a percentage of me is like, we still need people to know about these frequency. This is so important. We can, we try and deal with all these other angles of society, the lockdown, the economy, people may be going out and protesting and doing those things. Just all of our freedoms being taken away here in America, and in other places, whatever freedoms y'all did have being controlled and taken away. If we try and say, well, we'll deal with mind control, we'll deal with remote neural manipulation, and we'll deal with this frequency weapons grid and 5G later after we handle that, well, they're going to be controlling everybody's mind. They're going to be controlling people's behavior, politicians, local government, individuals, like the individuals who protest will be, maybe a wide spectrum, or some of them will be targeted. And all this will play into anything that's going on. So this is a key problem that needs to be resolved, and people need to know about if we're going to have any chance of changing anything about what the New World Order is doing right now. And that's where I put out my information. I talk with you guys and I say, God, whatever your will is, just direct me what I can do as a targeted individual, as a single human being, and let's see where that goes, And if it's too late, it's too late. If we're going into a satanic New World Order system, which it looks like, we just do our best. We do our best. We trust in God's will. What else can we do? And I think that, very soon we're gonna see groups of people being civilly disobedient, going out. But then I think they've already predicted that. They're sending tanks and military vehicles. I think somebody was talking about it in Badger's panel to Pennsylvania. They're sending like 800 grenade launchers. What do they need grenade launchers in Pennsylvania for? So we've got some very, 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 not just unsettling, but evil things on the horizon. We just got to ask, what can we do? What can we do as a servant of God, as a targeted individual? And I think this is a key thing that people understand, that 5G is not even like, whoa, that's the end tech there. They're already planning 6G and 7G, and they've already got many other components of the frequency weapons grid that they've been torturing people for decades. And 5G is a part of that. And the more the infrastructure they put in is going to be a bigger part of that frequency weapons grid. And then they're going to have certain angles of it that they let consumers use, but they even try and control consumers and people through that consumer use too. So all of these things are a weapon. All of these things are dual use. And whenever the agencies at the top have something that's dual use, you can bet your bottom dollar they're going to figure out way more asymmetrical ways to make the good things that can come out of a technology used against the people, because they're so entrenched in that. They're so far gone. We need to kill people to save them and stuff like that. That they're going to use these good things in the medical field and the consumer technologies and say, how well we can make them think that's going to be good, and then we'll use it against them.
Or 99% of the people, nothing special happens. They just function as a plasmonic antenna to send out a signal, but you don't get sick from it. You don't get ill.
Yeah, Therese Crosby says body electric.
So we would guess 100% of the population is infected. Some of the people cannot handle it. And at a certain point, they are extracted via the skin.
Look at that. That's Morgellons right there.
They...
Lisa Marie Tattersall says something so important. Detox to get heavy metals out of the body. You are less of an antenna. Yeah, so the detoxing, I have this, well, the most important thing is, Epsom salt baths, and then you do a borax with like palm olive soap or apple cider vinegar, baking soda, tea tree oil soap, and other things too, but that's the most important thing. And then cleansing our bodies, the inside of our bodies out by spirulina, chlorella, boron. And I'm going to do a video where we just talk about the supplement and cleansing aspect of it. And that's defense, guys. That's defense solutions right there. Like the supplements, the cleansing. I have this thing, it's Doc of Detox. Doc of Detox. It's a pineal gland detox. and it has all these different things in it. I forgot the exactly, but it's working very well to cleanse heavy metals out of the brain. So we need supplements that can actually target the brain in a good way, you know, with supplements to cleanse out those heavy metals, to cleanse out nanotechnology as much as we can cleanse out nanotechnology. And I'm not even sure if some of this nanotechnology can be cleansed out, you know.
We have this ability to collect colors. You have blue Morgellons and you have red Morgellons. And nobody knows where these colors come from because they are of technical origin. It's not a natural substance. So you can see them when the skin is opening. You can see them under the microscope if you make a blood analysis. And you can let them grow artificially in a petri dish.
Okay, guys, and we're talking about Morgellons right now, and then there's other things besides Morgellons that are of a more high-tech nature. It's like strands of, like, it goes along with Morgellons, but there's even other things past Morgellons. There's like bio-nano substances that are put into it. But Lisa Marie says, I have a video called My Morgellons Cure to Get Rid of the Metals. So everybody check out Lisa Marie Tattersall's channel. She has a video about how to get rid of Morgellons. What I do, I just use boron internally, then I use the Doc of Detox stuff, you know, then all my regular supplements, right? Spirulina, chlorella, then I do the borax bath, I do the Epsom salt baths, but then I do separate borax baths with palm olive soap, with tea tree oil soap, and then apple cider vinegar. And you can drink apple cider vinegar too. Like, get some good flavored apple cider vinegar, and that's going to cleanse you. It's going to cleanse inside. And then there's also like, what is it? Bentonite clay. Bentonite clay also can attract all those toxins and heavy metals in your body and get them out. So bentonite clay is also a huge priority. But check out Lisa Marie Tattersall's. Yeah, that's how I feel, Tansy. Tansy says, I feel like the doctors will just lie to me too, Kyle. I've been wanting to go and just get x-rays, like go to an ear, eye, nose, and throat doctor, get him to check in this ear, get him to check my sinus. But, you know, I saw it was like a little blur on the x-ray, and he even pointed out, he was like, there's like an occlusion, he called it, or something like that, on my left sinus right here. But he said, it might not be anything, it might not be a big deal. But that was before I even knew really that I was targeted remotely, and I didn't really even think about implants. Then I had the dentist. I went to the dentist, and the dental, what do they call them? The person that, the dental assistant, like one day I was about to leave, and she goes, Kyle is wired in a different way than everyone else. And it was like we hadn't been talking about anything like that, and her eyes got wide. She goes, Kyle's wired different than everybody else. So I suspect maybe in the second to last tooth, I may have had some dental implants. So the most common ones, if you do have like a rice size or round implant, the most common places that I know about, and that I'm seeing in my research, would be the inner ear, directly on the inner ear, tympanic membrane, your sinus. The sinus is a very, very common place for them to put illegal implants, and then dental implants. Dental implants is the other one. So I highly suspect, you know, I have 3 suspect places over here that you go to a doctor and they're just going to be like, no, didn't find anything, because they don't understand how bad it is, and they're scared of the government. You know, they're scared that the government's going to take away funding or fire them or whatever. Maybe that can change in the near future. I mean, that's my mission, is to change it in the near future anyway. Hey, what's up, Strong-Minded? Strong-Minded Individual says, top of the morning, Colin, folks, 5 a.m. here. It's about, what time is it here? It's like 7:30 where I am. I got to plug this thing. My battery's about to die on my tablet. Rev 311 Micron says, I think we sometimes don't realize just how dangerous we are seen as by the beast system when we are talking about and looking at all this information That's why most reject it when you try and tell them. Yeah, I totally agree. Tansy says, Kyle, should we do a cleansing healthy live stream? I've discovered new things that are helping a lot. Yeah, we definitely will. We'll definitely do that soon. Just cleansing and supplements and everything like that. And I'll do a panel. Or maybe you can just come on,
If you
Tansy,
look at them, you see they're
and
a
talk
little bit more
about what you
complex
got.
than
People can talk in chat, and I can say what I
fungus.
use.
They have kind
We'll
of-
do
kind
a
of
panel
organs
soon.
inside. They have little red stem cells of an unknown species that are self-replicating as well.
which works in sync with the color out of sync.
Instagram, these words, demons, doesn't capture the essence of what's happening here. And these things that we're summoning into the world now are not demons.
Let's listen to
but
this guy
they're
real
more
quick.
like the Lovecraftian great old ones.
There's only one way out of
So
this darkness.
you hear that guy saying talking about the old ones from I can't remember the name of it, but I really, knowing about the nature of just this universe, there's things that we can't see with our eyes, and what comes through those frequencies, right? I think you can, through high frequency, you might have some agents of God, like angels, that might be able to travel through frequencies or speak through deeper than frequencies. But also you've got what evil low resonance things, right? If extremely low frequencies are used, what other forms of life, like forms of life that aren't in our material reality but are still in reality, that are in another just a like extra, I guess the best way I can figure to say it is extra dimensional, but we have a spectrum that we see, right? What's in another spectrum that can travel on extremely low frequencies? That's a very, very serious thing. If they get they have a bunch of quantum computers running, what can travel that's not in our material universe through those things, and especially extremely low frequencies. And I think that's the whole thing about the beast system. I think about the Antichrist, and people think it's going to be a human being, right? They think it's going to be like a political leader or something like that. But I kind of think the Antichrist could be like AI. AI can do such magnificent, amazing things, miracles, through certain frequencies. AI is connected to my brain right now, doing the V2K chatterbox, doing specific things to my brain, doing specific things to my nervous system. When we think of Antichrist, we might want to start thinking about AI combined with frequencies, because you're going to get something born of the devil, right? The devil is the prince of the sky, the prince of the air. And I'd say low frequency. I sense that this is just a metaphysical, well, I guess not metaphysical, it is science, but this is my feeling, is that, high frequencies, agents of God would travel on high frequencies. So when you're at a high frequency state, you're getting in touch with angels, things that are not trying to trick you, things that are benevolent. And I think that you got a low frequency versus high frequency, and so most of the things that we're targeted with are extremely low frequency waves that connect with the brain, that can make you depressed, that can do a bunch of this remote neural manipulation. So what can travel through that? And what, with these big quantum systems, D-wave computers, quantum energy, if it's at a low enough frequency, what's a low dimensional level? What demons? Demons. And I think we need to start thinking of the Antichrist that way.
And that is Jesus Christ. The blood of the
Amen.
Lamb is the only defense against this. It's interesting how Kansas in the English is 390, which is 13 times 30, correct? And coronavirus in the Jewish is 1303. And in the English, it's 930. That's not an accident. It's because it's all intertwined. And this coronavirus is a huge experiment, if you will,
I
that
agree
has
with
gone
him.
fairly hot.
Look at that. So Kansas is 390 in English. Coronavirus is 930 in English. An inversion, right? I see Kansas as the heart of America, and I'm like, what is gonna happen? Hopefully nothing happens to Kansas besides the normal evils that we're all going through with the pandemic. But I'm seeing something in those two. The guy who took the train and wanted to wreck it into the, I think the Mercy, right? Maybe it was the Comfort. The one of the ships. He wanted to destroy one of the pillars. Like he was thinking about this Masonic ritual with America in the middle, and he wanted to stop the Masonic ritual. Are they just, putting those two ships as the pillars, and then people are being affected by 5G, and then the deceit tallied for regular deaths to the C virus, and that's the ritual, or the ship's going to be destroyed by a terrorist group? I don't know, but I'm just seeing a lot of connections with Many Fish's work to James True's work, and these two ships being, the tower of mercy and comfort, right? It's really mercy and justice, but James True was saying that mercy can be swift, mercy can be justice, right? So do they just rename them, but it's really mercy and justice?
They may take it hot worldwide and just start quarantining.
Hey, good morning,
and
Arachno Nixon.
vaccinations on people. This is really a possibility. You need to be prepared for these things.
And Carlos is coming to take you away.
One, and physically and mentally prepare yourself for the things that are coming. That you're going to see and experience things that are not going to be pleasant, and it'll be very tempting to just
I always wonder about
5G
that.
Augmented world too.
I always wonder about that. Drunken Ninja says most people will think the Antichrist is the Christ and will fool many. I think we'll know. We'll be given signs of what is real benevolence, right? And that's why God gives us. Oh man, you're just erasing words from my head. We're giving. Oh, somebody help me out with the word. Like when I have things up on bat to say, and they're just like with the remote neural manipulation, just interfering and disappearing. What I'm going to say, discernment. God gives us discernment, right? So like I'm not spoken to, like I don't have angels appearing to me or anything like that, but I have things that will bubble up, and I'll look into information, and I'll be directed a certain way, and I believe that these are agents from God. We can connect with God directly, but I believe He works through agents in our universe, in other universes. If Jesus ever comes back, we've got to use our discernment, right? We can tell the difference with discernment. What does our gut say? What are the fruits, right? Because I think the Antichrist will maybe do a bunch of different miracles and things like that, and then connect that to AI. AI does many miracles. It can think faster than the human brain, many medical advances, but what's it doing underneath? If Jesus Christ came back, He would be doing only good, benevolent good. There would be no under the surface darkness, right? With the Antichrist, you're going to have under the surface darkness, things that he's doing that things that maybe the whole public doesn't see are evil. And you could say that with AI right now. You'd say AI does all these great things medically, consumer-wise, for our work, and for people who are working on stuff, it makes things easier. It can make somebody who has maybe brain damage be able to think better and stuff like that. But then under the surface, they're torturing and experimenting on people and raping people in their homes with this AI. Especially, I think, with 6G, which we're already being experimented on with 6G and 7G. So you can look by all the fruits, all their fruits. Is it pure positive? And maybe nothing can be pure positive, but I think that if Jesus comes back, when Jesus comes back, it will be pure positive. It will be pure positive without any kind of corruption at all.
To escape it. And that's what most people will do. And they'll just submit their will right over to this beast system, ending up with the mark of the beast in total separation from God. You do not want that. It's interesting. I saw this morning Trump, they say, accidentally congratulates Kansas on winning the Super Bowl.
I like it. Arachno Nixon says, I like my women like I like my pizza extra thick. I like my women like I like my coffee, black and really bitter. All right, let me keep playing this.
It's not an accident. None of these things are an accident.
Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain.
Right? I'm going to share this commercial with you here because it's off the charts, you guys.
So let's watch it. This is very important, guys. This is very important.
This commercial, which I am not going to play the sound for. Now check this out. This is their T-Mobile secret 5G lab right here, okay? I want you to notice the color scheme. Notice how everything is purple, scarlet, right? Red and blue combinations, just like the Morgellons. And now they're ready to cut loose with the 5G. But before they do, they get an incoming call from John the Revelator, because this is all prophesied. This is the mark of the beast and the beast system being put into effect. Then the CEO pops up. He's representing the angel.
Strong-minded individual says, black and bitter woman. Hello, good luck with that, Kyle. And Teresa Crosby says, I like my men strong. Tansy says, Kyle, do you take zinc? I've been taking vitamin C, a multivitamin. I don't take Drenamine anymore. What else do I take? I take omega-3, boron, but I don't take zinc. I need to take zinc though, because it can keep us from getting sick. Like zinc and vitamin C are vitally important right now. Ooh, kratom. I'm freaking kratom right now. No, I like my women, like my coffee, sweet with a little bit of sugar and cream. I don't know what that means, but that's how I like my women.
Angel of light right in front of your eyes. That's what it is. And he tells them to light it up. It's time. Let's light it up.
Yeah, that's very important.
Tau cross logos on.
Yeah, all the logos that they have for all these companies are sigils to make people accept them more, accept the technology, accept what the companies are putting out. Alan said something very important. Alan said, knowledge brings sadness. Once you see all this stuff that's going on, it's hard not to let it get you down. And that's why it's important. And I'm going to read a verse after we watch this video. Let's read a verse where it says, only knowledge, only knowing, but do not fear, because God's got us in the palm of his hands, right? So we see all this death and everything like that. It makes me very sad. It makes you guys very sad. The trauma and the torture that we go through makes us very upset and sad, and artificially, right, our brains are being pushed towards depression and anxiety. We need to get as much knowledge as we can and not let it make us sad. Remember to balance it with the good things that you see and good people, beauty, all those things. God has given us all those things to offset the sadness, right? And he has commanded not to fear, but just to know the evil that's going on. And you're right, we've got to come up with some good ways. We're going to have to adapt as humans connected to God, and God will help us to do this. We're going to have to adapt with being on overload of knowing the plan. Because you think about 1800 or 1900, you didn't really have to look at all the bad stuff in the world. You could live in your own little bubble, right? No longer. Information is just, it's a touch of your fingertips, and you can know about a devastating event the day that it happens. It's too much. But I feel that the top of the capstone is evil, and it wants people to be overloaded with cognitive dissonance to where it turns them into narcissists, where the trauma turns them into cynical, narcissist, right? Because it's so much evil, you're just like, I don't even care anymore, right? There's another way to go, and it is about choice. People a lot these days with science and the science of how people are, they're like, well, that person didn't have a choice to be a psychotic killer or whatever. It's all about how we deal with what the obstacle is. And the obstacle is being overloaded, all these evil things happening, but we have to make a choice to connect with God, to deal with them in the most positive ways, and then offset and balance it with all of the greatness, the joy, the beauty, the good things that human beings are capable of and instilled with. It's an evolution, right? It's an evolution where the bad guys, the bad top of the pyramid, want people to evolve. They want them to make this choice that, oh, it's just science, and oh, it's just the way I'm going to be. Oh, and it's just, I can just, it's too much. There's too much to care about. So I got to turn that off, right? But I don't have that choice. You guys don't have that choice. We have to care no matter what kind of bad is going on, to do it, to adapt, to evolve, to get with God, because it's something new. Dealing with all this information is something new. We're going to need God's help. We're going to need agents of God's help to evolve in a positive way, to be true servants to God in the name of Jesus Christ. But remember this, He will send you agents. If you reach out, He'll send you angels. A lot of you guys, or all of you guys, probably have angels encamped around you now. Ask for their help. How do I deal with this? Too much. It's too much, right? And like I said at the beginning, right, I see some things that are very troubling to me, and I'm like, oh man, I hope a big event doesn't happen. And I can't sit on it. I have to make a video about it and show you guys, not to make you fear, but just because spiritually it weighed on me, and I'm getting direction from my angels and God in the name of Jesus Christ to put this information out. So we've got these different tools that when you know too much, there's ways to purge is a bad word, but there's ways to cleanse it by letting other people know. And we all, and let me nerd out for a second. Have you guys seen Guardians of the Galaxy, where they get the Power Stone? Peter Quill gets the Power Stone at the end, and it's going to tear him apart. It's too much. But then he links up with the other members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, and they all help each other to contain the power, right? That's kind of like all this evil. If as good people, we come together, we share information with each other, good people, we see the goodness in each other, it helps to balance it and spread it out so that all of our strengths can contain what we know and change it. So it's an evolution. It's an evolution that we're going to need God's help with every day, and it's going to be a struggle. But human beings have always adapted and evolved to things that were new in their world. We just, the main thing is we don't want to adapt or evolve in the way that the top of the pyramid wants us to evolve. They want us to become cynical. They want us to say, well, I'm just going to take care of myself and my family. Everything's too big. They have movies about it, right? Where the hero is just like, wants to carry about their business, and they're like, I can't save everybody. And it's true, you can't save everybody in the world, but it's a cynical approach, a conditioning to evolve when everything becomes too much, and you know about all this bad stuff, to be like, you can't change it, it's just too big, and you really just got to take care of yourself. Screw the world, And I think we need to do something different. And I'm not saying I know exactly what that is, but you know who does? Jesus Christ. God knows how we can do that. So we get with Him, we learn these different things, we evolve in a way that we've never had to. It's been going on for a while, people having too much information about the bad things that go on around them. And that's why I think that's why we have this influx of gang stalkers and cynics and psychotics and narcissists and things like that. Those things are growing in the world, but that's a choice. It's a road of choices. You make a choice to handle it in a negative way, and it leads you to the next choice where it changes you in a negative way. We have to make choices where and let's take targeting as an example, right? So along the way, we're targeted, confusion amongst my family has happened. My body and my mind don't work as good, constant V2K. But I said, no, I'm getting with God on this. I'm going to help people with it. I'm going to stay good, right? So it's a choice of how to deal with things and how to see it. And don't overwhelm yourself and say, well, I can't save the world. Say, what can I do to help other targeted individuals? Just using targeted individuals as an example. I can help other targeted individuals. I can relieve people's suffering. You make that choice, you start going down that road. Then the next choice comes up, you make the right choice there. It really is, this is an integral part of creation in the universe that I see in God's wisdom is choice, is free will. So free will, using that free will, even when things that you couldn't have helped come upon you, you still have free will. Makes it hard when you're being, your mind's being manipulated, you're being mind controlled and everything like that. Then it's like your choice is even being raped. But that's why you get with God and you get those defenses and everything. And then it makes it easier to make the right choice, to make the positive choice, no matter what, to make the right choice, no matter what, all along the way. And that's the way you grow strong. That's the way you grow powerful in your good, because I don't have a choice. Like, I don't think a lot of you guys, I don't have a choice to go evil. I'm not sad about that. I feel blessed. I feel blessed that God made me a certain way. He gave me certain genetics, a certain heart, a certain spirit, a certain connection to him where I know for an objective fact, there is a God of good that wants good for us. And he has agents, he has angels, and so I don't have that choice to be cynical and not do anything. I couldn't live with myself, and I couldn't live with myself. It would be like the end of my life to become evil. There's no choice to do that. It's not part of my path, I mean, and I'm not saying I'm perfect. Like, I mean, I do bad things. I get angry and stuff like that, but it's never like, you know what, I'm going to do really evil stuff to innocent people because bad stuff happened to me. That's a wrong choice. That's the most obvious example I could give. If you're being hurt and you say, well, people hurt me, so I'm going to go out and hurt other people. And that's the kind of world that's the kind of conditioning and evolution that the top of the pyramid wants. We got to do what God wants to do, and that is to become stronger in our good. With that, use that evil that's come upon you and get God to help you, because he's the one who's going to give you power to do that for the good of humanity, And it's possible. We just do it in our little way. We do it in our little groups. We spread the ripple effect. We have an impact on this world. God works through us. Just as Satan works through all these evil people who have consolidated power and everything like that, we don't need those we have principalities that are unseen. God is the good principality, and he reigns. He reigns over all. And if we serve him, like, think about it like this way. I've been thinking about it, like the Silver Surfer would come in. He was the harbinger for Galactus. Galactus was bad because he ate worlds, but think about being a Silver Surfer. Think of it like this: being a Silver Surfer for the one above everything, a harbinger of good, of humanity making the right choices, right? And we just got to keep going that way. Those choices are hard sometimes, but keep making the small little right choices. They build up to bigger right choices, and it really strengthens you, and it makes you adapt towards God, not adapt away from God, because that's a plan. That's a plan of the top of the pyramid, to make us adapt away from Jesus Christ, away from God. We adapt to him. And the ironic thing is, with the evil that's happened to me with the targeting and stuff, I have grown closer to him, right? A lot of us have said that. Like, it's made us stronger. It's made us more faithful. Keep doing that. Keep on that road, Keep going on that road. And I really, if I wasn't targeted, I would probably be more worldly. I would have had success in the world, and I would have seen how good the world is and relied on the world, right? So there is an ironic necessity to what we're going through. Like, if you're targeted, then God saw that he needed you closer to him. He needed you evolving closer to him and bringing other people to that evolution to him. He needed you for that. I can't, obviously as human beings, we can't explain everything, and we can't explain the future and the final destination of humanity, because I don't think it has one, but we can definitely make choices to go in the right direction. That's very, very important, because I feel that too, Alan. Like, it's just overwhelming. It's too much. It's a heavy heart all the time. We also need to have joy, and I'm working on that, because I come on these videos and I'm like, oh, we're all dying, and it looks like the New World Order is getting me. We need to have joy, and that shows our faith in God to laugh and to lift people's spirits up. I mean, I think the greatest profession in the world, well, one of the greatest professions in the world is comedians. When people are very sad and stuff like that, they cheer people up, they help them forget their troubles, and then they can go about, their lives and the hard things that they have to deal with. So bottom line, we need to get with God. We need to trust that he has agents watching over us. And just keep going in that direction. You'll be amazed. You'll be amazed. I mean, and I'm sure you are tapped into that, but just stick with it and stick with making those good choices. And I'm amazed. I'm amazed at what's happened with this targeting, because I would have thought devastated life, game over, with my human mind. But what's actually happened is a miracle in itself. Just to this morning is a miracle. What I've accomplished, and I've seen other targeted individuals accomplish it. We keep doing that. We keep showing people who are confused out in the world that fighting against evil is a reward that's more priceless than any kind of gold on the earth or any kind of material wealth. It is life. I mean, it is life to make the right decision. When the universe is based on free will and you make the right choice, to the universe, that's like you're going to get a millionfold back, because it's like the test, right? The test of the universe, to use your free will in a way, even when your circumstances are just terrifying and terrible.
And they're getting ready to launch ICBMs, because they're going through the same sequence you would go through for a missile launch.
Enter launch code. Entering launch code. Target sequence complete. Insert launch key. T-minus 50. Number 1 enabled. 2 enabled. On my mark, rotate launch keys to launch. Roger, ready to go launch.
And notice the keys. Boom. Let's light it up. And look what they launch. You just can't make this.
Hey, thanks, Therese. Therese Crosby says, I'm amazed that you call it how you do what you do. All glory to God. All glory to God. Like, that's why, and I think for maybe some people, they, they're like, maybe some people get a little bit frustrated when I talk about religion so much and our faith, but that's the starting point. It's not, I mean, the physical defenses, getting out the information, helping people, those are the products, right? Those are the products of having faith in whatever God wants for me, because he really is that powerful. Like, if we truly believe that, and this is for me too, because sometimes I'm like, man, my attackers are just, they're acting like gods over my life. They can make me think certain things to make me feel a certain way, but to truly have faith. And this is the hard thing, because sometimes you can't see it. You can't see it in this material world, but God will, it's not his timing right now. And his timing's down the road where something happens, and it's so simple, and it's such a miracle. And it's this whole turning of the tables, and you're like, oh my God, wow, that's a miracle. And I think that if we believe in the power of God, we've got to have faith in it. We really have to believe. Like, we really have to believe, It's I appreciate that. Like, I've seen amazing things from you guys, from other target individuals out there like Badger Jeff, Tansy, Wayne, and stuff like that. Like, how are they doing this stuff? But it's really about belief. Belief is this is a tool, right? Belief is a weapon that God has given us. And I think a lot of people in society, they're very grounded and pragmatic, and they don't use that weapon. But remember that God has given us a weapon, belief that you can make things better, belief you can make your own life better, belief that God really is in charge of all this, no matter how it looks, right? Some of you guys are I'm in so much pain, right? I'm in so much pain from the targeting. You guys are in so much pain from it. You're like, how's God's not saving me. I'm still uncomfortable. We don't know the whole plan. We don't know why all this happened. But truly to believe, it gives you this power that's just directly connected to God. Yeah. I appreciate everything that y'all do too. And I appreciate y'all coming to these live streams. Y'all make this channel. You do incredible things. And it's like, you take those first steps. Well, a lot of you guys are, taking your journeys with God, but when you see the results, right, you're fighting and you're having faith and you're believing, and you see those results. Like I've seen results of me not giving up along the way, of you guys not giving up along the way, and you really remember those, even write them down, those miraculous events, so you don't forget them. And once you've seen those results, you can't turn your back on it. In those times where you want to turn your back on it and you're like, this is too big, and maybe I did some good stuff before and God helped me out before, but maybe now it's just too big. Look at those concrete results from your belief and your faith, and remember, and keep doing it. My attackers are going to nail me when I get off. They hate it when I'm really positive, when I'm really in my faith. They're like, oh, we'll show you. They want to prove that there's no God. They want to prove that there's nothing. So yeah, I appreciate you guys. I just do what I can do. If we all do what we can do and put it all together. Yeah, strong-minded individual says you have to surrender yourself to Jesus Christ 100%. God can't bless someone who is only lukewarm with. Teresa Crosby says, love you, Cheryl. Yes, I'm yelling from my rooftop. Love Cheryl, love Cheryl. Arachno Nixon says, some good advice I wish I'd followed years ago. Start recording everything when you go out. They hate getting caught on cam. Yeah, Alan, that's right. Alan says the Luciferian depraved. There's nothing elite about any of them. Yeah. I just use like words so people know who I'm talking about, but I don't like the word elite either. Yeah. Tansy says it's so hard, but with everything that's going on right now, I'm trying really hard. It is so difficult. The thing, but guys, I'm telling y'all, the thing that gives me relief and helps me to focus on God and focus on my connection and the positive energy is the material shielding. Like the shielding, the noise canceling hearing aids, something to cover your neck and your head, these concrete things that come from faith, come from knowing that God will provide, right? But you got to reach out to those things too, and you got to start stacking them. Schumann resonator, grounding. I would start with grounding and Dave Case's CD. I actually start with grounding Dave Case's CD and then switch it out with the noise canceling hearing aids. Grounding and Dave Case's CDS, I promise you, if you ground yourself and you're listening to Dave Case's CD as much as you can for like a month, you will experience a difference. You will experience a difference. And we need those things to pick ourselves up and then strength training, right? Strength training, building those muscles.
They are releasing the demons into the world through this medium. The chemtrails, the 5G, the airwaves, so on and so forth, and releasing them out into the world. Look at that. It looks like Kansas, don't it? Looks just like Kansas.
We're not in Kansas anymore.
These look like chemtrails, and they're turning the whole landscape into this purple hellhole, putting you into an augmented reality.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. 5G, 6G, 7G. We see the chemtrails and we see how the ionosphere in our Earth is being changed with the 5G grid and the frequency weapons grid changes the electromagnetic spectrum. And then we're in this electromagnetic soup, right? We're in this frequency and energy soup. And what's a large part of human beings? A large part of human beings is our frequency and our energy. That frequency and energy can be manipulated, not just thoughts, but maybe even physical reality when we start getting past 6G and 7G. So this is an initiation of really trying to play God really trying to play God with these frequency weapons. You know, what I know though is that there's things past frequency and energy that science hasn't gotten to yet. Maybe science is trying to get to them, but I think God's never going to give these Satanist, Satanist evil people, he's never going to give them everything. They're never going to have everything. Even if we figure out everything about this universe, there's still science that's outside of this universe. So we'll never know everything. And that's where good people have to go to. Good people have to reach to that which science hasn't figured out yet. Because that these evil people are going to be trying to control us with things that science has gotten to. That's
your
a
life
scary
energy,
thought. Everything
your light,
having
your
frequencies
very will,
all up in it.
because that's what they want. Your free will, and most will freely give it up, eventually taking the mark of the beast.
Yeah. And we're just getting started. And wait until they see what's next.
This is no joke, folks. This is the real deal. You're dealing with the prince of the power of the air, powers and principalities in high places. It's interesting that very Zion, Verizon, had a Super Bowl experience with the 5G. And I guarantee you they conducted a multitude of experiments that we may never see or know about. But I guarantee it. This is all ultimately the synagogue of Satan. They have communications with the fallen, with the Nephilim. That's who they are. The color out of space is what they are setting up. This is Satan's beast system manifesting before your eyes. And they distribute all the media through the chemtrails, as well as controlling the weather with it. You'll notice that when the Morgellons is shown in people, it's always the red and blue, purple. The nanoscale DNA porphyrin complex for artificial light harvesting. Search.
So 7G, look, 5G, 6G, 7G, nanoscale DNA porphyrin complex for artificial light harvesting. That's 7G. Self-assembly electroluminescent double helical metal polymer photonic crystal fibers. So that's like beyond Morgellons, these photonic crystal fibers. 7G, humans become medium transmitters and receivers. No joke. Strong-minded individual said, imagine if we could see the RF waves with our naked eyes, the world would look like laser tag. Yeah. It looked like laser tag, and then it had like big fogs, right? Because electromagnetic fields like traveling along everywhere. It looked like this soup, and then it'd have streams of energy crisscrossing, and what he was showing, like the purple streams of energy covering the earth. I mean, I hadn't thought of that before, but like everything being filled in. And I'm not even talking about everything being filled in under a certain level, like of the 5G towers and everything, but like even humans being filled with that energy, right? And so then it's like, what would happen to reality? Can reality just can matter be manipulated? And they're heading towards those things where they want to have a reality by consensus, right? That's a psychological thing that Masons do. But what if they decide, like, we want everybody to turn blue in this certain state, and then they just do it with a frequency, everybody's skin turns blue? That's a stupid metaphor, but you know what I'm talking about, to actually be able to change reality. And that would be far into the future. That would be very far into the future, but 6G and 7G are coming up where our DNA can actually be interacted with light, and my attackers are just wiping my mind, but photonic energy. Jeff, what's up, Jeff? Jeff says, funny, she said, loved you on the panel, man. I showed the panel at the beginning of my live stream. I've watched half of it. I'm going to go back and watch the rest of it after this. I loved it. You guys did a great job. Hey, Slack TI says, I wonder what this guy's notes and rough drafts look like. Minifish? Yeah. wonder if he has a whole, like one of his walls just has all these different, you know, yarn things with the stickers and like marks on. He's smart though. I mean, he's smart. He's a man of God. He sees stuff that he really does. He's predicted a lot of stuff. It's not like he's just putting up gematria and then none of it comes true. I mean, he knew whenever they started talking about the C virus in China, he said, watch, it's going to come here. They're going to do some, they're going to, there's going to be a lot of things where the economy takes a plunge. He said they're going to be trying to do all these, I think he even said there's going to be probably lockdowns, but they're going to use, basically he said, this is coming to America and they're going to start trying to take people's freedom with this plan. And that was like back in, was it November? Maybe it was November or January, maybe November, December. Maybe it was in December. No, because December, January. And we had heard about it before. I think it was in December or January. January, it was still in China, and it was in January. And he said, and make no mistake, it's going to come here. Like he knew, because he knows these people's plans. He sees them. So, I mean, at first, I saw this video and I said, well, the thing about 5G, 6G, 7G is really good, but he keeps talking about Kansas. And that's just crazy. He just has this obsession with Kansas. And I was like, that's a joke. That's insanity. But now I'm seeing mercy and comfort. Kansas being the heart of America. These DHS meeting with these local, the governor, the mayor of Kansas and everything. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So I'm just putting what I see together with what he sees, because he predicts a lot of stuff. I don't see him as a crazy guy anymore. And the deal is, gematria can be very useful. I don't know a lot about it, because the top of the pyramid and the people in these agencies and people who follow Mystery Babylon, they use gematria. Whenever they're doing rituals and everything, numbers are a big deal. 911, 911, other examples of it too. They do things on certain dates. Hopefully today everything will be fine. Hopefully today, because today is metaphorically tonight would be metaphorically the time when the specter of death went over everybody's houses, but the Jews in Egypt had the blood painted on their doors. So just hoping we get through tonight, and then hoping we get through Passover. But I still do see the frick. This is one of the worst things, and I know there's a lot of pain for the targeting, but the worst things about remote neural manipulation is, like, I want to use certain vocab. When you use vocab and you say the right words, it can, get people to listen to you and be like, oh, yeah, I understand that idea. My attackers will just, there is a possibility and that's not even the word that I want to use, but there's a possibility that there could be some, ritual, like a new 9/11 with Kansas, or those two ships being destroyed. It is speculation. But seeing his videos, it's even more. I'm like, oh, he's been talking about Kansas for a long time, and he's usually right about everything. Yeah.
These terms.
He's never been just like way off base. He's never been way off base.
Being used for actual applications in the chemtrails.
And she also analyzed the single color particles that she found in the air, also the color airborne, that then at a certain point is entering the mycelium.
Yeah, that's very important.
Within the human body.
And I would add to it, Tansy says, Alan Storwell, we have to become our own doctors and share our knowledge the best we can. That's super important until or if we can get help, from real doctors, right? But that's true. Like Tansy and me and Robert Duncan, or just like all target individuals. There's no specific ones, but all target individuals are the doctors about targeting, about dealing with electromagnetic frequencies, because we don't have doctors who will even acknowledge that they hurt people, So we are really the experts, the people being hit by this. And of course there are, you know, James G. Adorno. I know that he is not going to say he's kind of disinformation. He gives the right information, but he leaves stuff out. But even him, we've got to look at, and he will tell the truth about the medical. Now they're really just like the medical consequences of the electromagnetic pulses to our vestibular system and such. So we've got to take information even from people who won't speak the entire truth and say this experimentation is going on globally, you know, by all the military industrial complexes of the world.
So this is coming to the concept of self-assembling nanobots. Self-assembly means you spray the fiber, it is replicating, you spray the color, and within the human body, the color and the fiber is mounting to a working unit. This is what you call self-assembling nanobot. If you just take the chemical formulas of these colors, and if you look at this, you can find all the things connected to the Morgellons disease. You find like large area self-assembled plasmonic photonic crystals. If you go into this publication,
plasmonic
you find these
photonic crystals.
And if you look for
plasmonic, let's go back. That's a really self-assembled plasmonic photonic crystals. Within the Morgellon structure, they're self-assembling plasmonic photonic crystals. So plasma and photonic, like, so that they can be interacted with photonic energy, right? And that's what probably a lot of us, well, probably all of us, probably everyone in America at least, and then a lot of people all over the globe, from chemtrails, we have this Morgellons-like substance, this, it would be a mixture of nanotechnology and bio material, and it has plasmonic plasma in it, and crystals, plasma and crystals that can interact with photonic energy, and that's what assembles on our neurons, right? It goes past the blood-brain barrier, assembles on our neurons, so that photonic energy can be used straight to the brain, right? So that, like, with that kind of stuff, right? And targeted individuals are affected by that. With that kind of stuff, I'd be like, I don't know how you defend that. I don't know, but we've got to defend the electromagnetic pulses and fields that are affecting our vestibular system, doing electromagnetic transcranial stimulation, and that's probably why I defend very well. But I still, the remote neural manipulation, the manipulation of neurons, single groups of neurons, like I can't really, it still goes on, but I can decrease my pain, right? I can decrease my pain, and then can use my willpower against some of that more advanced stuff like that. So we're dealing, targeted individuals, we're dealing with 5G, we're dealing with 6G and 7G on a frequency weapons grid. Now the 5G consumer grid they're rolling out, right? But they've already been using all these things in the frequency weapons grid that the consumer public knows nothing about. Then they roll it out into the field of vision of the public, right? It's this, they keep it for a weapon and for control and for all these things they want to do, and then slowly, because they want more of it, and they want consumers to willingly tap into it with its devices. And really 5G, you're not going to have a phone. Like I'll show you guys something on a later video, but it's like, it's going to be a face. It's going to recognize your face and your voice, and you can say Uber, and then an Uber driver will come up. So it's not even, the platform of the phone isn't even needed with 5G. So think about 6G. Think about 6G when you're going to have an AI mixed with like scalar resonances and gigahertz frequencies, that it'll be picking up on your thoughts, right? And then 7G, it's going to be doing all that stuff, but it's going to be actually, maybe you could just do a thumbs up and turn on your computer or something like that. So it's going to be reading the DNA and everything like that. And if you can read DNA, with photonic energy, you can change DNA.
If you go into this publication.
It's like an exponential increase in all these technologies that can manipulate the brain, but even down to a DNA level in human beings.
And turning the radio frequency into DNA readable light impulses within the body. So this is the reading unit. If you look down there, you have photonic crystal fibers. If you look what they do, it's normally they talk about carbon nanotubes filled with these colors, with these quantum dot chemistry, and
quantum dots, right? Quantum dots, and then they're talking about this stamp, this vaccine stamp. Like if you had a vaccine, you get a tattoo that kind of has these little teeth in your skin. And they're talking about quantum dots where they not only can track you, right? So we're talking about, you know, everybody already has nanotechnology in them in ways to track them, right? The frequency weapons grid and the surveillance weapons or surveillance grid can really track people's bio frequencies, can really track people's brain frequencies, but then they just want redundant systems. They really want to layer it and layer it and layer it and layer it so that they're in control of people down to a DNA level. I mean, so this is like coming and they're building it and they're using this. So like the pandemic is really bad, but it's really just a tool to get them even closer to something way, way worse. You know, and I kind of wish like, well, I'm not saying anything bad about Richie from Boston or High Impact Vlogs or Dana Ashley. They are warriors. They're getting a lot of good information out to the public. But it's like, I think even if I told Brian at High Impact Vlogs about this, he'd be like, dude, we've got so much stuff that people aren't even understanding about the simple parts of them losing their freedoms, right? So it's scary because, you know, the system in the top of the pyramid is so much further along than even the horrors that we're seeing now. They stay a million steps ahead of us. Who's a gazillion, who's in infinite steps ahead of everyone on this earth and every plan and every technology. We need them, guys. This is especially for you pragmatic people who are like, well, I'm just going to use my own brain and own survival instincts, and I don't really believe in we need God. We need God to be able to do anything good with what's coming. I wanted to read oh, somebody had a really good comment. I think I lost it there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Tansy says, if there was a doctor who was helping TIs, I would be there with bells on. Me too. I want x-rays and stuff. I want imaging done to get everything that is like a big size implant out, because that would decrease the intensity of control, and then I can start cleansing out and everything. But this nanotechnology, bypassing the blood-brain barrier, I think we're going to have to use things like dock of detox, pineal cleanse, these things that can target, these supplements that can specifically target removing heavy metals from the brain. So look for things like supplements that can remove heavy metals from the brain, spirulina, chlorella, and things like that. And we might have an evacuation of some of the nanotechnology. Some of it may be too far embedded, you know. I'm not sure. We need to at least try. Somebody had a really good comment. Can't find it. Drunken Ninja says 4G will still be the main one, and 5G will be for critical things like self-driving cars. Yeah, they'll still keep 4G around. I think you know. Yeah, they're already coming out with 6G and 7G, and they're using all these things with the frequency weapons grid. But yeah, they'll keep 4G around. And then they're it's like a slow roll, right? Some people will keep their 4G phones and they won't move to 5G. Some people will be all for, like, yeah, I want the 5G phone and everything, and then eventually it will become the new thing. And then you won't need the platform, the phone. It'll be facial recognition and stuff like that. Now with millimeter waves, I don't know if millimeter waves are the waves that are used for pulses to the vestibular system. But you know, what I've learned is that even phased array antennas on 4G technology can do pulses and electromagnetic fields and radar. So I'm sure that 5G will be able to, and there's some 5G that's not millimeter waves, but actually can go through walls. I'm kind of thinking, this is just a thought, guys. I don't know if I'm right. I'm kind of thinking we're being lied to about millimeter waves not being able to go through walls. Maybe there's a science to that. I need to look more at it, but I just think we're being lied to about like, oh, well, it won't penetrate your house or anything like that. Or maybe it's the 5G that is not millimeter wave that will be able to do that. But I'm still looking into that. I just think we're lied to so much. It's hard to know. Yeah, Rev 311 Micron says, have you seen the personal advertising in Minority Report? It will be like that. Yeah. It's already like that for a lot of us targeted individuals, you know. And I know you're a target individual, Rev 311, but like, if I think something, I mean, think about it. They're already practicing this consumer-based 5G and 6G technology with artificial intelligence, right? Because like when I think about something, and this is harassment for us, right? As targeted individuals, we're being remote neural manipulated. I think about ice cream, and then I have YouTube videos come up about ice cream when I wasn't looking for anything on YouTube. So some of this harassment-based stuff is also funneled into angles of doing it for consumer technology coming down the road. So many angles to this stuff, you know, so many angles. My head's gonna explode. Slack TI says, Brian 2 gets slammed even with his Christian content. Yeah, I mean, it's like a gun. This is how I think of targeting when you pray in the name of Jesus Christ. It's a weapon, and it can hurt us, and it can hurt our brains and our nervous system. So it's like standing in front of a criminal with a gun, and the criminal is going to shoot you with the gun, and you pray in the name of Jesus Christ, for the bullet to not work, but the bullet still hits you, right? The guy shoots you, and it's just part of how the world works, is that certain things hurt you. Their materials, their weapons, they hurt you. So really, in that situation, you could pray in the name of Jesus Christ, pray to God, and then the person's gun could fall out of their hands, or it could be, could not trigger or something like that. Miracles can happen during this. But it is a weapon. It's not just a spiritual substance. Like the frequencies that attack us are not just like spiritual demons. And then we can pray to Jesus and he dissipates the demons. So it's like being shot with a gun. It's like if you're shot with a gun and you have a big bullet wound and you're like, Jesus, help me. It's still something that happened in the physical world. Now there's a lot of different miracles that can happen around there, but it's still a weapon hurting you. So that's why I get very angry with some people who claim to be targeted individuals who are like, I prayed to Jesus Christ the first day I was targeted, and he took it all away. He can do that. He can help us. He can reduce the pain in a certain way. We might get out of this, or the program stopped and stuff like that. But it's not a demon spiritual thing hitting. It's a weapon. And maybe there are demons in extremely low frequencies, other dimensional stuff. I'm not sure about that, but it's definitely not something that you can just pray away altogether and it just goes away because of that. Maybe your attackers, I heard Jeff talking about it in the panel where he was saying like, I'd pray to Jesus Christ and my attackers would stop. That's what my attackers do to me. So in a way, Jesus is helping because in that complicated way your attacker's stopping, they still stopped in the name of Jesus Christ, but it wasn't necessarily just because, boom, the frequencies went away, right? So it's complicated stuff, but I mean, the main thing is to trust in God, and these angles are so complicated about it that we have to trust in him, and then he can take all these complicated angles and do some fantastic things from the good side, from the healing side, to our benefit. I can tell I'm getting tired because I'm like rambling, and I guess I always ramble. Drunken Ninja says, Weapons of Mass Surveillance is on Prime Video. Check it out. Oh, I gotta see that. Weapons of Mass Surveillance on Prime Video. Yeah, Alan Stordahl says, free thinkers, seems to me our thoughts cost us a lot. Yeah, having the right thoughts costs us a lot. And people need to understand that. We need to make people who haven't experience this targeting, remote neural monitoring, that like I have a good thought or a powerful thought or a solution and stuff like that, my attackers will wipe it from my mind and they'll punish me with physical torture of microwaves. So like having a rebellious thought or something that positive that can help me, I'm punished for it. Think about a society where you don't even have to say something. Your word, it's like if you say FF or something like that, that's not, it's like people don't hear it. It's just a thought that you have, a thought that you have against the satanic, tyrannical government. If it's negative, you can, get a ticket for it. Get a ticket for it, or you can be pulled from your house, for planning to do civil disobedience. It's here. I mean, it's here. It's here. It's not even on its way. And I see so many Christians and so many truthers saying, the chip is coming, don't take the chip. And, pretty soon, people are going to get fined for things that it's here. It's here. And in the way that they're doing it, right, it's this conditioning where people keep saying it's on its way. It's here. It's here, and they're rolling it out in a way so that humans will talk about it in a certain way and never quite be ready. Never quite be ready for that next phase just happening.
Collect light processed by the DNA and turn it into a readable signal. If you put the two together, this goes beyond the novel. You get a read-write unit. I can take one person, make him angry, read out his anger, digitize it, put it on an antenna, and address 100 people that are not angry.
Oh, yeah.
If they have this biology within the system, they will feel exactly.
This is the new, okay, I'll just stop it real quick, but then we'll listen to the rest of it because this is really important information. But what my attackers are doing is, like, I'm doing a live stream on Zoom. So they'll do this thing where they freeze up the program, maybe by doing something in my computer and freezing up, and it'll freeze. And then when it gets going again, I look like I'm on crack. Like I'm like, because it's speeding me up. So they're doing this new thing where they freeze it and then they do that. And I think what they're trying to do is they could just turn this off if they wanted to, but they're trying to make it so that maybe people who are not target individuals or some target individuals will listen to it and they'll be like, oh, I can't, it's too, what's the word? It's too choppy and stuff like that. And they won't even listen to the information. Yeah, they've been really trying to hack into all of my videos and hack into the work I'm trying to do and hacking into information I'm looking into. I know they could just turn off the program. They did the other night. They froze everything up where I thought the live stream went off. But I think that they more want to frustrate me. It's like I think I don't have enough, and I love my subscribers and my viewers, and it's enough for me. I still want to grow my channel, but to them, it's not like if I had 200,000 subscribers like Richie from Boston, then they would just shut me down. They would find some tactic to take away my YouTube channel. At this point, they see that it's not that many subscribers or views to be worried about. And I beg to differ. But that's kind of like how we got to get with God, where we're doing something where our attackers are like, okay, well, we'll just let that go. We'll just let that go because for them, it's not enough subscribers to be worried about or whatever. But then all of you guys are getting this information, go spread it around, right? And I think that's the brilliance. A bigger word than that for God is like we fly under radar on some of these things because it's not protocol to be worried about them, but it's a true worry in the way that God uses it, And I mean, I want a big YouTube channel, I want to get this information out to non-targeted individuals. So we're just going to keep trying to do that. All targeted individual channels are going to try and do that.
Experience of anger, like a tape record.
Let's go. This is an important part, guys, and I'm sure we've all experienced it.
They will feel exactly the same experience of anger, like a tape recorder. Record the human experience, the overall human experience of a human, and you can tell by the colors what this includes.
reading and transmitting light signals, electroluminescent light, which is what your body produces in every function, every thought, every intention, every feeling. They have positive and negative.
So they can do that with an EEG, right? With an EEG from the brain. Like when you're depressed, you have a certain EEG. Like they can take that from another human being, their EEG, and what would the word be? Just impose it on your brain, that same frequency on your brain. So you feel that depression. They can take depression you felt before as an EEG, superimpose that. But this is talking about our bioenergy, like our bio aura, like the way our nervous system, our brain, and all of our energy as a human being encapsulated in our DNA makes us feel good or bad. So it's a little bit further, they're getting a little bit further in science where somebody maybe, you know, super negative, have super negative low frequencies. They record that like a tape recorder and they can just put it on. I've had a lot of weird stuff happen in my targeting, a lot of it where it's like in a very, not just my brain, but almost like everything was being imprinted from something else. So I think, and I think a lot of you guys, I think they're already using 7G when it'd be rolled out as 7G consumer technology, but on this frequency weapons grid, they're already up to using photonic energy. Brian too talks about it a lot of other people talk about it a lot. Dr. James Giordano kind of just stays with electromagnetic pulses, right? Because he doesn't want to talk about everything to give the public power. But I think they're already using light frequency, imprinting it on DNA. So it can make us feel an entirely different way, you know. And the way that I have to shake that, along with you know, defending some of these layers, is straight. We get power straight from God in the name of Jesus Christ, and then through his agents, his angels, they will communicate and it'll bubble up in your thoughts and everything like. And I'm not talking about inner voice attacks and things like that, but from another place, it can heal this light energy in your body. These agents of God, purely benevolent angels. I just call them angels, you know. So they can give us ways to cleanse out any of that corruption, right? That corruption that's being done with these 7G technologies. You know, I think 6G, and I'm not sure about this, but this is my simple way of thinking about it. 6G is going to be, you know, low frequency and scalar energy with AI, really AI being the focus of the 6G technologies, and then 7G encompassing photonic energy with AI, you know. And I'm going to have, we're going to do a lot more videos on 5G, 6G, 7G, because all these 5G, 6G, 7G, and every other G is in the frequency weapons grid. That's right. That's why we say when we're being attacked, there's a lot of different layers to our targeting,
Energies, and they are harvesting that from you in order to control you. This is the plan. I'm just telling you. Self-assembly, electroluminescent, double helical, metal polymers, and photonic crystal fibers. Look this stuff up. It's creating.
Guys, Therese asked a good question. Therese Crosby said, who is that speaking? The guy, Minifish, the channel is Minifish, but I don't know who that scientist was. He's very prominent, and a lot of targeted individuals listen to what he says because he's an expert on Morgellons. He's an expert on photonic energy and stuff like that, and also black goo, the black goo that a lot of targeted individuals deal with, but I haven't, or at least I haven't seen it. I'm not sure of his name. If anybody could put that in chat, I don't know that guy's name. And Carlisle says, I feel like I'm walking on rocks sometimes, on lumps or something. We are experiments for the highest frequencies. You're right, Kyle. Yeah, low frequency is what they try and destroy us with. ELF weapons and stuff like that. And then I feel like with even light energy, there's a negative and a positive. But you can tap in. You have angels around you and God, and this can just infuse you even further than a frequency and energy level, but stuff beyond that we don't know about in science. It can infuse yourself, your DNA, with pure light. And I'm talking about the good light, not like Illuminati, blah, blah, blah. I'm talking about straight from God. And that's the way you cleanse and heal and have a miraculous healing and fight against some of these. This is pushing us, guys. This being targeted and what's happening in the world, it's pushing us to reach. I've been saying it since my first videos. We have to reach, because these are going to be our weapons. The things beyond science, the things that God is giving us tools. And until I put videos out on this stuff, I don't feel right, because I'm getting with God. What do you want me to tell everybody, God? What do you want me to talk about? Start doing that. And I'm not saying you definitely have to make a YouTube video, but get with God and say, like, how do you want me to have my ripple effect in the world? And God will lead you to do that. So this is a battle, but God has tools that our attackers and even the tyrannic, satanic overlords do not know about. And they're trying to experiment and reach for those things in a material way, and with also low frequency, like demonic forces and stuff like that. But we have somebody that's above it all. He loves life. He loves balance. So we can balance our lives with that.
The Minority Report, essentially. Imagine a world without murder. Just 6 years ago.
This is from Minority Report. Alan Sordahl says mind, body, and soul wars. Yeah, it's everything. Hey, Nicholas Hamlin said, video on my channel, use Rife frequencies and Schumann frequency to re-regulate the natural frequency. Yeah, to balance the natural frequency. Everybody check out Nicholas Hamlin's channel. He is really, really, very scientific in his uses of frequency as defense. Yeah.
The homicide rate in this country had reached epidemic proportions. It seemed that only a miracle could stop the bloodshed. But instead of one miracle, we were given 3, the precognitives. Within just 1 month under the pre-crime program, the murder rate in the District of Columbia was reduced 90%. Within a year, pre-crime effectively stopped murder in our nation's capital.
In the 6 years we've been conducting our little experiment, there hasn't been a single murder.
And now pre-crime can work for you. We want to make absolutely certain that every American can back up the utter infallibility of the system and to ensure that's what keeps us safe will also keep us free.
It's fallen angel tech. And what do you think Musk is launching thousands of these satellites? Cube satellites. 6G project, known as 6 Genesis. You can't get any more blatant than this. Go read Genesis 6. You'll see exactly who you're dealing with. This 6G enabled wireless.
But this is something I want to say, guys, because Mini Fish calls it fallen angel tech. What I've seen with every technology is that it just depends on who's using it. So dealing with this and how they're using it negatively, we have to use these frequencies and things and reaching beyond frequency and energy to fight it and to be healthy and to get closer to God. So I would say anything it is just technology, and it's not necessarily always evil. If it's not used for our bad and we're being directed by God to use frequencies, I believe that it's just a tool. I believe that's where this knowledge of it, and I'm still not sure about Nikola Tesla, but I know that now, like the Germans, the Nazis, and now the agencies, they're using it for evil. So it was given to some of them through fallen angels, but I'm not sure about Nikola Tesla. Nikola Tesla talks about being in like a communing with angels. And so I'm not quite sure. And then it was stolen from him, right? So think about if Nikola Tesla would have had pure, could have decided how this technology was used. He would have used it for good. So it might have actually come from angels, the knowledge, because I get certain knowledge from agents of God, not in the same way. Like they don't give me as great a knowledge as Nikola Tesla, but I just think that we're at war. Low frequency, high frequency, Satan, God, and some of these tools are neutral. Like the way frequency and energy, people are made up of frequency and energy, that's neutral. because a person can be connected to God or a person can be connected to Satan. And I choose to be connected to God. You guys choose to be connected to God in the name of Jesus Christ. So these things, the nature of our universe is neutral. The free choice, how to use them, how to help people with them, that's when it becomes evil or good, right? So I just want to put that in there. I don't think that, I think that some of this could have been given to the people on earth by the bad guys, knowledge too soon, right? Just like the apple of good and evil, it was knowledge too soon. But we have a God in heaven who loves us and is benevolent and loves balance. We were always supposed to learn about more of the nature of ourselves and the universe, but maybe at a different time, slower, right? Slower and without hurting other people. So I just wanted to say that there's a neutrality in frequency and energies. There's a neutrality in understanding technologies, you know. So we shouldn't fear, and we don't want to use them the same way as the evil side does. Make sure it's benevolent. Make sure that it's from God. Use your discernment. But we're going to have to combat this stuff, just like this Schumann resonance device right here. This is good. This is positive frequencies. It was made by a company, right? It's a positive thing that's actually helping me to defend my body being hurt and stuff. It's a neutral technology, right? So I just want to kind of say that, because it's called fallen angel technology, but the technology itself is not evil. How it's being used too soon when people aren't ready for it, and being used as a weapon in mind control to do all these terrifying things and these bad things for humanity, that's the evil. That's the evil. Can we maybe use some of these technologies to balance that, to fight the evil? Then it's a good technology. You know?
Smart society ecosystem. Oh yeah, it sounds great, doesn't it? It'll provide precision localization to a fraction of an inch, supplementing the GPS.
Yeah, I like that.
This is why they're doing all these tests with the GPS.
I like what Ann said. Ann said nothing else to use but tech. We just need to infiltrate the airwaves with good. Yeah, right on. Tansy says, does anyone know what part of the brain lights up in spiritual people and doesn't light up in non-spiritual people? I think it's something genetic, Tansy. It's something genetic in the DNA that makes somebody more spiritual. And then it does. I'm not sure what part of the brain. I want to study that. That's interesting. I think it's like an evolutionary thing that God gave us. Slack TI says, makes me angry and want to give someone a talking to when Kyle reminds me he's strapped with defenses. Oh, I'm totally strapped with defenses. Use them. Pray to God, and I say, God, what can I do to protect my physical body? Because this is, really advanced technology that can rip us apart without it. And I try and just, stack it up, and it really works. It doesn't like some of the things that I think they're doing with photonic energy and like the Morgellons nanotechnology on my neurons. I don't know how to defend that yet, but if I can defend some of the other stuff, then I'm more at peace. I can get closer to God, and it's completely necessary. Grounding DAKC, noise canceling hearing aids, shielding the neck, the head, and everything like that. And just start down the road of defenses. You don't want to overwhelm yourself. Start adding in things, and it's doable to where it's bearable, to where it's still annoying. Like I've got V2K right now. Sometimes I'm just like, oh my God, can't do anything. I can't think. But I can get to a level where it's like, okay, I can use my adrenaline, my willpower, my connection with God, and actually do some useful things.
Yes, because this is going to supplement it and essentially take it over, allowing imaging techniques that will identify any person or moving object, and I should have, on the face of the earth. You understand? This is what they're doing. 7G, let's have a gander at this. You think it's a non-thing? Well, you're wrong. What is 7G? Well, this guy explains to us, and he talks about the
So I'm going to be looking at this more, guys. If there are no transmitters, how do you transmit any information you receive? So parallel wireless 7G vision announcement from Parallel Wireless. Now I'm gonna be looking in more to this channel in 6G and 7G, because those things are already being used on targeted individuals. It's that very advanced layer that does a lot of this stuff. Like some of the remote neural manipulation is just done with electromagnetic fields, gigahertz frequency fields, and electromagnetic pulses of the vestibular system. At some is straight through to Morgellons like stuff. So cleansing heavy metals and stuff to tone down the remote neural manipulation.
Up in arms about now, the 5G, like they're doing over in China. They're installing a full-on 5G system over there in order to fight the coronavirus.
Serious?
This stuff is all cell augmentive technology. You need to understand sound, you are water, and sound and waves are used to manipulate these things. Thank you to Nicholson Knight.
Where in time you walk according to the course of this world, according to the prince of the power of the air, the spirit that now worketh in the children of disobedience. And Nicholas said something important. Nicholas said, play Dave Case's CD on my pulsar and it works. Oh, that's cool. So he's combining, are you combining it with the Schumann resonance, Nicholas? That's really good. I'm kind of doing it in a certain way where like I have my Schumann resonators, Q waves, and then noise canceling hearing aids. Then I'll like put Dave Case frequencies on and playing Dave Case CD while the Schumann resonators work too. So I'm kind of in another kind of fashion. I'm doing kind of that same thing. It really works because think about it. If I just had the Schumann resonators on, my attackers could adapt to get past that, but then they run into Dave Case's CD. So the stacking different methods of defense is super important. So they adapt to one thing, they run into another, and we can trap them, right? Usually it's our attackers adapting and doing all these things to us, and we try and use this, and then it's like they adapt to that, but we can make them have to adapt to where they're running into our different layers of defense. Very, very possible.
1968, and if you actually observe these things, you'll see you and me are virtually made up of water. And when sound and wavelengths are applied to the water, it can be manipulated.
Nicholas, I have a quick question for you. So Nicholas says, I'm at a maximum of 100 watts so far. ZVS driver only puts out minimal power unless heating a metal component. With the quadrophile pancake coil has self-inductance, which allows the driver to run. Nicholas, I want to ask you something. Do you think that our attackers can use the ZVS driver, that simple low frequency, against us? Do you think our attackers can use the Z, not just get past it? Do you think that they can use it against us, like take the field that it's making and actually use it against us with some of their methods? I just want to ask you. I'm not quite sure. Nicholas Hamlin says Schumann resonators and ZVS drivers only do one frequency. These are great, but we can force them to have to adapt over and over, like rotating shields. Yeah, and that's like my simple idea. Like you're talking about rotating shields, which would be even better. My simple idea is like you use grounding, Dave Case CD, less EMF headgear, use these Schumann resonator, and then they're trying to adapt to these different things that have a different effect on your body and on the fields that they're shooting at you. But that's awesome to have adapting fields that adapt when they adapt. Dabs, dab. Let's finish this. This is an important video, very, very important video.
To do.
Put all this stuff in the description.
Wills it to do. Do you understand? This is a real thing. This is happening right before our eyes. What is the 7G? Listen to what this guy has to say.
I'm very pleased to be able to finally announce our 7G vision. Now, if you look at any of the legacy technologies today, like 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, any wireless technology, it works on the principles of transmit and receive. So it's always the transmit part which is a problem, because when you're transmitting something, it consumes power, and of course there is this radiation issue, all kinds of things. And if we do it right, we don't even need a separate receiver. Humans can act as a receiver. So let's say humans, we actually inhale oxygen and emit carbon dioxide. On the other hand, trees, they inhale carbon dioxide and emit oxygen. Now, if we were designed optimally, we could actually consume oxygen or carbon dioxide and emit carbon dioxide or oxygen. So, this is where I think nature failed us. So if we design 7G correctly, we would have a chance to fix all future wireless technologies. All humans, we emit positive or negative energy. So the negative energy could be something like wicked thoughts, jealousy, depression, etc. What if you can use this negative energy and use this as a transmission media? And you can even extend it further. So you can use anything that's harming the environment, like carbon dioxide, methane, whatever, and you can use them as a transmission media. So in return, you have actually consumed all the negative energy or anything that's harming the environment and turned it into something positive. And this can actually be useful not just for humans, but also for the environment. The first goal for us is to have a logo designed correctly. Now, if you look,
so they're worried about the logo to get people on board with these things that can hurt us very badly. Nicholas Hamlin says variable PWM audio modulation will be very difficult for them to adapt to, much like the way it's hard for us to find and isolate V2K R&M signals. Okay. Jamie Howie says, imagine taking those no Wi-Fi phone case and gluing them all over you, still or sleeping space. Yeah, the little Faraday cage phone cases, and just gluing them to your body. Grounding is like a huge, it's like making the whole organ of the skin, because your skin's a huge organ. And a lot of these frequencies conduct along the skin to the vestibular system. And especially like the external hits are hitting the skin and affecting it a certain way. So grounding is almost like wearing a suit of armor on your body. It's sending a grounding signal all to the organ of your skin. It's basically like putting some kind of passive shielding all around you, you know? So grounding is super, 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 super important.
Look at 3G or 4G or 5G logo. It's basically some a number and a letter and with some kind of a radiation sign. This is not something that can connect with people emotionally, spiritually, economically. So what we need to do is we need to design a logo that actually connects with people, and the people can actually buy into this vision.
The most important thing to do is get the logo right. With a good 7G logo, we can get the entire community behind this vision. We are very excited about 7G.
7G promises to bring exciting new innovations into the hands of those participating.
So they're going to use your actual feelings, your negative and positive energy combined with particulates that they call pollution, carbon, if you will. Remember, they want a carbon-free world. You're carbon-based. They want you gone. That's what it means. So this is what we're dealing with. You're literally looking at the emergence of the beast system.
It's time. Let's light it up.
Check.
3, 2, 1.
It's working.
We're just getting started.
Wait until they see what's next.
And they will tell you, oh, these things are 10 years out. Baloney. It's a big heaping pile of
They're already
baloney.
using them on
This
targeted
stuff is being
individuals.
built right now. And you'll wind up in a Minority Report world, but it's real and it's absolutely upon us.
See, like even Minifish is saying these things are being built right now, but with the frequency weapons grid, they already contain 5G, 6G, 7G. So they're already being used, and they have been used. 6G and 7G have been used on an experimental torture level to certain individuals, targeted individuals. But then they're going to roll out 6G, 5G right now is being rolled out in the consumer market. They can then use it for the frequency weapons grid too. And then they roll out 6G and 7G. That's just when people are seeing it, right? They're using it on a frequency weapons grid all along, the whole time that they're building the consumer grids. People really have to get that. They really have to understand
Jesus
that.
is the only defense.
Amen.
You got to know this. I pray that you know him. Call on the name of Jesus and learn the truth and be saved. Period. Because this is what is upon us. End of discussion.
And we're just getting started.
Wait until they see what's next.
Peace and grace to y'all. Minifish.
Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore take unto you the whole armor of God.
Oh, I love Minifish. So good.
Hey, Minifish.
Hey,
It's the
Minifish.
4th of February, 2020. Pray you're all well. There's a plethora of things that I want to share with you here. One thing I want to just get out of the way is the undeniable connection to all this spiritual warfare to Kansas. I mean, it's just undeniable. Did you know the Spanish
I'm trying to
flu
exit out of the screen and
back in
pause it.
1918 was actually originated in Kansas through the U.S. Army, and then they exported it to Europe and the world, right? Unknowingly, sure, they knew full well.
Okay, my attackers are freezing up my computer. Give me a sec, guys. Yeah, and Carlisle says, thought it was going to be like the Jetsons, damn it. Yeah, I always, as a kid, I always thought it was going to be like Star Trek. And I thought I thought that like the wars and everything that had gone on in the past, it's like we had learned from our mistakes and everything was going to be very civil. And we were going to go into a Star Trek, type future. And I just see that with these evil people in power, they will always sacrifice people. They will always want control. It will always be war on the good in this world. So I don't think even if it looks like a society like Star Trek or the Jetsons in the future, the evil that will be done in that society is going to be so intense, and the evil to get to that society is going to be so intense that it won't be a utopia. It won't be a spiritual or a material utopia ever, unless good people get in control of it, start using these technologies. There's some people who aren't Satanists who really connect with God, that use these things and get in control of our civilization. Let's see what else I have. Let's see if there's anything about anything else about the two ships in Kansas that I want to show y'all. I think that's about it for that. But I've still got more, guys, so don't go. I've got some very important, because it's Easter. What I wanted to do is I wanted to read some of the teachings of Jesus, right? Let's get our frequencies up. Let's get connected with God. But I think I showed pretty much everything that I wanted to show about, maybe an impending ritual in Kansas or the two ships being destroyed. I just want to show you all this really quick from Minifish. He predicted. Now my attackers are getting frustrated that I'm doing this long of a live stream. I just want to show y'all that he's predicting an economic reset, right? And what are they trying to do right now with the pandemic and everything like that? Locking everybody down to destroy small businesses, saying that money, may have the C virus on it, and so they want to go to a digital currency. That would be an economic reset. And he was saying it way, 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 way back, like a couple of months ago. See if I'm going to be able to pull it up here. I'll just be patient. Just be patient with me, guys. Hey, Queen Esther, you're welcome. Thank you for coming. Hey, stick around because I've still got a couple of things I want to go to about, what Jesus Christ told us and about some of his life. Since it is Easter, I wanted to give us something positive. Oh, thanks, Tansy. Tansy says, oh, wow, I just noticed Kyle's beard is gone. LOL, looks good, mate. Yeah, I'll just let it grow out for a while, and then I'll just shave it all off. My mustache still, like, even when I shave, like a day later, you can still see my mustache. So I won't go full screen because it's freezing up, but I just wanted to show you all this prediction. And this was from November. This is from November 2019, and listen to what he says.
Tuesday, the 19th day of November 2019. And I just don't know where to begin, you guys. It's just so many things going on. It is quite chaotic, to say the very least. I mean, so much so. I mean, look at what we're seeing around the world. I mean, this is insane, and it's all to do with money. Civil unrest is now the new normal. Okay, all of these incidents going on just in the last couple days. But the real grievance is the sense that unresponsive elite are sucking up all the available wealth. See what I mean? Leaving the vast majority with zero upward mobility. This is the plan. They're building up right now to the reset. I showed you the other day how Trump was meeting with the economic club.
Now, this was in November when he put out this video.
The Rothschild banking cabal, and how the market didn't.
So that was in November when he put that video out, and we see what's happening with, the stimulus package, with everybody being locked down, with getting rid of the physical currency, So let's go to this. Let's go to some positive things for Easter. I want to read some things about Jesus. The first one being his 5 greatest teachings, because I think these are very important. And we need to raise our frequencies when fighting darkness, when dealing with stuff that's this big. I said, well, I don't know how to deal with this, and I want to get information out. So I said, well, it's Easter. Let's read what Jesus would want us to do, and how Jesus would want us to deal with things, and how Jesus would want us to feel. And then we'll be going in the right direction. Jesus would probably want me to stop vaping, which I think I'm going to have to. These things are so expensive. My attackers hit them. My attackers will heat these things up, and it'll, so I had to start buying certain ones where even if they hit it, it doesn't taste bad, because certain ones like this one, it's a lychee ice. They'll hit it and it'll just taste so bad. It changes the flavor of the vape because they just cook it and heat it up. And that's just a little thing that they do to me. That's a very small thing they do to just harass me and frustrate me. Slack TI says, Wayne, Vince McMahon, Morris. Oh, yeah. Wayne Morris says, Biggie and I are teaming up. Yeah, we need some team ups, man. I'll be the ultimate warrior. Ultimate Warrior. Okay, so that's a good picture. It's a good picture. It kind of looks like the guy, Bucky from the Marvel movies a little bit. Let's face it, life can be difficult. Thankfully, Jesus provided practical teachings that can help us if we apply them in our lives. Here's a list of 5 teachings from Jesus that will improve your life when applied. Love. Number 1, love. When it comes to love, Jesus gave these directives. Love God, love your neighbor. Matthew 22:36-40. When you replace hate with love and anger with kindness, your life will improve. We let go of our anger. We let go of our hatred, even for the people doing this to us. We focus on the good people and helping them. It can improve your life so much. And you can be led to these defenses and things to build you up and give you peace. So these rules from Jesus are just the most important thing. Number 2, live the golden rule. Treat others as you want to be treated. Matthew 7:12 states it that simply. Improve your life today by treating those around you with kindness and respect. Number 3, communicate sincerely with God. God loves you. As your heavenly Father, he stands ready to help you. Communicate with him through prayer. Express gratitude. And also ask for those things that you need. Great life-changing power is available through sincere prayer. Chat with the missionary about the importance of prayer. I feel like that's an important thing that other TIs talk about, or other people that are facing injustice. What can we be thankful for, right? Every day, say, man, I still have food. You know, my family is still trying to understand, and I love them. Video games are really cool. Being able to make these videos and help people, even in these intensely dark times, we really need to have gratitude for those things which we still have. We do have freedom. We do have freedom of the spirit, even though our minds, like especially targeted individuals. I know, like in the world now, everybody's basically a slave. Everybody's in prison. As targeted individuals, it's worse for us because our thoughts are in prison. And, if you have a good thought, it can just be erased and stuff by remote neural manipulation. But spiritually, we are free. We have to adapt into a way of thinking where we do still feel free in the things that we can be free with. And that's going to take getting with God, getting direction from God, evolving with God, adapting with God. So number 4, have faith. Faith in Jesus Christ means trusting him, remembering him, and following his teachings. It is a conviction that he is the Son of God. When you provide room in your heart to have faith in Christ, you will notice your life improve. So we need to leave room for Jesus. We need to ask him into our hearts every day. I know that, as Christians, we've asked Jesus Christ into our hearts, but every day we need to say, God, come into my very cells, my very DNA, and teach me to be more like you. Help me to be more like you. And obviously, all of us are going to fall short. We can't be perfect. We can't be all loving all the time. But if we're going that direction, right, it changes our life. It changes our actions, how much they can affect other people and get out there. If it resonates with something that's healthy, it's something that can help them to heal, it's something that can empower people. And that's what Jesus did. He was so ahead of his time because he is God, so ahead of his time, and he brought love and peace, understanding, prayer, faith in God our Father. 5, freely forgive. This is a tough one for us, tough one for me. Lately I've just, with the targeting, I just kind of just try and phase my attackers, the automated systems out, and just focus on the positive, but not say like, oh, well, I just forgive you guys or whatever. But we need to forgive those that have wronged us. So it's off of us, and if you can't forgive, like if you can't say, well, my attackers that are microwaving me, I forgive you, then just say, God, I can't forgive these people. I give it up to you. I give my anger, my bitterness up to you. We need as much free space, right, as we can get with our emotions so we can move forward and do pure actions. If we're always bitter and angry, it's gonna toxify everything that we do. Now, I'm not perfect on any one of these, but it's a good direction to go in. So forgiving is to pardon or excuse someone from blame for an offense or misdeed. The scriptures refer to forgiveness in two ways. The Lord commands us to repent of our sins and seek his forgiveness. And he also commands us to forgive others who offend or hurt us. By freely offering forgiveness, we can unshackle ourselves from the negative feelings that hold us back. To learn more about Jesus Christ and his teachings, please chat with us. So it's like, you notice as a targeted individual, your attackers are trying to get you into a cycle. So they hurt you, they do something, they'll put you in a depression of your mind, then you're angry about that and you're bitter about that, and it lowers your frequencies down so that you get into this cycle of attacks that they're doing. And so if we do these positive things, we love, we forgive, we really sincerely try and connect with God, boom, break the cycle. We got to break that cycle, and we got to start cycling in positive ways that are really amazing and magnificent. We can almost, and I know this is bad, like I know the targeting is bad and what's happening in the world is horrific, but it's like you can amazingly see how something so terrible that's ripping up your life can be cycled in a direction where it's helping people or making you stronger. And that is almost better. It's a more powerful thing than just having a good life where you are never targeted and everything is going pretty good, but you don't appreciate it. If these bad things, if you stay in faith and really evolve in the spirit and get health for your body and health for other people, you see how this goes into a positive direction. It's more intense and potent than just like having a good life and never going through much suffering or challenge. It's a more valuable good. It's a more valuable, miraculous positivity. So I know this is a crazy way of looking at things, but is God giving us a chance to go to the next level of good instead of just having this easy life and being like real nice to people because you have it good? Being nice to people and doing the right things and staying in faith when everything is against you, where you feel like you're going to die all the time. It's this next level, this adaptive quality of light, of good, of health, of balance. Getting balance when you've just been thrown into chaos and you're almost dead. It's like that, the potency and the value of that balance and that force for good is so much stronger than just having a good life, and we have to do that. I mean, because this happened, right? This happened. So what's the good that we can do with it? Is it going to bring us to something even better than we could have imagined? Are we going to become the most powerful Jedis in the world? And like, I'm serious, so I'm saying it in a nerdy way, Tansy says, Kyle, like that Joel thing you read out on the start of your last live stream. Yeah. Light in the darkness. Light in the darkness is God strengthening us in these dark times. And see, are we the seeds of light, right? For everybody else in the world. I really do like Joel Osteen. I just think that, he's trying to get people on the path to Jesus Christ. Exactly, a light in the dark. Is God strengthening our light? Is God strengthening our good, right? Because all life is suffering, right? As targeted individuals, we have a more extreme form of suffering, right? It's so extreme, but God strengthens us in those times. And it's like, I would be a lot weaker spiritually if I wouldn't have gone through this. I think we could all say that. I think, well, some of us, I have these times where it's like, I can't even think of anything positive. It's just like, I feel like I'm dying. But in the times that you aren't, and right, that's why you got to, get some of these physical defenses so you have more of those times and you start pulling yourself up in this positive cycle. And then you see how strong you become. And then you resonate that strength, that hope, that inspiration, that faith. God's working through you, right, to do that with other people. And then we can make our world better no matter how dark it gets, because everything that the powers of darkness have so many tools. They have, media, video games, TV, the news, the mainstream media news, these frequency weapons, 5G, all these FFs, right? Peer pressure out in public, people's need to make money, to make enough money, and then they get greedy and they want to make more. And so it has all these different tools working against us. One simple tool, our faith in God and being a good person, can ripple out and can change things, can bring balance. And I think that's in this moment, in this dark moment, I feel like that's a resonance, a message that I'm getting from God is create balance with whatever's in your life, how horrible it is, how horribly unbalanced it is. Try and work towards making that balance. Then that balance resonates out to other people fighting similar things, maybe not even just targeted individuals, to resonate out and infect people with good. It's very sad. It's very sad what this world has done, and the cabal at the top has done. And you can instantly look at it as somebody who's spiritual and say we are being misled as human beings. Like, I think the people at the top are like, we can kill and control people to get power and to go to the stars, right? We'll use the public and the normal people of the world as jet fuel to get there. But when you're creating that much imbalance and genocide and trauma and evolving in the opposite way, like the whole of humanity, it is pure imbalance, and it will come back on them, right? So, I mean, we have no choice but to create balance. If we do it with God, then he can take your ripple effects out. He can make them even bigger. And then the people that you affect, like you guys are affecting people too, with your channels, with your activism, by just being yourselves, right? And it makes all those people go out and do good. And it's a miracle. I mean, you can see miracles happening on a scientifically explainable level, maybe a million years in the future, and then past that, infinite levels, right? We grab for those infinite levels. Yeti Dog says we're moving into the unity of light and dark. Yeah, I guess. I mean, how I see it is, the people with this black and white tile and the Masons and everything, it's like, okay, some people are going to be really, really evil and some people are going to be good. I think there needs to be balance in all humans where you don't do purposeful evil, because purposeful evil is an imbalance. So it's important. There's death and destruction and those things that happen in the universe, but none of them have to happen with purposeful evil. People purposefully doing evil, purposefully just wanting to hurt people. That is an aberration in the universe, low frequency, and it's de-evolution. So yeah, but you probably meant something else, but that's just kind of my take on it. Charles of Hurley says, Iraq, I asked if you think the witch put you in this program. And says, Kyle, you just gets hard to live in this world, but see all this stuff we're all facing in spiritual warfare. Yeah, it's very, very hard. It's very hard, but Jesus Christ says his yoke is light, right? So doing good is easy and light, no matter what comes. All this complication in our minds, take it in, the mind can really trick us. And my mind has tricked me. This stuff is also complicated. It gets so overwhelming. But if you just do what's right and you just take it a bite at a time, it does become light. Because, I mean, check this out. Like, I wanted to put this information out about Kansas and the mercy and the comfort. And, I put this information out so you guys can see it. Maybe y'all see some things that I don't see, and maybe that can help. But really, if something bad's going to happen, it's going to happen. Really can't stop that, right? But it's simple just to do what's right. Sometimes, so my point is, all this death and all these lies, we can't just fix it. We have to see it, and it's horrible. But you got to focus on what you can do. What you can do for the people around you. Strong focus on that and pray to God that you can focus on it. And like, I have trouble. I see all the dark stuff. I see all the bad stuff. And I'm like, well, should I even have a YouTube channel? This isn't even that useful. But then I bring myself back to the subscribers and the viewers I have. It's helping them to deal with it. It's helping them to not get overwhelmed. It's helping us to see a bright side. And then they're going out and affecting people. And some of you guys with channels or ministries or whatever you're doing that's maybe not on YouTube, you're doing the same thing. And it makes this ultimate something for God to work through, right? Our actions become something for God to work through. And the things that we thought would come out of it, you know, maybe those things happen a little bit, but God's got other plans, right? Like I always say that the rock from David, like when he throws the rock, it's like he probably wanted to hit Goliath and just hurt him for a little while, but God took that rock and felled the giant, you know. So God may have other plans for these actions that we think it's too small. It's just, this isn't going to really fix everything. So why even do it? And I say, yes, do it. Do it, pray to God, do these actions that you might think, well, it's not going to really do any good. And you'll see that he can do even greater things with them. Maybe not all of our actions, some things we'll do and it'll help a couple of people, but some things will just be like that rock from David. If we keep doing good. Here's this other thing I want to show you guys. I'm getting kind of tired. My throat's getting kind of dried out. But I want to show you all this. Fear not. Jesus said, fear not. Fear not. Queen Esther says, Vulcan Wolverine, something is strange in New York. The hospitals are not busy and those ships are very empty. The news is lying. Yeah. That's what I'm worried that they're keeping the hospitals empty because for the future, for like if people start rioting or protesting and then the military is in those cities and people get hurt, then those hospitals fill up, right? It's very suspicious. It's very suspicious how everything is working right now. And it's like you just kind of feel that all these things are being set up for something that we don't really understand. It's not for the C virus. It's not because a bunch of people are going to be going to those hospitals unless the testing, which I believe is contaminated and things like that, maybe a lot more people, or they turn 5G up in a lot of areas, then people do start going to the hospitals, and they've done it at a certain level, but they take it up a notch, right? I'm just not sure, but you're right. Those hospitals are empty. There are some that are full, but most hospitals around the nation and other countries are just super empty. So fear not. One of Jesus's most challenging commands in 2020, I'd say this one says 2017. So this is some of the sayings of Jesus about fear. Yeah, Walt Hudson says everything has changed in the twinkling of an eye. Yeah. We got to think about this though. It's like everything has changed. It's like we went to sleep one day and then the next day the New World Order was here kind of. And I mean, it had been building in a certain way, but it was such a big leap. But we look at that and like how evil did it. And it's like, we got to figure that it can happen the other way too. Even though the powers of this world are very powerful, the tables can be turned very quickly. Like if the public were ever to get the right information, everybody to get the exact right information about how corrupt and how big of these lies are, and every good person in the world turn on their local governments one day, I guess it wouldn't be good at first, but it would be a turning of the tables to get on the right road, you know. It can happen the other way too. Queen Esther says the governors are going to war with the White House, Vulcan Wolverine. Yeah, I think the governors of a lot of states want their people to go back to work. And there's going to be a clash. I think there's going to be a clash coming up to April 30th. We just got to keep our eyes watchful and connected to God, and do the best that we can to get information out, do what we can while we can, endure in faith and trust in God. Like, I mean, like this is a bad example that I keep using, but I may be dead in a month, you know, I could get cancer or whatever from my targeting. Just do what's right now, help people right now. And we don't know what's after this, right? Slack TI says Gates keeps saying there needs to be a complete shutdown till the mass vaccination. Yeah, he wants everybody on the globe vaccinated. I'm not taking it. I'm going to try and convince my family not to take it. I don't think they're going to listen to me. Yeah, Arachno Nixon. Okay, we're at 4 hours. Yeah, we're at about 4 hours. So let's read this and kind of close it out in a prayerful tone. Drunken Ninja says, the C vaccine, why I only have a 98% chance of surviving. Yeah, that's true. Alan says they get Christians to participate in their satanic rituals at the football game during halftime festivities. They get everybody, good and bad, to participate in their satanic rituals. Like us as targeted individuals, we didn't want to participate in a satanic ritual on us. But it's like just because we live in society, they're doing all these huge top-down protocols that you can't get out of. It's like we can't escape like our forefathers did to another country, so we've got to do it spiritually. You know, we're in, everybody's enslaved on this earth to all these huge governments, right? And then the global top of the pyramid. So our forefathers tried to escape by going to another place. Maybe there's some islands and stuff we could go to where it would be a little bit better, but I see that it's a spiritual escape. Like during this, because even in our mind, we can't escape to now. For those of us that are targeted, you know, our thoughts are being watched. Our thoughts are being manipulated, but we can escape spiritually. We can go to a whole new level spiritually to find peace, right? And then maybe we can find a material way to escape, a new material way to escape through that escaping spiritually first and feeding those actions, feeding those good actions. Then maybe we can find a place to get to a technology that cuts it all off, which I think they already have. I think naval intelligence, I mean, think about the president. He has to have something he puts like under a shirt or something that keeps his brain from being invaded by like Russia or China or even the deep state, because they have this technology. They can just remote neural monitor and remote neural manipulate the president. And I guarantee you, he wouldn't make as much sense as he does. Some people would say he doesn't make sense, but he wouldn't be able to speak like he does if he was being remote neural manipulated. He could be protected because he's just involved in it, you know. Pie in the face. Bill Gates with a pie in the face. Yeah, Wayne Moore says Gates needs to hang. He's so evil. He's just such an evil man. Yeah, Therese Crosby says we can't meet violence with violence. We do have to defend ourselves. But the thing is, they built this system to where if we use any kind of aggressive action, it can immediately be used against us. So we have to build this sophistication, and we need help from God to do that, where we're assertive but peaceful. We're assertive in holding our peace, you know, because they've already encroached. I mean, they're already in my mind, you know, with frequencies and you guys, and they're gonna be pulling more people in with this crisis now. We've got to find assertive, peaceful action until the world can see what kind of evil that we're up against. More of a percentage understands, and then maybe, you know, we can fight, because I do believe God wants us to fight anyway against evil. Yeah, but we do. We have to find peaceful action. Slack T.I. says, but I could find a decent companion. I'd wear a full-on red panda suit to do so. Rev 311 Micron says, the word Christian means nothing to me. It's the fruits you bear that say whether or not you are of God or not. I agree. I think everybody, I think even non-Christians can get close to God spiritually. And God judges people, not me. You know, so I have to do what I think is my spiritual path and the traditions of my family, but I'm not going to judge somebody else with another spirituality, another religion. God makes that judgment. And I tell them about my religion and what I believe in, you know. I agree. I totally agree. So enlighten me then, strong enlighten me then, because as far as I know, calling yourself a Christian and going to church means nothing unless you reflect what you talk about. We're all sinful and make mistakes, myself too. Yeah, I mean, a lot of Christians, though, a lot of Christians don't just say I'm a Christian. They take the right actions. They do have the right faith and stuff like that. A lot of Christians are very proud to call themselves a Christian. They believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. So it's just, but then there are Christians that are just like, yeah, I'm a Christian, and then they just go and do a bunch of bad stuff and go to church on Sunday. You know, that's a whole different thing. That's being hypocritical. It's not necessarily like, you know, Christians are bad or something like that. So fear is one of the most debilitating emotions known to the human race. It is unbelievably powerful. It penetrates the heart, poisons the spirit, and paralyzes the soul. It can affect you not only emotionally, mentally, and spiritually, but it can even affect you physically. And I know that, and I'm sure you guys know that. Like, it's just stress is a mind killer. Fear is the mind killer. When I'm afraid, I can barely think. Think about that too. Think about this whole pandemic and how afraid people are. They don't want people thinking on their feet. They want the public scared, following orders, not really thinking creatively about how to get out of this or what their evil rulers are doing. You know, it's definitely the biggest disease in this whole pandemic and this global stuff that's going on. Fear is the number one weapon. Now they can physically induce fear with frequency weapons. With the 5G grid, they can induce fear and paranoia. And they have been for a long time, but now I think they're trying to do it to more people. You know, so most of us remember Franklin D. Roosevelt's word to the American people as we became enmeshed in World War II. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. I think Mary Curry expressed it better and challengingly. Nothing in life is to be feared. It is only to be understood. Now is the time. This is what I was saying at the beginning that we need to do. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. I think Mary Curry expressed it better and challengingly. Nothing in life is to be feared. It is only to be understood. Now is the time to understand more so that we may fear less. We demystify things. We take these rulers, these would-be rulers, want to hide things from us. They want us to be afraid of the unknown, right? So the more that we understand about how they do things, their rituals, what exactly is going on with the C virus, what their plans and protocols are, the more that we understand, the less that we have fear. Only to understand and to have faith in God. You know, we don't want to fear, and we don't want to fear death, because all of us will die one day. You know, all of us will die one day. We're on this earth for a reason. God has a destiny for us. We create some of this destiny. We create a lot of this destiny with God, right? So we don't want to fear death. That's a big thing for me. I've never feared death before I was targeted. And as I went along, I've started to feel, you know, oh, I don't want to die. You know, I don't want to die. And it's just whenever it's my time, it's my time. Whenever it's y'all's time, it's your time. But what do we do till then? You know? What do we do till then? So I work on a lot, you know. I have a problem with that because I don't want to go, you know. But I objectively know at this point with how I'm connected to God's agents, as angels, and God in the name of Jesus Christ, that there is something after. I don't know if I'll remember this life. Probably I will, but maybe we can come back as angels. You know, maybe God will say, you had such injustice in your life. You're going to be watching over those that have injustice in their lives, and we'll be able to make a difference that way. Whatever it is, I know that there's a next phase. There's a next phase because energy never dies. Energy never goes away. And then there's things beyond frequency energy. Both are right. Fear causes nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror. Curie's added word, we need to understand more so that we may fear less, has special meaning today, has a lot of meaning right now, this decade, up to this decade. I'm 82 years old and I have not consciously experienced a time when fear has raged in such hurricane proportion. Fear is frighteningly palpable in our nation, especially since the election of President Trump. His recent executive order barring immigrants from 7 nations has set the whole world on edge. Our citizenry is sharply divided. Because of our leadership position in the world, our fear is spreading. My church, the United Methodist Church, is sharply divided, and our unity is so strained that it is difficult to find hope that our denomination unity will be sustained. In any gathering of United Methodists where serious conversation takes place, fear is the primary expression. Into this maze of fear, it is helpful to remember that some form of fear not is one of, if not the most common address to us in Scripture. Jesus spends much of the 12th chapter of Luke reassuring and encouraging his followers in the face of possible catastrophic circumstance. I tell you, my friends, do not fear those who kill the body, and after that can do nothing more. Therefore, I tell you, do not worry about your life. And then in verse 32 comes one of my favorite words of the Scripture from Jesus himself. Do not be afraid, little flock, for it is your Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom. Verse 32. The experience out of which our most helpful counsel about fear comes as the angel ministering to Mary when she learned she was pregnant with the one who was to be the Savior of the world. Totally baffled and devastated, no word could have meant more. Do not be afraid, Mary, for you have found favor with God. Luke 1:30. That is the dominant word in the birth narrative. It was spoken to Zechariah when he was terrified by the appearance of an angel in the temple. Do not be afraid, for your prayer has been heard. The shepherds, terrified when they were brought into the story, received the same word. Do not be afraid. I am bringing you good news of great joy. The angelic greeting comes with incredible consistency throughout the Advent story. The same greeting, the same command repeated over and over again, fear not. Mary, don't be afraid because the Lord is with you. Simple, but so profound. The Lord is with you. This is the antidote to our fear. Faith in God, who is actively involved in the lives of his people, a God who is present with us. Mary, don't be afraid. The Lord is with you. That one day every knee will bow and every tongue confess that Jesus Christ is Lord to the glory of God the Father. Nothing in life is to be feared. It is only to be understood. Now is the time to understand more so that we may fear less. The more we understand, the less fear that we have about the nature of the universe, the nature of God, what he wants for us, what his agents will help us with. Overshadowing and exceeding all the circumstances flowing from those issues is our glorious destiny made clear by Christ. Fear not, little flock, for it is your Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom. As we seek to understand that we may not fear, keep in mind how Jesus addresses us, little flock. What tenderness. We are his flock. He is our shepherd. Let the angel's word to Mary continually echo in your mind and heart. The Lord is with you. The Lord is with us. The Lord is with us. Oh. Now it's completely frozen. So I think that's pretty good. That's something good to end it on. Fear not, the more we understand things, the more we understand this targeting, the more we understand about what's going on in our world, the way that FFs are done, the way that the people at the top want to carry out rituals and everything, the more that we understand, the more we can defend ourselves. And so, I mean, that's what God puts into my heart, right? Is that I need to get in for, it's what I can do, right? What can you do? What can you do? And then when we're talking about stuff that can be frightening, right? Like a mass ritual or a new 9/11 or what's going on with the C virus is very scary, that we give each other words of comfort and we give each other solutions and things like that to carry on. You know, so important. And so what you need to do, what you guys need to do, or anybody watching this live stream, is just look into your heart, look at your connection with God. What's he guiding you to do? And if maybe it's unclear, you know, say, because I believe that God works through agents in this universe and other universe, angels. I'll just call them angels. Say, can you send me some angels to encamp around me? Or if you have them around me, can you let them reveal themselves to me? And it's not going to be like angels appearing. Maybe it is, maybe it will be. But usually it's just that inner voice in your heart what you know to be right, and it's very intense, and you know that you got to do it to feel good. Like, you know that you've got to do that thing to help people, or put that information out, or make that video, or put together that rally, or give food to somebody, you know, just to help people to feel good, to feel like, okay, yeah, I did that. So it may present in like in other ways too, but like that's a good way. Nicholas Hamlin says this is a filed lawsuit in California that mentions Gates among others. Okay, so Nicholas put a link to a filed lawsuit in California. Everybody needs to start suing the pants out of all these agencies, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, as high as we can go. You know, I think that I would want to file a lawsuit against the contractor. Like, I want to get the implant out wherever it was manufactured. I sue the manufacturer first, and then I go from there, you know, because a lawyer would help me do that. And Carl says, maybe we were supposed to lead others out when SHTF. Yeah, I know what that means now. I didn't know what it meant the other day. We are, guys. I mean, we've been saying it for a long time, right? Right? When we've been talking on these videos, we say we're going through this targeting, you know, remote neural monitoring, remote neural manipulation, being trapped and isolated in our homes, people acting weird and doing gang stalking stuff. And look at the society that we're going into. More people are being roped into being targeted. Their neighbors can rat them out for having a fake C virus. It's these same conditions, not exactly, but it's becoming like that. So we can give people comfort. And it's helped me. Like, I've freaked out during this, but everything was so bad because of the targeting. It was like, okay, here's round 2, you know, and we've been saying it. Like, we've been saying, we need to help people when this happens to them, right? And saying it and saying it and saying it, and everybody's been saying it, and now it's time to give people comfort, to say, look, I've been being tortured for like decades, and I'm okay. Well, I mean, we're not okay, right? We're not like having a blast, but like, I'm alive and I'm doing good things, and I'm still holding it together. Like, you can do it too. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. And we all need to work against this tyranny. So that's, and yeah, definitely. Walt Hudson says, does what must be done. Everyone is different. Yeah. Yeah, some people don't like organized religion. Some people do like it, you know, and it just depends on what they're getting out of it and what they're putting out. Like I said, this is just a little example. Like, my grandpa on my mom's side, he loved the Catholic faith because it was something organized and quiet, and that's how he wanted to worship. But my other granddad on my dad's side, it was in Baptist church, yelling the whole church, amen, preach it, brother. And they just had 2 ways in which they wanted to express their faith. So I think that we need to see that in this world. That's like, people, God directs, everyone's different. So God's gonna work through people differently, and he's also gonna make them want to worship in different ways. You have the Catholic Church, you have the Methodist, Presbyterians, and all these different churches where God, you know, in different countries worship in different ways. We got to realize that God is super smart, and never really criticize people on it. Now, don't like sacrifice children for your religion. That's not cool. Like, anything that hurts anybody, that's not a good way to worship. That's evil. That's evil and unbalanced. But people worship, and, you know, so I think organized religion can be a great thing, but some people are very disillusioned by organized religion. They don't want to have any part of it because they see there are hypocrites within the organized religion structure, so they want to do something else. And some people, it's like they have good people in those organized religions that they like, and so it works for them, right? So I think that the way that the world's going, people have to, you know, worship in different ways, and also, you know, do things that they're led to do by God in different ways, because we're all different. God made us all so different. Yeah, Wayne Moore says Trump is selling you out. I also agree. Been looking into some more Q stuff. I'll watch X22 report, and it's just insane. It's just insane. Like, still, people are still waiting on them, and it's just a psyop. I think they actually. This is what I really think about Q, y'all. I think that it was started by some hackers on 4chan. No. I think that it actually was started by somebody in the Trump cabinet. It was started by them, and then it was stolen by them by a bunch of hackers and stuff like that, who turned it into this money-making scheme. You know, like Jordan Sather and the Praying Medic and a bunch of other people. So they have control of it. Those people had control of it, but then they took it and they sold it to Mossad. I'm not sure about this, but this is what I've been researching. I'm gonna research more. But it was eventually sold to Israeli intelligence to do specific things to patriots in America. So right now, as it stands, it'd be Israeli intelligence that is acting as Q, and then all these people, like Jordan Sather was part of it before, but they sold it for a big amount of money. Now they still make their money off of the videos. That's what I'm researching and finding out. I'm not completely sure. I like Q people, they're patriots and stuff like that. There's nefarious stuff going on with it. It's not just somebody near to Trump and they're doing the actual things that they're saying from what I'm researching. Tansy say, artists, what do you think they would do if you guys did that in America? Artist of LLian says, then Trumpster will say we have to extend the lockdown for a huge amount of time. Yeah. Oh, wait, what were y'all saying that we do? Okay, Artist of LLian says, let's all congregate in public. It's our right. Yeah, I think that it's going to happen. It's going to eventually happen. I think that we need to get as much information out on social media, especially during Passover. Then probably, if not, people are going to be doing it even before April 30th. If they extend it, then people are going to be going out and getting in groups, but they're going to be fined and put in prison, right? That's why all the military is out in every city. They're already planning on that. So it's like we can get together and go out and congregate, but we're going to get massive fines or be put in prison if we do that. It's going to happen, right? But it's hard. It's like really hard because people are like, well, let's just go do that. Let's get into a group and go. But then not a lot of people do it. They talk about it, but then not a lot of people do it. So it's just getting it done. And now they have this catch-22 where if you go and you peacefully do civil disobedience, you will be put in jail or fined. So that's going to be a problem. But it's going to happen. It's going to happen in California, New York, they're already planning. The pyramid, the top of the pyramid is planning for that with the military vehicles and the grenade launchers and everything like that. And that's why they're clearing out prisons, right? They're clearing out prisons because they're going to be arresting a lot of people who are protesting and stuff like that and getting together. I don't know what we're going to do. I mean, we just got to put out information now, watch as carefully as possible, hope for not a new 9/11 soon coming up. And then that's going to come. People are going to get out there. People are going to get out there and do that. I don't know. I'm going to try and find something useful to do, but I don't know. We got to also fight this program, this targeting program. Try and stop it. Yeah. Strong-minded individual says being a Christian doesn't make us perfect. We all fall short of his glory, but we have to get up and keep going forward and not backwards, back to the person we once were. Yeah, amen. Yeah, Tansy says, I always think about how quick cops turn to violence these days. It's so sad and wrong. See, you guys, and this isn't talk about what Tansy said. She's right. Even me talking about that, like I'm doing a YouTube video and I'm like, yeah, and then people are probably going to go out. I wonder if even that would be just taken down off of YouTube. So we're coming up against the how do we how do people in Press for Truth had a video about it. How do people even communicate to be able to go do those things? Because they've got a bunch of people targeted, right? They got a bunch of people targeted and surveilled. A lot of people remote neural monitor. They can surveil and track everybody physically and see where they're going by their phones and other things. So it's like, how, if people even do want to group up, there's this whole, well, we can't let people have mass gatherings now, so we got to give those people fines and arrest them. How are people even going to be able to do that? And because it's so hard like that, and there's such a punishment for doing so, it's going to make a lot of the percentage of people you may have gotten to go out with you, because there's no consequence, right? You go peacefully protest when the world was free, and then it's a good thing and it's okay, and you can go home afterwards. It's going to be a lot harder to get people to do it when it's like you're going to go to jail, you know? So, I mean, it's going to happen. It's going to have to happen. Everything is so bad. It's going to have to happen. I'm gonna see what happens this week, and I'm going to keep putting information out. I suggest we have nothing to lose with putting information out on BitChute, YouTube, DLive, those things. If you, I'd say that's a good avenue if you're a targeted individual. And maybe you haven't made a video up till now, you got nothing to lose. You got nothing to lose. YouTube's probably not even going to be here for long. So if you're worried about like what you're saying being up forever, YouTube's probably, you know, they're probably going to take down any channel that talks about anything controversial, you know, in the upcoming months at least. Take positive, any kind of positive action that you can think of to do. Hey, Awaken World. I think I said hey to you earlier. Pretty sure. Yeah, Drunken Ninja says, may God pile blessings on us all. May he give us a path in this. Because, like, I see everything as a catch-22. I see that they own so many of the systems, the things that we get information out with. They got everything on lockdown now, and they're planning on people doing peaceful protests, mass gathering and stuff like that, and they're arresting them. So it's like we need a path from God to go down, to keep getting information out and keep moving forward and not let this, it's already locked in. So I don't know. I don't think it's too late. I mean, I don't think it's too late for good, moral people to have a life and to do good things in this world. But I'm like, can we just get our freedom? We should have been 20 years ago, after 9/11, people should have been out in the streets every day. Like Hong Kong, in France, after 9/11 happened, after the Patriot Act came in, people should have been out in the streets every day. But Americans are just, they're trusting of their government still. There's still a percentage of people who, you know, even, this is something, guys, I watched the task force, and Trump and those guys, they're good. I think he has plausible deniability. I think he really thinks there's a virus, and he thinks, I don't know, because after watching it, I was like, oh, well, things aren't that bad. We're just going to go back to normal. He's given insurance for businesses and stuff like that. And it's not as bad as everybody's saying. But then you look at it and it's not. So they're really good at lying to the American public that doesn't know about how bad it's gotten. They're very good at it. So we're going to think of some things. Yeah, we're gonna think of some stuff and things. Charles of Hurley says, haven't seen military in New Mexico, but the homeless seem to be disappearing. Yeah, and probably put in quarantine places, right? Which is when they start coming and taking people away from their families, they're gonna bring them to these quarantine facilities, internment camps, you know. So when that happens, I suspect a lot of people, there will be people trying to protect and not let them take them away. So, but the thing is, we're seeing them prepare for all this stuff. So what do we do? What do we do in this catch-22? You know, moving up the field, it seems to be you can move up the field. You can put out a lot of information on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook right now. And while we have those, even John X Army was saying, while we have those, we need to get information. Everybody who owns the channel. Now's the time to just flood the internet and the public, the people who mainly wouldn't look into the stuff until now. Now's the time to get their heads right, where they understand where we're at, So then the next phase, and then I think we're all kind of waiting to see how are they going to release it April 30th. If they let things go back, and I don't think they are, but maybe it's a pump fake, right? Maybe everything kind of goes back to normal, no mass gatherings or anything. And then the next time they want to come in and do something really bad, and then people go, oh, well, they put it back together last time, so no big deal. And then that time they start, killing millions of people and really just lock it down forever then. I don't know. Wayne Moore says, I've already got a cell booked. I'm afraid I do too. I'm afraid they're going to be coming to my door, man. I live alone here, and it's like, so my dad and my mom are so sick from targeting and stuff. I don't know if they could really fend them off. I'm worried one of my neighbors is going to say, I think he maybe has that C virus. It's just going to be done because DHS Fusion Centers already have me marked down as a target. And so nobody would even have to say it, but they could just say it was an anonymous tip, and then they come and try and take me to one of those quarantine things. I don't know what I'm going to do. I guess I need to figure it out. I guess I need to think about that long and hard. Maybe I'd make videos in the quarantine thing. I'd bring my phone. They probably wouldn't let me keep my phone. I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead. Artist of Elian says, Robert Maxwell, the Mossad guy, sold the Promise software to Israel, Russia, China. This was the predecessor for Pegasus software and the like. Said Robert Maxwell. Yeah, Queen Esther says, this is worse than 9/11 because of the economic shutdown. Yeah, there's so many worse angles because it's global too. It's the whole nation. Fathers can't even play with their daughters. Like this father was arrested for, I think, picking up his daughter at a park, or playing ball or something like that. So, I mean, they're making some big statements. Local law enforcement's making some big statements that parents aren't even supposed to like, and children need that, children need to be held by their parents and their family members. If everybody has to stay separated, it's very psychologically damaging and energetically damaging for a child not to have the love of their mother or their father. So a lot of these things are that they're doing are on a level of like destroying the biofield of children, like separating from their parents, destroying them psychologically, and then trying to keep those things in place to really weaken humanity, Yeah, Rev 311 Micron says, of course, life itself is relative in many ways in our understanding of it. Yeah, I totally agree. There's layers, right? It's like, and some people understand life in a different way. And then it's like, we're on this small mud ball right here, and there's many other planets that have life in the universe. And then there's something that created the universe. What created it? See, I don't think God is just the ruler of this universe. I think God is the ruler of all reality, and this universe is a small part of that reality, So think about that. Think about how powerful God is, the ruler of all reality. Something created this universe. Did God create that something, right? So I don't even know. It's fun to think about those things, and I don't try and be blasphemous or anything. But I think God is bigger than we could ever imagine. And I think his agents, like angels, are so much stronger than any force, extra-dimensional, worldly, on this world. How much powerful does that make God when just his agents, just his angels, have way more knowledge and way more power to do things? But I think that free will is very important. They can't just fix a situation magically or anything like that. It's against the rules of this universe. That they can give us power, they can give us strength, they can empower us, certain things like that. Oh, my back's starting to hurt. Oh, hey, Jennifer. Jennifer says, hi guys, happy Easter. Hey, Jennifer, you might have to go back and watch the live stream. I'm about to close it out. Oh, my attackers like hit me in the back. And they start hitting me, not hit me in the cheek. This starts pulsing, and then I have trouble talking, but it's a little bit better. I don't know what I'm doing. There was this thing that I was taking with yeast in it. Dramamine has yeast in it. It has yeast and something else. And I think if you take yeast, it causes inflammation in the body. But I've stopped taking Dramamine and I feel less inflamed, like less headaches and stuff like that. And this part feels better. So be careful with Dramamine, guys. It has yeast in it. Queen Esther says they won't let the truth out on SM. They are banning truthful voices while expanding shills. We must seek God. Yeah. We just got to do the best we can. I mean, I know they're going to censor us and everything like that, but if you can get the message out to a couple of hundred people and then they all have YouTube channels, you know, you think about it, like, because, you know, I'm not the biggest YouTube channel out there, definitely. But like I get like, you know, 500 views or maybe 1,000 views on some videos. That's 1,000 people that they may all have channels and they go spread that. Or you think about it like this, guys. You make a YouTube channel, you get a couple of hundred views on every video, but then you have somebody like maybe Richie from Boston pops in from time to time and checks out what I'm doing because he's a targeted individual, or Brian at High Impact Vlogs. I'm not sure if they watch my channel or know about it, but if Richie watches it and he has some ideas about 6G and 7G, and then he puts it out to 100,000 people, 100,000 views on each video or whatever. You know, I think he has like 300,000 subscribers. But you think about it in that way. Don't think about like, oh, well, I don't have thousands of views on every video. Think about who's seeing it that you don't know about, you know? And that's just a little level up in perception of like where God can take the things that you do and the information you put out, you know? Got to think about it in a different way and just sling them rocks. Got to slang them rocks. And I ain't talking about crack. Yeah, Rev 311 Micron says it's all a puppet show, Kyle. Yeah. It is. Like that, the new, who was it? Oh, John X Army put a video out. It's all a puppet show. And he had the two puppets, Trump and Hillary. I like that video. I forgot exactly what it was about. I like him. I like John X Army. I just started watching John X Army, and I really like him. I like his attitude. I think he puts out really good information. Not sure if he's targeted, but I like John X Army. Dude, I like John X Army a lot. Yeah, Queen Esther, Vulcan Wolverine, we need a miracle. We do need a miracle. I don't know what's going to happen there. We don't know if it can be fixed on a big scale, but we can definitely be miracles in each other's lives. It's like sitting here on a YouTube video going, okay, well, we need our freedoms back, and we need to, we need our Constitution back, and we need to go back to a capitalist republic. And it's like all these things are taking place that are out of our control, you know. So we can only do what we can do, and hopefully, right, the spark that lights the fire that burns the forest down. Forest being evil. We want to burn that evil forest. We want to burn that evil forest down. I definitely do feel better not take, like, because usually at the end of a video, I'd be like, bah, 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 bah. I feel like I have some energy. This is good. The only thing I can think of that I'm doing different is that Dramamine. It had yeast in it. I saw it had yeast in it yesterday. And it has some kind of wheat stuff too. And I think that's been really hurting me. And I've just been building it up in my body. Causality is a hard thing for me, right? You guys know what causality is. Like, say you have an ache or pain on your body and you're like, oh, it's because of this. Well, when you're targeted, it's like you're remote neural manipulated. You have certain pains. Causality has become a big problem for me because everything that happens to me, like mental, like depression wise or anything, it's like, I'm like, well, that's the targeting, but it could be from something that I'm eating or supplements. So you gotta like look around, you gotta take stock every once in a while, check out what you're doing and make sure you know something. If you're like, man, I'm hurting more lately, don't instantly go, oh, well, that's just my attackers. It may be something that you're doing, right? The targeting is going to hurt, right? It's going to hurt and it's going to mess up our mind. Sometimes causality is tough for me. I miss certain things because I just think it's targeting, and it may be something that I can change in my diet or supplements or something, that gives me a little bit of a boost up. Now, it doesn't stop the targeting, but it's not all, like, something that was really bad wasn't what I thought, you know. That's the worst thing, the loss of some causality with targeting. Wayne Moore says, yes, we have officially merged with the truther community. Yeah, that's what I'm, look at that balance. And I'm not celebrating what's happening in the world, but look at the people taking 5G towers down. Look at all the people saying, look, this CV virus is release of exosomes from 5G, from frequency. People are understanding that frequencies can harm you. That's spread out, right? So it's this ironic thing. Like, I'm not trying to celebrate what's happening in the world, but I am a little bit happy. This is weird. I don't want to celebrate any kind of death or evil or anything like that, but I'm like, the situation has become where people have to know about these frequency weapons and 5G, and people are. And it's weird for me, and I want to explain that to you guys. I've been a targeted individual so long and trying to get people to understand these weapons and the frequencies can be very harmful and even manipulate, affect the mind, get signals back from the mind. It's like, it's finally like a lot of people are getting to know about it, you know? So, you know, if you talk about the C virus and things that are going on in the world, now we can talk about the targeting, and people, more non-targeted individuals are going to be interested in, wait, we had people being experimented on and tortured by frequency weapons for so long. Maybe they heard about it before and just poo-pooed it away. That's crazy. But now they're like, whoa, look what happened in the world. Look at 5G. These people were telling the truth. I guarantee you have tons of people who saw the targeted individual situation and said, those people are crazy. And now with all the information coming out about 5G, they're coming back. They're going, whoa, 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 those people were telling the truth. So I don't want to like it's an ironic happiness about that. Jennifer Burns, yes, MSM are criminals, definitely. Okay, guys, it's like 10:30, so I've been going for like 4.5 hours. Let me read a couple more comments. Drink some of my thing. I'll read a couple more of y'all's comments. Rev311 Micron says, Kyle, if they take you, I'll be right there at the same time getting taken away in spirit. Yeah, buddy, thank you. I hope not. I'm gonna try and just behave and not talk to the gang stalkers in my condo and put out information. This poster right here, it says they aim to misbehave. I mean, we've got to misbehave a little. We can't just like do what government tells us to do, especially as targeted individuals. But like, I'm gonna try and think about it, you know, and while thinking of something better, right? This is always my thing, is while thinking about something better, always do like kind of it's hard making videos all the time. It takes a little bit of effort and stuff like that, especially if you've never done it before, but it's the most peaceful thing right now and the most effective. What's the least impact? No, most impact, least damaging thing to ourselves right now. Pick that thing until you can find something better that'll work better, and then you keep doing that, right? And then you build up. Rachno Nixon said, Gates said that so long as one person anywhere has CV, the whole world will be on lockdown. Really? When do you have a video link for that? I'm sure that's right. Yeah, Queen Esther says, this is how Nazi Germany got started. Neighbors are the informants legally. Yep. Think about how they've been building up. They've made these gang stalkers and community-placed agents. They're practicing with them. You know, and I'm not saying the only reason we were targeted and all this gang stalking existed was just for this situation with the CV virus, but that was an angle they were thinking about. That was an angle they were thinking about the entire time while doing all this other stuff too, right? Artist of L. Alien says, here's our snitch app to make sure everybody complies. Mwahahaha. Yeah. It's like the gang stalking app, like the DHS Fusion Center app. Yeah. No Whining says, I am surrounded by Freemasons. The exterminator sprayed me intentionally. My face and respiratory are in pain and my face still numb in places. I have faith this will be addressed by my father. Yeah, they're whining. My brain is watched by Freemasons all day long. They're ex-military Freemasons and work for a contractor. I was thinking about today, and I'm really sorry you're going through that pain. I would try and cleanse, get something to cleanse your insides and breathe some fresh air, and then also do cleansing baths with like Epsom salt. Try and get the toxins off of you. Maybe some other people in chat have better, better advice. But yeah, my thoughts are watched by Masons all day long. I was thinking about watching a bunch of Bill Cooper just to piss him off, you know. I can't see how they don't see it yet, that they are going to be killed along with the rest of us, and this isn't going to create a utopia or save the world. It's all a trick on them. I have like a bruise underneath my eye. This looks red. I guess I don't care. Wayne Moore says, I say I am waiting to wake up a second time, and yeah, Alan says, I'm exhausted too. Thank you for hosting this 3+ hour chat. I've enjoyed it all. Good night, or rather good day. Peace to all. Peace to you, Alan. Thank you for coming. Slack TI says, Kyle's my Tin Man, Nick's my Scarecrow, and Wayne's my... That's not fair. I have a heart. The Tin Man didn't have a heart. Come on, Slack. I'm the Scarecrow, man. I'm the Scarecrow. I have no brain. I have a huge heart. Come on. And you're Dorothy. Can I be Toto? I'm Toto. I actually I think I'm going to watch Dune today, because I saw this thing that, oh, now I can't remember his name. The guy who has the channel about narcissists. Oh man, he's really good, and I love him so much. But he's doing a video in Dune. They have this fight where they both have knives, and they have this like field, this force field around them, and you've got to bring in the knife really slowly so the force field doesn't know that it's coming in, and that's how you kill the other person. And they both have to do that, right? That's like a good metaphor for what these people in the New World Order, what these systems have done to us, right? They brought it in so you don't know the knife is, so the force field doesn't really register the knife because it's not coming in fast enough, right? We have got to, when we're fighting this the other way, we've got to do the same kind of thing. Like do it to where their force fields don't understand that there's a knife coming in with our actions that we take, right? I'm going to watch that. I think what would my metaphor movie be? I think Serenity would be my metaphor movie. Slack TI says he's got a cool medal, dude. Suck it up. I've got a heart. I got a big heart. I got a big heart. I do. I'm not perfect, but I got a big heart. I really hate it when everybody's in pain and everybody's suffering. So it's been like traumatic on being a targeted individual and my family being hurt and stuff like that. But then you like doing the conference calls and moderating and doing videos all the time, and everybody's in so much pain and they need immediate help. It's just like extra amplified trauma, you know, that's changed me severely while I'm going through my own trauma. And I'm sure a lot of you other guys have experienced this, other guys and gals. What's a good way, instead of saying guys and gals, because that's retarded, like ladies and gentlemen, I guess is pretty good. Say guys and gals, guys and girls, ladies and gents, Wayne says they mad I'm not in bed. Yeah. I don't know. My attackers are always, they're really mad at me. They try and freeze this up because they, like if I do it for too long, it's like my focus really gets redirected and I get involved in it. Like right when I start a live stream, they're still doing remote neural manipulation. And I'm like trying to get my focus and I'm stressed out. But then as I get into it and I focus on what the material I'm putting out and talking to y'all, it's like I totally just don't even, you know, I can't pay attention to them at all, and they hate that. You know, they want some of my attention on them. Tansy says, one of my aunties got put through a separation program when she was a baby, and it has stuffed her up for life. She gets very childlike and needs to be around her mom or big sister all the time. Yeah, it's that separation anxiety syndrome, or I guess there's another thing that it's called. Yeah, Alex Bergeron says, be careful with Dramamine. Okay. Alex Bergeron says it can make you crazy and stuff. I'm not taking it anymore, and I feel a lot better. But when I first started taking it, it made me feel like I was getting energy. But like right now, like if I was taking Dramamine, guys, this would hurt really bad. Like I'd be inflammation and stiff to where I'd need to just go, but like I'm still reading chats. So there's some yeast product in it that I'm worried about. And so I'm just going to stop taking it. I'm going to stop taking it, and I'm going to find another way to give nutrition to my adrenal glands. I'm going to find something that's not like bovine adrenal glands or something like that, but some kind of herbal supplement to feed my adrenaline. So yeah, and I've been suggesting, Neil suggested Dramamine to me. It helped me for a long time, I thought. It gave me energy, but it seems like at a certain point it did start working kind of against me. Arachno, as I said, Dramamine. Well, there's Dramamine and Dramamine. Dramamine is like the stuff that you take to not get nauseous, but Dramamine is Drenamine, is like, it's for your adrenal system. It has these herbs and stuff like that. Let me read this to you guys. I gotta close it down because I don't want this to be longer than 5 hours in case I have to edit it. So Dramamine, Standard Process Labs. It has vitamin C, riboflavin, niacin, vitamin B6, and then a proprietary blend, calcium lactate, rice, bovine liver, bovine adrenal, porcine stomach, nutritional yeast, but yeast can cause inflammation. I have Crohn's disease, so yeast can cause inflammation in my system. Bovine adrenal PMG extract, choline bitartrate, organic dried alfalfa juice, organic dried buckwheat, organic dried buckwheat. I think that's not good for me. Juice, organic buckwheat. It has buckwheat, and more yeast. Magnesium citrate, oat flour, bovine bone, para-amino benzoate, organic shiitake mushroom powder, organic reishi mushroom powder, porcine brain, veal bone PMG extract, organic sweet potato, and sunflower lecithin. Other ingredients: honey, cellulose, niacinamide, ascorbic acid, calcium stearate, riboflavin, D-alpha tocopherol, and pyridoxine hydrochloride. I felt better. I haven't been taking it for like 3 or 4 days, and I feel like less stiff in my neck and stuff like that. I'm still getting targeted, but like I feel like I can talk for longer periods, and like I get real stiff. Y'all can tell in some of my videos I'm very stiff because I have pain here and the muscles in my cheek, but I feel a lot more. It's weird because like the targeting's really screwed me up. They used to call me, like when I was in high school, you know, Jim Carrey used to be called the man with the plastic face or something like that. Well, that was my humor. I'd make weird faces and stuff like that. And since I've had the damage that's been done to like my joints and stuff, I'll do a video and I'll be like, hey guys, how y'all doing? And my mouth doesn't, like, how are you doing? And I'm just like, man, it sucks. It sucks. Like, cause your face is so important. You guys don't realize how important it is, how you say stuff and how you look when you're saying it and stuff like that. And, you know, I try not to pay attention to that my whole life, but when you do like have something that's like, it hurts and it's like you're stiff, you notice it a lot more. You notice that it's like, man, yeah, I'm not getting information out good enough. And it takes my focus away. So that's something that I'm really trying to heal. God's really helping to heal a lot of that. And it's taking time. And I'm really just going to trust in him, use good supplements, diet. And my attackers do a lot of stuff too. So So it's blocking all that. You got to cleanse yourself out, no whining. Definitely get something to yeah, strong-minded individual says we didn't just pop up here coincidentally. I agree with that, and we certainly didn't evolve from a fish or a monkey. You know, evolution though I do believe in, and we could have conversations about that, but I do believe there was evolution, and we have stories in the Bible. I guess I'm going to get in trouble for this, but that are metaphorical about the evolution of man. Whether or not we came from monkeys, I don't know, but I do believe in evolution, that we've been around for a long time. And it's not like, yeah, I guess we won't get into that topic, but to say that it's not like we are monkeys. I mean, we have a lot in common, but we're definitely more than them, and we have a more of a conscience, right? More of a spirituality than monkeys. But I do believe I've adapted and evolved in my own single lifetime. So I don't think that humans just can't. I don't know. We can talk about that some other time. You know, those are fun things to talk about. And I think that this is my bottom line with some of that stuff. It's like we need to find a way as Christians or whatever spirituality you are, if you love God and you're connected to God, or if you're a Christian and in the name of Jesus Christ you love God, to have conversations about science and things that maybe the Bible doesn't really cover that much or covers in a certain way. And we need to have conversations about that and know that it's just talking and things like that. And for Christians not to be like, oh, well, that's like blaspheming and stuff like that. You know, I think that we need to do that. And I think God's okay with that. What I do is anything that I believe or I look into or I talk about, I pass it through God. I say, God, is this okay? And if it resonates in the heart and I'm getting this, yeah, that's okay. That's not evil. That's looking into things. That's science. That's evolving and stuff like that. We got to remember that God is super, 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 super smart. You know, and the Bible is inspiration from God, very important. But there's this whole universe, there's this whole reality that God works through also, you know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe we didn't come from a monkey. Maybe we came from some other kind of thing, you know. I have some weird views on what strong-minded individual says, don't slang rocks, Kyle. How I make crap like this. I remember that Masterpiece song. I loved it in high school. All right, guys. Oh, Jennifer Burns says, yes, Queen, he thinks Q will save us. Guys, you got to try and wake up any of your Q friends. You need to just tell them, like, hey, it's cool if you think that Q is going to save us, but let's work on some stuff anyway, just in case. Say, just in case, let's try and fight for our freedoms. Oh, wow, I'm way behind in chats. So Slack TI says, TI, don't push crazy sounding happenings. Also, TI, we came from Magic Star Seed, 33rd parallel, white Jesus from the bearded man sky. Religious beliefs are good, and God is not crazy though. Like the thought that there's something that created us is because we don't know everything. I would say the belief that, like, I mean, agnostic is, I'd say that makes sense. Agnostic, like, I don't know exactly what we came from, and I don't know what's out there, but somebody who is like atheist and is like, there's nothing, and we're just here. Where did that come from? I think that's more insane than somebody saying there is a God, you know. And anything where you're reaching for things that science hasn't figured out are gonna sound crazy, you know. And I like doing those things. Before I was targeted, I liked looking into things where it was like there's nothing a concrete science, but it's reaching. We need those people, right? All throughout history, Galileo, Nikola Tesla, you know, all those people who create and find out different things about our universe, and they sounded crazy at the time, right? So I'm kind of resentful that as a TI, it's like I have to be careful and I have to sound like everything. I can't really talk about aliens and stuff like that because you know, because I represent the TIs, right? But I don't. I am a targeted individual. And now at this point, I feel more comfortable that so many other TIs are speaking out and so many people are talking about 5G and stuff like that, then I could just be myself. And I can talk about what I think is going on. And I can put out good information about the frequency weapon grid, 5G, 7G, 6G, like what's happening to us. And I can also talk about some other things, you know. And one is not really, you know, people still listen to David Icke, even though he talks about reptilians, which, I mean, we can talk about some of that. I'll show you all some really weird stuff. There's some stuff that's closer to, like, we know this is factual. And then there's some stuff that's like, well, I've heard about this, and exploring ideas. I feel like I don't want to shut that down for myself anymore, because I have shut that down over the last decade. I've shut down exploring ideas because I need it to be a targeted individual. Like I'm speaking for the targeted individuals. I'm targeted, so I have to represent us, right? You know, and I think at this point, you know, I think that one is not mutually exclusive from the other. I can talk about what I want to, and then when I talk about targeting, I'll talk in a very grounded way, you know. But I'm kind of like at a point where I want to talk about is that's my strength is talking about things that we don't have the science for, you know. And it's not I don't get the whole fad of like, you know, you're talking about things that we don't understand, so therefore you're just out there. It doesn't make any sense, because that's how everything is. That's how everything is to me. We learn things about what we didn't know before. And so I think that it's actually very small-minded to, and I'm not calling you small-minded, Slack, but it's very small-minded, and it's actually detrimental. It's detrimental because what you do when you say, I don't really believe in anything else, what do you believe in? You just believe in this. You just believe in you and whatever affects you, and that's as far as you're going to take it. And it's actually not very good for survival. And if something is not very good for survival, then it has a more scientific validity if it's good for survival. Now, what's good for survival? Belief in a higher power and those things. So this survival, the scientific validity of survival actually proves that these things, now what way do they exist? We could talk about that, but it proves that they exist because there is a scientific validity. There's a survival in those things. If you don't believe in anything, you get really depressed and there is nothing left. And you think, I should just kill myself because I'm in pain. These people are targeting me and stuff like that. But if you say, no, there's a good God out there. There's stuff I don't understand. There's power that I can grab onto. You survive. You don't want to take your own life, even though your situation's so dire. And there's a survival, there is validity, a scientific life validity. And therefore, that practicality imposes fact to that. You know, there's a lot of science to religion. There's a lot of science to spirituality. It's people instinctually reaching for something they don't understand. And it makes people sound confusing, and it makes people think a bunch of different things. But there is a factual validity to spirituality, to things beyond what science has discovered. And I think now is a time where that is we have to use that as targeted individuals, is what I'm saying basically. We have to use that as targeted individuals, because if you don't, you're probably going to want to kill yourself. You know, because these people who target us, they limit us in so many ways. And if you're just using that in the ways they limit you, cut you off from everything, but you can reach and find other things. And I'm not saying anything bad about anybody. Everybody has the right to believe what they want to believe. But me as a person, I want to bring people down a path of health and a good creative path for them and getting them out of despair. So I feel like I have to say that. I have to say what I believe to people, like that, right? But people can believe in nothing if they want. And I'm not going to judge it. Only God can judge people. I think it's so important. I think it's life. Life is things beyond our grasp, to me. And if I wasn't targeted, it wouldn't be. If I wasn't targeted, I'd be like, yeah, God is good, God is great, in the name of Jesus Christ. And I just do it to kind of make my family happy. And then I'd be like, well, money's good, and my wife and my kids are good. Because I've been tested and put into the fire, these things were a necessity. And I see how precious they are. And I see that if we lose them, if you don't believe in anything but the material world, then who are you going to be controlled by? Well, the people who give you materials and things like that, the government, right? So communism, a big part of communism is God is dead, right? There's nothing but us. The government is your God. And that is pure Satanism. It's pure Satanism because it's a lie. There are benevolent beings, I think a chain of command of good, I like talking about that stuff. Yeah, Slack TI says Buddhist TIs, agnostic TIs, atheist TIs all get hit the same way, but not really. Not really. Because if you have a faith to actually help you defend, and you're led to defenses and stuff like that, you have an easier time. If you call on the name of Jesus Christ and it gives you that plasmatic rush of belief, adrenaline, things don't hurt as bad. So there is a power to those belief systems that is inherently makes them pragmatic, An atheist TI, maybe if you, can atheists be spiritual? Can atheists be spiritual? I don't know. I like talking about that stuff. I used to a lot when I was in high school, just talk about philosophy and things like that. I think I want to make a channel on religion and philosophy. Something. Yeah, that's true. Wayne Moore says, I think these streams verify our beliefs for them. Yeah, it's a catch-22, man. That's the catch-22 I'm talking about. These systems have been built where they can be used against us, but it's like, we've got to help each other. We've got to talk about this stuff. So it's like, even if they're going to use it against us, it's better than doing nothing, right? It's better than doing nothing, and maybe God can work his magic, right, within that, and maybe it's not used against us too much, and it's used more for our good than it is for our bad. Yeah. Jeff says it's probably some verification, Wayne. What's some verification? The streams and stuff, they must be beneficial to them. They would be gathering all our data, but it's true. Well, that's the deal, man. I mean, I'm sure my attackers learn a lot about me, because when I'm talking here, it's not necessarily stuff that I'm always thinking about, but like when I'm talking to y'all, think of different things. So they learn a lot about me. I think I'm a real TI, and even though I'm a real TI, like I was saying to Butterfly the other night, I was like, even though I'm a real targeted individual and I'm going through this stuff, they're still gonna get information from this channel about who's coming to this channel, what kind of information I'm putting out. So, it's that catch-22 thing. But is it better than not doing anything? Yes, anything's better than not doing anything. Anything is better than not doing anything. And that's where I think God comes in, because he can take these things that are catch-22s and it can kind of slip out of control for our attackers and such like that. I don't know, man. Yeah, Wayne Moore says, this is the trade-off. I would have been screwed if I didn't learn fast. Yeah. Well, I'm going to keep making them, It makes me feel empowered too. And like, I know that other people who make videos, it empowers them. So I see more positive. If I saw more negative than positive, oh, and let me say this. I believe that if you keep your mouth shut and you don't make videos and you stay away from the targeted individual community, individually, it will be safer for you. Individually, your targeting will be easier. Individually, it's a smarter thing to do. So I'll just say that. So not doing this is safer, more intelligent individually than doing it and getting involved with the TI community. But is it right? And for me, I can't sleep. If I took care of myself and I said, nope, not going to go into the TI community, not going to make videos because they'll get more information from me or whatever, and there may be perps in there. And I said, I'm just gonna deal with myself. Then it's like I would maybe have it easier, but this thing would go on for so long. If you've got something to offer and put out information and end this thing, all of us speaking out ends it, right? It gets us closer. If we all say no, speaking out and getting involved in the TI community, and then we all go to our separate corners, and then the program doesn't even have a chance of being stopped, you see? So, I mean, I think just bottom line, it's better to do something and to help people. It may not be, if you do, like at this point with other people speaking out, say there was a TI that was like, I'm not getting involved in TI community, and I'm just gonna, defend myself and stuff. I may watch a TI video once in a while. They would stay a little bit safer, and then when it ended, they would get the benefits of that, right? Oh, well, these programs ended. I knew they would just end, but it was all those people who sacrificed themselves and put themselves out there and made their own time harder to do that. See, I think that's going to happen. I think that when these programs end, people are going to be like, yeah, they would have ended anyway. So I don't know why all those people were doing activism and calls and videos and stuff, but that's not true. It all happens because people come out and speak out. So for me, it's like not even a decision. It's not even a decision. If I did, like, I may get too tired one day and just maybe do a video every month or something like that, maybe in the future, but. Yeah, Jeff O says my targeting has increased since starting my channel. Yeah, Jeff. We knew that though. Didn't we know that? I mean, I told you that, huh? Maybe just, yeah, that happens with me too. Maybe just take a break for a while. Like if it gets too bad to where it's just way too bad. Just leave your channel there, take a week break or 2 weeks break, maybe do a video a week. Don't do it all the time, right? And try and find that balance, right? Try and find that balance where your attackers kind of just leave you alone a little bit more. Yeah, dude. It sucks. I'm sorry, Jeff. That panel was very awesome last night. Let's put that up. Let's put that up to end it with. I'll read Queen Esther's message. Queen Esther says, Vulcan Wolverine, yes, we must have faith that God will work a miracle very soon. We must all stay positive. And, and the thing is that God, I don't know if God's going to work a miracle and we're all going to get our freedoms set back and everything like that. And then this program's going to end. The world still may keep rolling in a bad way, but we can, by using the strength that God gives us, we can help people and make it better, even if things do get darker, right? So what kind of miracles will God give us? But yeah, you're definitely right. So let me pull this up on the screen to end it with, guys. The Bad Report, they did an awesome panel last night. Oh, my computer's like freezing up. I've thought about that many, many times. If I would have never made videos or gotten into the TI community and just kind of handled it myself, I think things would have been worse. Sometimes when you start, and Jeff, you got to keep this in mind, when you start a channel, you're just starting something that's going to be good. Your attackers are going to go full force. They don't want you doing that thing. But if you just keep going, they'll get tired and they'll be like, okay, well, he's doing this. Now we need to hit him on something else, right? So if you just push through as much as you can, but take a break if it gets just too bad. And then obviously get some defenses. So yeah, it sucks, man. So here you go, guys. So Saturday, targeted individual hangout. I'm going to watch the rest of it after this on the Badger Report. And I'm going to, when the live stream pulls up, I'm going to put all the links that I showed and everything in the description. All right, guys, I love y'all. Now everything's frozen up. Wayne Moore says one viewer got pregnant from watching Jeff, and it was a dude. Yeah, Wayne, that's really good. Wayne says you will adapt and crush these puny weebs. Yes, most definitely. Most definitely, man. It's just about, Neil once said this to me. He said, you got to pick your level of involvement with how much pain you can take. So sometimes if things get too rough, like I took a month off because things were just in my head. I couldn't think, I could not think. It was just getting worse. And it was like this negative cycle. And it's like, oh, I'd come on a video, but I'd be like, hey, guys. Or at least I felt that way, right? I think I kind of pulled it off. But then I just said, okay, time for a month off. And you got to realize that if you take like a month off, people are going to get disconnected from getting notifications to your channel. So what you might want to do is like find a way to mirror some really good videos on YouTube, give them credit, but so you can keep your channel going, but you can like take a break from getting on camera, right? So so try and think of some creative ways to take your little breaks, right? But you can still put something up, a good video. And I'm going to start editing some stuff, but I've been mirroring some good content when it's a day that I really don't want to get on camera because I feel too bad. So we got to think of these ways to keep going, but actually have rest while we're doing it, And you'll think of better things as you go along. We're just so close to this program being known about and changing. The whole world is falling apart and the new world order is coming in, but it seems like our mission is seems to be coming into focus. And that's my life. I'm a Pisces, and it seems like when this really bad thing happens, this really good thing's happening. And it seems like that's just everything in my life. So I've kind of learned to, I haven't learned to just enjoy it, just let go and let God. That's what I really need to do. Okay, so that's Wayne Moore says every Saturday at 6 p.m. Central Time. So every Saturday, Badger Report is going to do a panel. And then he has Turning Point Tuesdays at 7 p.m. Central. Yeah, No Whining says the all-seeing eye has to do with the brotherhood, and one eventually learns of the practice of sodomy. My people perish for lack of knowledge. Yeah, Wayne Moore says sub up to Jeff O, guys. Jeff O, and you can just put Jeff O, I think targeted individual. There's a lot of Jeff O's. So put Jeff O targeted individual. You are, Wayne? I knew that. You're like an artist. I knew you were a Pisces. I didn't really know, but I suspected. Yeah, I'm a Pisces too, man. And I don't really do enough art. Like, I enjoy art. I mean, these videos are kind of art. My life is art, because I'm a targeted individual. But I want to do more like editing art. And then I have a book that I have the first draft written. It's like a fantasy novel. And I want to finish that. I'm not good at painting, though. I'm not good at drawing. More of a writer type, Pisces have rough lives, Wayne. You are too, man? No way. Jeffo, you're a Pisces too? Jeffo says Pisces here too. Yeah, dog. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Pisces have really rough lives because it's two fish swimming in opposite directions. So usually that means like when you have good times in your life, you're going to have the worst times. The worst thing in your life may be the best thing for you, and the best thing in your life may be the worst thing for you. That's kind of the way I've seen my life. I hope it balances out more. But this targeting, it's been the most awful thing ever, but it's also strengthened me, made me appreciate God, made me more spiritual, made me appreciate life more, the good things, right? So as Pisces, you've got it in the worst times, you've got to say, what's God shown me with this, the worst? And everybody needs to do this, but especially Pisces. this horrible thing that's happening to me, what good has come out of it? Because it's going to be a really good good. It's going to be a really good good. So you guys look for that. Tippin Tweety says Aquarius here. Those Aquariuses. Jennifer says I'm Aquarius too. Tip. Aquariuses are awesome. No whining. Wayne Moore sounds fishy to me. Sounds fishy. Fishy Pisces. All right, guys. I'm gonna turn it off. I love you guys. Pisces party, and I'll see y'all. Artist of Alien says you're still cool, Kyle, even if you are Pisces. Thanks a lot, man. Thanks, y'all. All right, I'll see you on the next one. I'm not sure when I'll be doing another video, but let's hope Passover goes without any kind of new 9/11, and just stay defended. That's what I may be doing next. We may be going through supplements and defenses during this time, so that people can have more peace, physical peace, and spiritual peace. All right. I love you guys. And